Section 20 of the Nibelungenlied, translated by George Henry Needler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Kurt. 18th Adventure. How Sigmund fared home again. Then went royal Sigmund, where he Kriemhild found. Unto the queen spake he, Home must we now be bound. We ween that guests unwelcome, here are we by the Rhine. Kriemhild, beloved lady, come now to country that is mine. Though from us hath been taken by foul traitor's hand, thy good spouse and noble, here in stranger land, thine be it not to suffer, good friend thou hast in me, for sake of son beloved, thereof shalt thou undoubting be. Eke shalt thou have, good lady, all the power to hold, the which erstwhile hath shown thee, Siegfried the Thainful bold. The land and the crown likewise be they thine own to call, and gladly eke shall serve thee, Siegfried's doughty warriors all. Then did they tell the servants that they thence would ride, and straight to fetch the horses, these obedient hied, mid such as so did hate them, grieved them more to stay. Ladies high and maidens were bidden dress them for the way. When that for royal Sigmund stood ready horse and man, her kinsman Lady Kriemhild to beseech began, that she from her mother would still forbear to go. Then spake the lofty lady, that might hardly yet be so. How might I forever look with eyes upon him that to me, poor woman, such evil thing hath done? Then spake the youthful Giselher, sister to me full dear, by thy goodness shalt thou tarry with thy mother here, who in this wise have harmed thee, and so grieved thy heart. Thyself mayst spurn their service, of what is mine take part. Unto the knight she answered, such thing may never be, for die I must for sorrow, when that Hagen I should see. From need thereof I'll save thee, sisterful dear to me, for with thy brother Giselher shalt thou ever be. I'll help to still thy sorrow, that thy husband lieth dead. Then spake she sorrow-stricken, thereof in sooth had Kriemhild need. When that the youthful Giselher such kindly offer made, then her mother Ute and Gernot likewise prayed, and all for her faithful kinsman, that she would tarry there, for that in Siegfried's country but few of her own blood there were. To thee they all are strangers, did Gernot further say, nor lived yet man so mighty, but dead at last he lay. Bethink thee that dear sister, in comfort of thy mood, stay thou amid thy kinsmen, I counsel truly for thy good. To Giselher she promised that she would tarry there, for the men of Sigmund the horses ready were, when they thence would journey to the Nibelungen land. On carrying horses laden, the knight's attire did ready stand. Went the royal Sigmund unto Kriemhild then. He spake unto the lady, Now do Siegfried's men await thee by the horses? Straight shall we hence away, for amid the men of Burgundy unwilling would I longer stay. Then spake the lady Kriemhild, My friends have counselled me, that by the love I bear them, here my home shall be, for that no kinsman have I in the Nibelungen land. Grieved full sore was Sigmund, when he did Kriemhild understand. Then spake the royal Sigmund, To such give not thine ear, a queen mid all my kinsmen, thou a crown shalt wear, and wield as lordly power, as e'er till now thou hast, nor thou a whit shall forfeit, that we the hero thus have lost. And journey with us thither, for child's sake eke of thine, him shalt thou never, lady, an orphan leave to pine. When hath grown thy son to manhood, he'll comfort thee thy mood, meanwhile shall ready serve thee many a warrior keen and good. She spake, O royal Sigmund, I may not thither ride, for I here must tarry, whate'er shall me betide, mid them that are my kinsmen, who help my grief to share. The knights had sore disquiet, that such tidings they must hear. So might we say, full truly, spake they every one, that unto us still greater evil now were done. Wouldst thou longer tarry here amid our foes? In sooth were never journey of knights to court more full of woes. Now may ye free from trouble in God's protection fare. I'll bid that trusty escort shall you have in care unto Sigmund's country, my child full dear to me. Unto your knights good mercy, let it well commended be. When that they well perceived how she would not depart, wept all the men of Sigmund, and sad they were at heart. In what right heavy sorrow Sigmund then took leave of the lady Kriemhild, full sore thereover must he grieve. Woe worth this journey hither, the lofty monarch spake, henceforth from merry meeting shall nevermore o'ertake. King or his faithful kinsmen, what here our meed hath been, here mid the men of Burgundy may we nevermore be seen. Then spake the men of Siegfried in open words and plain, and might we right discover who our lord hath slain. Warriors bent on vengeance shall yet lay waste this ground. Among his kin in plenty may doughty foemen be found. Anon he kissed Kriemhild, and spake sorrowfully, when she there would tarry, and he the same did see. Now ride we joy forsaken, home unto our land, first now what 'tis to sorrow, do I rightly understand. From Worms away sans escort, unto the Rhine they rode. I ween that they full surely did go in such grim mode, that had against them any aught of evil darred, hand of King Nibelungen had known full well their life to guard. Nor parting hand they offered to any that were there. Then might ye see how Gernot, and likewise Giselher, did give him lovely greeting, that as their very own they felt the wrong he suffered by the courteous knights, and brave was shown. Then spake in words full kindly the royal knight Gernot, God in heaven knoweth that of guilt I've naught, in the death of Siegfried, that ere I e'en did hear, who here to him were hostile, well may I of thy sorrow share. And escort safe did furnish the young knight Giselher, forth from out that country he led them full of care. The monarch with his warriors to Netherland their home, how joyous is the greeting, as thither to their kin they come. How fared that folk thereafter, that can I nowise say. Here heard ye Kriemhild plaining, as day did follow day, that none there was to comfort her heart and sorry mood. Did Giselher not do it, he faithful was to her and good. The while the fair Kriemhild in mood full haughty sat, and weep howe'er did Kriemhild, but little recked she that, nor wit to her of pity displayed she evermore. Anon was Lady Kriemhild, eke cause to her of sorrow sore. End of section 20. Section 21 of the Nibelungenlied, translated by George Henry Needler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Kurt. 19th Adventure. How the Nibelungen hoard was brought to Worms. When that the noble Kriemhild thus did widowed stand, remained there with his warriors by her in that land, Eckewart the margrave, and served her ever true, and he did help his mistress, oft to mourn his master too. At Worms a house they built her, the minster high beside, that was both rich and spacious, full long and eke full wide, wherein with her attendants joyless did she dwell. She sought the minster gladly, that to do she loved full well. Seldom undone she left it, but thither went alway, in sorry mood where buried her loved husband lay. God begged she in his mercy his soul in charge to keep, and to the Thane right faithful, for him full often did she weep. Ute and her attendants all times a comfort bore, but yet her heart was stricken, and wounded all so sore, that no wit might avail it, what solace e'er they brought, for lover taken from her, with such grief her heart was fraught. As ne'er for spouse beloved a wife did ever show, thereby how high in virtue she stood ye well might know. She mourned until her ending, and while did last her life, anon a mighty vengeance wreaked the valiant Siegfried's wife. And so such load of sorrow for her dead spouse she bore, the story saith truly, for years full 3 or more, nor ever unto Gunther any word spake she, and meantime eke her enemy, Hagen, never might she see. Then spake of Tranya Hagen, now seekest thou such an end, that unto thee thy sister be well disposed friend, the Nibelungen treasure let come to this country, thereof thou much mightest win thee, might Kriemhild friendly minded be. He spake, be that our effort, my brother's love hath she, them shall we beg to win her, that she our friend may be, and that she gladly see it, that we do share her store. I trow it well, spake Hagen, may such thing be nevermore. Then did he Ortwein unto the court command, and the margrave gear, when both were found at hand. Thither brought they Gernot, and eke young Giselher. In friendly manner sought they to win the lady Kriemhild there. Then spake of Burgundy, Gernot the warrior strong, Lady, the death of Siegfried, thou mournest all too long. Well will the monarch prove thee, that him he ne'er hath slain. 'Tis heard how that right sorely thou dost for him unending plain. She spake, the king none chargeth, 'twas Hagen's hand that slew, when Hagen me did question, where might one pierce him through. How might e'er thought come to me, that hate his heart did bear, then gainst such thing to guard me, spake she, had I ta'en good care, and kept me from betraying to evil hands his life, nor cause of this my weeping, had I his purloined wife. My heart shall hate forever, who this foul deed have done, and further to entreat her, young Giselher had soon begun. When that to greet the monarch, a willing mind spake she, him soon with noble kinsmen before her might ye see, yet dare might never Hagen unto her to go, on her he'd wrought sore evil, as well his guilty mind did know. When she no hatred meted unto Gunther as before, by Hagen to be greeted, were fitting all the more, had but by his counsel no ill to her been done, so might he all undaunted unto Kriemhild have gone. Nor e'er was peace new offered, kindred friends among, sealed with tears so many, she brooded o'er her wrong. To all she gave her friendship, save to one man alone, nor slain her spouse were ever, were not the deed by Hagen done. Small time it was thereafter, ere they did bring to pass, that with the lady Kriemhild the mighty treasure was, that from Nibelungen country she brought the Rhine unto. It was her bridal portion, and 'twas fairly now her due. For it did journey thither, Gernot and Giselher, warriors 800, Kriemhild commanded there, that they should go and fetch it, where hidden it did lie, and where the good Thane Alberich with friends did guard it faithful eye. When saw they coming warriors from Rhine the hoard to take, Alberich the full valiant to his friends in this wise spake, we dare not of the treasure aught from them withhold. It is her bridal portion, thus the noble queen hath told. Yet had we never granted, spake Alberich, this to do, but that in evil manner the sightless mantle too, with the doughty Siegfried we alike did lose, the which did wear at all times the fair Kriemhild's noble spouse. Now alas, hath Siegfried had but evil gain, that from us the sightless mantle the hero thus hath ta'en, and so hath forced to serve him all these lands around. Then went forth the porter, where full soon the keys he found. There stood before the mountain ready Kriemhild's men, and her kinsmen with them. The treasure bore they then down unto the water, where the ships they sought, to where the Rhine flowed downward, across the waves the hoard they brought. Now of the treasure further, may ye a wonder hear. Heavy wains a dozen, scarce the same might bear, in 4 days and nights together, from the mountain all away, and did each one of them thrice the journey make each day. And it was nothing other than gold and jewels rare, and if to every mortal on earth were dealt a share, ne'er 'twould make the treasure by 1 mark the less, not without good reason, forsooth would Hagen it possess. The wish-rod lay among them, of gold a little wand. Whosoe'er its powers full might understand, the same might make him master o'er all the race of men. Of Alberich's kin full many with Gernot returned again. When they did store the treasure in King Gunther's land, and to royal Kriemhild 'twas given 'neath her hand, storing rooms and towers could scarce the measure hold. Nevermore such wonder might of wealth again be told. And had it e'en been greater, yea, 1,000-fold, if but again might Kriemhild safe her Siegfried hold, fain were she empty-handed of all the boundless store. Spouse than she more faithful, won a hero nevermore. When now she had the treasure, she brought into that land knights many from far distance, yea, dealt the lady's hand so freely that such bounty ne'er before was seen. High in honor held they for her goodly heart the queen. Unto both rich and needy began she so to give, that fearful soon grew Hagen, if that she would live long time in such high power, lest she of warriors true such host might win to serve her, that cause would be her strength to rue. Spake Gunther then, the treasure is hers, and freedom too. Wherefore shall I prevent her, whate'er therewith she do? Yea, nigh she did her friendship from me evermore withhold. Now reck we not who shareth, or her silver or her gold. Unto the king spake Hagen, no man that boasteth wit should to any woman such hoard to hold permit. By gifts she yet will bring it, that will come the day when valiant men of Burgundy rue it with good reason may. Then spake the monarch Gunther, to her an oath I swore, that I would cause of evil to her be nevermore, whereof henceforth I'll mind me, sister she is to me. Then spake further Hagen, let me bear the guilt for thee. Many they were that kept not their plighted ward. From the widow took they all that mighty hoard. Every key had Hagen known to get in hand. Rage filled her brother Gernot when he the thing did understand. Then spake the knight Giselher, Hagen here hath wrought sore evil to my sister. Permit this thing I'll not, and were he not my kinsman, he'd pay it with his life. Anew did fall a weeping, then the doughty Siegfried's wife. Then spake the knight Gernot, ere that forever we be troubled with this treasure, let first commanded be deep in the Rhine to sink it, that no man have it more. In sad manner plaining, Kriemhild stood Giselher before. She spake, Beloved brother, be mindful thou of me. What life and treasure toucheth, shalt thou my protector be. Then spake he to the lady, That shall sure betide, when we again come hither, now called we are away to ride. The monarch and his kinsmen rode from out the land, and in his train the bravest ye saw on any hand, went all save Hagen only, and there he stayed for hate, that he did bear to Kriemhild, and full gladly did he thate. Ere that the mighty monarch was thither come again, and that while had Hagen all that treasure ta'en, where Loch is by the river, all in the Rhine sank he. He weened thereof to profit, yet such thing might never be. The royal knights came thither, again with many a man. Kriemhild with her maidens and ladies then began to mourn the wrong they suffered, that pity was to her. Fain had the faithful Giselher been unto her a comforter. Then spake they all together, Done hath he grievous wrong, but he the prince's anger avoided yet so long. At last to win their favor, they let him live sans scathe. Then filled thereat was Kriemhild, as ne'er before with mickle wrath. Ere that of Tronje Hagen had hidden thus the hoard, had they unto each other given firm plighted ward, that it should lie concealed, while one of them might live. Thereof anon nor could they to themselves nor unto other give. With renewed sorrows heavy she was of heart, that so her dear-loved husband perforce from life must part, and that of wealth they reft her. Therefore she mourned alway, nor ever ceased her plaining, until was come her latest day. After the death of Siegfried, dwelt she in sorrow then, saith the tale all truly, full 3 years and 10, nor in that time did ever for the knight mourn aught the less. To him she was right faithful, must all the folk of her confess. End of section 21. Section 22 of the Nibelungenlied, translated by George Henry Needler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Kurt. 20th Adventure. How King Etzel sent to Burgundy for Kriemhild. In that same time, when ended, was Lady Helga's life, and that the monarch Etzel did seek another wife, to take a high-born widow of the land of Burgundy. Hun his friends did counsel, Lady Kriemhild hight was she. Since that was ended, the fair Helgi's life, spake they, wilt thou ever win for thee noble wife, the highest and the fairest that ever king did win? Take to thee this same lady, that doughty Siegfried's spouse hath been. Then spake the mighty monarch, how might that come to pass, since that I am a heathen, nor named with sign of cross? The lady is a Christian, thereto she'll ne'er agree. Wrought must be a wonder, if the thing may ever be. Then spake again his warriors, she yet may do the same, for sake of thy great power, and thy full lofty name. Shalt thou yet endeavor such noble wife to gain? To woo the stately lady, might each monarch high be fain. Then spake the noble monarch, who is 'mong men of mine, that knoweth land and people, dwelling far by Rhine. Then spake then of Bechelaren, the trusty Ruediger, I have known from childhood, the noble queen that dwelleth there. And Gunther, and Gernot, the noble knights and good, and hight the third as Giselher, whatever any should, that standeth high in honor, and virtue doth each one, eke from elt their fathers, having like noble manner done. Then spake again Etzel, friend, now shalt thou tell, if she within my country crown might wear full well, For be she fair of body, as hath been told to me, my friends for this their counsel shall ever full requited be. She likeneth in beauty, well my high lady, Helke that was so stately, nor forsooth might be, in all this world a fairer, spouse of King soe'er, whom taketh she for wooer, glad of heart and mind he were. He spake, Make trial, Ruediger, as thou holdest me dear, and if by Lady Kriemhild, ere I lie full near, therefore will I requite thee, as in best mode I may. So hast thou then fulfilled all my wish in fullest way. Stores from out my treasure I'll bid to thee to give, that thou with thy companions merry long shall live. Of steeds and rich apparel, what thou wilt have to share, thereof unto the journey I'll bid in measure full prepare. Thereto did give him answer the margrave Ruediger, Did I thy treasure covet, unworthy thing it were. Gladly will I thy messenger be unto the Rhine, from my own store provided, all have I e'en from hand of thine. Then spake the mighty monarch, When now wilt thou fare to seek the lovely lady? God of thee have care, to keep thee on thy journey, and eke a wife to me. Therein good fortune help me, that she to us shall gracious be. Then again spake Ruediger, Ere that this land we quit, must we first prepare us, arms and apparel fit, that we may thus in honor in royal presence stand. To the Rhine I'll lead 500 warriors, a doughty band. Wherever they in Burgundy me and my men may see, shall they all and single then confess of thee, that ne'er from any monarch so many warriors went, as now to bear thy message thou far unto the Rhine hast sent. May it not, O mighty monarch, thee from thy purpose move. Erstwhile unto Siegfried she gave her noble love, whose scion is of Sigmund, him thou here hast seen, worthy highest honor, verily the knight had been. Then answered him King Etzel, Was she the warrior's wife, so worthy was of honor, the noble prince in life, that I the royal lady therefore no whit despise? 'Tis her surpassing beauty that shall be joy unto mine eyes. Then further spake the margrave, Hear then what I do say. After days 24 shall we from hence away. Tidings to Gotelind I'll send my spouse full dear, that I to Lady Kriemhild myself will be thy messenger. Away to Bechelaren sent then Ruediger, both sad his spouse and joyous was the news to hear. He told how for the monarch a wife he was to woo, with love she well remembered the fair lady Helke too. When that the margravine did the message hear, impart 'twas sorrow to her, and weep she must in fear, at having other mistress than hers had been before. To think on Lady Helke did grieve her inmost heartful sore. Ruediger from Hunland in 7 days did part, whereat the monarch Etzel merry was of heart, when at Vienna city all was ready for the way. To begin the journey might he longer not delay. At Bechelaren waited Gotelinde there, and eke the young margravine, daughter of Ruediger, was glad at thought her father and all his men to see, and many a lovely maiden looked to the coming joyfully. Ere that to Bechelaren rode noble Ruediger, from out Vienna city was rich equipment there, for them in fullest measure on carrying horses brought, that went in such wise guarded, that robber hand disturbed them not. When they at Bechelaren within the town did stand, his fellows on the journey did the host command to lead to fitting quarters, and tend carefully the stately Gotelind, glad she was her spouse to see. Eke his lovely daughter the youthful margravine, to her had nothing dearer than his coming been. The warriors too from Hunland, what joy for her they make, with a laughing spirit to all the noble maidens spake. Be now to us right welcome, my father and all his men. Fairest thanks on all sides saw ye offered then unto the youthful margravine by many a valiant knight. How Ruediger was minded, knew Gotelinde aright. When then that night she by Ruediger lay, questioned him the margravine in full loving way, wherefore had sent him thither the king of Hunland. He spake, my lady Gotelinde, that thou shalt gladly understand. My master now hath sent me to woo him other wife, since that by death was ended the fair Helke's life. So now will I to Kriemhild ride unto the Rhine. She shall here in Hunland be spouse to him and stately queen. God will it, spake Gotelinde, and well the same might be, since that so high an honor ever standeth she. The death of my good mistress we then may better bear, eke might we grant her gladly among the Huns a crown to wear. Then spake to her the margrave, Thou shalt, dear lady mine, to them that shall ride with me, thither unto the Rhine, in right bounteous manner deal out a goodly share. Good knights go lighter hearted when they well provided fare. She spake, None is among them, and he would take from me, but I will give whatever to him may pleasing be. Ere that ye part thither, thou and thy good men, thereto spake the margrave, so dost thou all my wishes then. Silken stuffs in plenty they from her chamber bore, and to the knights full noble dealt out in goodly store. Mantles lined all richly, from collar down to spur. What for the journey pleased him, did choose therefrom Sir Ruediger. Upon the 7th morning from Bechelaren went the knight with train of warriors, attire and armament. Bore they in fullest measure through the Bavarian land, and ne'er upon the journey dared assail them robber band. Unto the Rhine then came they, ere 12 days were flown, and there were soon the tidings of their coming known. 'Twas told unto the monarch, and with him many a man, how strangers came unto him to question. Then the king began. If any was did know them, for he would gladly hear, they saw their carrying horses right heavy burdens bear, that they were knights of power, knew they well thereby. Lodgings they made them ready in the wide city Speedeli. When that the strangers had passed within the gate, every eye did gaze on the knights that came in state, and mickle was the wonder whence to the Rhine they came. Then sent the king for Hagen, if he perchance might know the same. Then spake he of Tranya, These knights I ne'er have seen, yet when we now behold them, I'll tell thee well, I ween, from whence they now ride hither unto this country, and I not straightway know them, from distant land in sooth they be. For the guests fit lodgings now provided were, clad in rich apparel came the messenger, and to the court his fellows did bear him company. Sumptuous attire were they wrought full cunningly. Then spake the doughty Hagen, As far as goes my keen, for that long time the noble knight I not have seen. Come they in such manner, as were it Ruediger, the valiant thane from Hunland, that leads the stately riders here. Then straightway spake the monarch, How shall I understand that he of Bechelaren should come unto this land? Scarce had King Gunther his mind full spoken there, when saw full surely Hagen, that 'twas the noble Ruediger. He and his friends then hastened, with warmest welcoming. Then saw ye knights 500, adown from saddle spring, and were those knights of Hunland, received in fitting way. Messengers ne'er beheld ye a attired in so fine array. Hagen of Tranya, with voice full loud spake he, Unto these thanes full noble, a hearty welcome be, to the Lord of Bechelaren, and his men every one, thereat was fitting honor, done to every valiant Hun. The monarch's nearest kinsman went forth the guests to meet, of Metz the knight Sir Ortvine, Ruediger thus did greet, the while our life hath lasted, never yet hath guest here been seen so gladly, be that in very truth confessed. For that greeting thanked they, the brave knights, one and all, with train of high attendants, they passed unto the hall, where valiant men a many stood round the monarch's seat. The king arose from settle, in courteous way the guests to greet. Right courteously he greeted, then the messenger, Gunther and Gernot, full busy both they were, for stranger and companions, a welcome fit to make. The noble knight Sir Ruediger, by the hand the king did take. He led him to the settle, where himself he sat. He bade pour for the strangers, a welcome work was that. Mead the very choicest, and the best, of wine, that e'er ye might discover, in all the lands about the Rhine. Giselher and Gear joined the company too, eke Dankwart and Volker. When that they knew the coming of the strangers, glad they were of mood, and greeted for the monarch, fair the noble knights and good. Then spake unto his master, of Tranya the knight, Let our thanes seek ever, fully to requite, what erstwhile the margrave in love to us hath done. Fair Gotelinda's husband, our gratitude full well hath won. Thereto spake King Gunther, withhold it not I may, how they both do bear them. Tell me now, I pray, Etzel and Helgi, afar in Hun land. Then answered him the margrave, fain would I have thee understand. Then he rose from the settle, and his men every one, he spake unto the monarch, and may the thing be done. And is't thy royal pleasure, so will I not withhold, but the message that I bring thee shall full willingly be told. He spake, what tale soever doth this thy message make, I grant thee leave to tell it, nor further counsel take. Now shalt thou let us hear it, me and my warriors too, for fullest leave I grant thee, thy high purpose to pursue. Then spake the upright messenger, hitherto thee at Rhine doth faithful service tender, master high of mine, to all thy kinsmen likewise, as many as may be, eke is this my message, borne in all goodwill to thee. To thee the noble monarch bids tell his tale of need, his folks forlorn and joyless, my mistress high is deed, Helga the full stately, my good master's wife, whereby now is orphaned, full many a fair maiden's life. Children of royal parents, for whom hath cared her hand, thereby doth the country in plightful sorry stand. Alack, nor is there other that them with love may tend. I ween the time long distant, eke when the monarch's grief shall end. God give him meed, spake Gunther, that he so willingly doth offer thus good service to my kinsmen and to me. I joy that I his greetings here have heard this day, the which with glad endeavor my kinsmen and my men shall pay. Thereto the knight of Burgundy, the valiant Gernot said, the world may ever rue it, that Helga fair lies dead, so manifold the virtues that did her life adorn. A willing testimony by Hagen to the words was born. Thereto again spake Ruediger, the noble messenger, since thou, O king, dost grant it, shalt thou now further hear what message 'tis my master, beloved, hath hither sent, for that since death of Helga, his days he hath in sorrow spent. 'Tis told, my lord, that Kriemhild doth widowed live alone, and dead is doughty Siegfried. May now such thing be done, And wilt thou grant that favor, a crown she then shall wear. Before the knights of Etzel, this message from my lord I bear. Then spake the mighty monarch, a king he was of grace, my will in this same matter she'll hear, and so she place. Thereof will I instruct thee, ere 3 days are passed by, ere I her mind have sounded, wherefore to Etzel this deny. Meanwhile, for the strangers, bade they make cheer the best. In sooth so were they tended, that Ruediger confessed, had he 'mong men of Gunther, of friends a goodly store. Hagen full glad did serve him, as he had Hagen served of yore. Thus there did tarry Ruediger, until the 3rd day. The king did council summon, he moved in wisest way, if that unto his kinsmen seemed it fitting thing, that Kriemhild take unto her for spouse Etzel the king. Together all save Hagen did the thing advise, and unto King Gunther spake he in this wise, and hast thou still thy senses, of that same thing beware, that be she ne'er so willing, thou lendest thyself her will to share. Wherefore, spake then Gunther, should I allow it not, whene'er doth fortune favor Kriemhild in aught? That shall I gladly grant her, for sister dear is she, yet ought ourselves to seek it, might it but her honor be. Thereto gave answer Hagen, now such words give o'er, were Etzel known unto thee, as unto me of yore, and didst thou grant her to him, as 'tis thy will I hear, then wouldst thou first have reason for thy later weal to fear. Wherefore, spake then Gunther, well may I care for thate, ere to thwart his temper, that so I ought of hate, at his hands should merit, and if his wife she be, thereto gave answer Hagen, such counsel hast thou ne'er of me. Then did they bid for Gernot, and Giselher to go, for wished they of the royal twain their mind to know, if that the mighty monarch Kriemhild for spouse should take, yet Hagen and none other thereto did opposition make. Then spake of Burgundy Giselher the thane, well mayst thou now, friend Hagen, show upright mind again, for sorrows wrought upon her, mayst thou her well requite, howe'er she findeth fortune, there should it be in thy despite. Yea, hast thou to my sister so many sorrows deign, so spake further Giselher, the full noble thane, that fullest reason hath she to meet thee naught but hate, in sooth was never lady than she bereft of joy more great. What I do know full certain, that known to all I make, if e'er shall come the hour that she do Etzel take, she'll work us yet sore evil, howe'er the same she plan, then in sooth will serve her full many a keen and doughty man. In answer then to Hagen, the brave Gernot said, with us doth lie to leave it, until they both be dead, ere that we ride ever unto Etzel's land, that we be faithful to her, doth honor meantime sure command. Thereto again spake Hagen, gainsay me here may known, and shall the noble Kriemhild e'er sit neath Helca's crone. Howe'er she that accomplish, she'll do us grievous hurt, good knights therefrom to keep you, doth better with your weal concert. In anger spake then Giselher, the son of youth the fair, none shall yet among us himself like traitor bear. What honor e'er befall her, rejoice thereat should we. Whate'er thou sayest, Hagen, true helper shall she find in me. When that heard it Hagen, straightway waxed he wroth. Gernot and Giselher, the knights high-minded both, and Gunther mighty monarch, did counsel finally, if that did wish it Kriemhild, by them 'twould unopposed be. Then spake the margrave Geir, that lady will I tell, how that of royal Etzel she may think full well. In fear are subject to him brave warriors many a one. Well may he recompense her for wrong that e'er to her was done. Then went the knight full valiant, where he did Kriemhild find, and straightway spake unto her, upon her greeting kind, Me mayst thou gladly welcome, with messengers high meed. Fortune hath come to part thee, now from all thy bitter need. For sake of love he bears thee, lady doth seek thy hand, one of all the highest, that e'er o'er monarch's land did rule in fullest honor, or ever crown might wear. High knights do bring the message, which same thy brother bids thee hear. Then spake she rich in sorrow, Now God forbid to thee, and all I have of kinsmen, that aught of mockery they do on me, poor woman. What were I unto one, who e'er at heart the joyance of a noble wife hath known? Much did she speak against it, anon as well came there Gerno her brother, and the young Giselher. In loving wise they begged her mourning heart to cheer, and would she take the monarch, verily her weal it wear. Yet might not then by any the lady's mind be bent, that any man soever to love she would consent. Thereon the thanes besought her, Now grant the thing to be, and dost thou nothing further, that the messenger thou deignst to see? That will I not deny you, spake the high lady, that the noble Ruediger I full gladly see. Such knightly grace adorns him, were he not messenger, and came there other hither, by him I all unspoken were. She spake, Upon the morrow bid him hither fare, unto this my chamber, then shall he fully hear how that do stand my wishes, the which I'll tell him true. Of her full grievous sorrow was she minded thus anew. Eke naught else desired the noble Ruediger than that by the lady leave thus granted were. He knew himself so skilful, might he such favor earn, so should he her full certain from her spoken purpose turn. Upon the morrow early, when that the mass was sung, came the noble messengers, whereof a mickle throng. They that should Sir Ruediger to court bear company, many a man full stately, in rich apparel might ye see. Kriemhild, dame high stated, full sad she was of mood, there Ruediger awaited, the noble knight, and good. He found her in such raiment, as daily she did wear, the while were her attendants, in dresses clad full rich and rare. Unto the threshold went she, the noble guest to meet, and the man of Etzel did she full kindly greet. 12 knights there did enter, himself and 11 more, and well were they received, to her such guests came ne'er before. The messenger to seat him, and his men they gave command. The twain valiant margraves saw ye before her stand, Eckevart and Gear, the noble knights, and keen. Such was the lady's sorrow, none saw ye there of cheerful mien. They saw before her sitting full many a lady fair, and yet the lady Kriemhild did naught but sorrow there. The dress upon her bosom was wet with tears that fell, and soon the noble margrave perceived her mickle grief full well. Then spake the lofty messenger, daughter of king full high, to me and these my fellows that bear me company. Deign now the grace to grant us, that we before thee stand, and tell to thee the tidings, wherefore we rode unto thy land. That grace to thee is granted, spake the lofty queen. Whate'er may be thy message, I'll let it now be seen, that I do hear it gladly. Thou'rt welcome, messenger, that fruitless was their errand, deemed the others well to hear. Then spake of Bechelaren, the noble Ruediger, pledge of true love unto thee, from lofty king I bear. Etzel, who bids thee lady, here royal compliment. He hath to woo thy favor, knights full worthy hither sent. His love to thee he offers, full heartily and free. Fidelity that lasteth, he plighteth unto thee, as erst to Lady Helke, who o'er his heart held sway. Yea, thinking on her virtues, hath he full oft had joyless day. Then spake the royal lady, O margrave Ruediger, if that known to any my sharp sorrows were, besought then were I never again to take me spouse, such ne'er was won by lady as the husband I did lose. What is that sootheth sorrow? The valiant knight replied, and be't not loving friendship, whene'er that may betide, and that each mortal choose him, who his delight shall be, naught is that so availeth, to keep the heart from sorrow free. Wilt thou minded be to love him, this noble master mine, or mighty crowns a dozen, the power shall be thine. Thereto of princes 30, my lord shall give thee land, the which hath all subdued the prowess of his doughty hand. Or many a knight full worthy, eke mistress shalt thou be, that my lady Helke did serve right faithfully, and over many a lady that served amid her train, of high and royal lineage, spake the keen and valiant thane. Thereto my lord will give thee, he bids to thee make known, if that beside the monarch thou deignest to wear a crown, power in fullest measure, that Helke ere might boast, the same in lordly manner shalt thou wield o'er Etzel's host. Then spake the royal lady, how might again my life have thereof desire, to be a hero's wife? Hath death in one already wrought me such sorrow sore, that joyless must my days be from this time forevermore. Then spake the men of Hunland, O royal high lady, thy life shall there by Etzel so full of honor be, thy heart 'twill ever gladden, if but may be such thing. Full many a thane right stately doth homage to the mighty king. Might but Helke's maidens, and they that wait on thee, e'er be joined together in one royal company, well might brave knights to see them wax merry in their mood. Be, lady, now persuaded, 'tis verily thy surest good. She spake in courteous manner, let further parley be, until doth come the morrow, then hither come to me. So will I give my answer, to bear upon your way. The noble knights and worthy must straight therein her will obey. When all from thence were parted, and had their lodging sought, then bade the noble lady that Giselher be brought, and eke with him her mother, to both she then did tell, that meet for her was weeping, and naught might fit her mood so well. Then spake her brother Giselher, Sister, to me is told, and well may I believe it, that thy grief manifold Etzel complete will scatter, and takest thou him for mun, whate'er be others' counsels, meseems it were a thing well done. Further eke spake Giselher, console thee well may he, from Rhone unto Rhine river, from Elba unto the sea, king there is none other that holds so lordly sway, and he for spouse do take thee, gladden thee full well he may. Brother loved full dearly, wherefore dost counsel it, to mourn and weep forever, doth better me befit. How may I mid warriors appear in royal state? Was ever fair my body, a beauty now 'tis desolate. Then spake the Lady Ute, her daughter dear unto, the thing thy brother counsels, my loving child, that do. By thy friends be guided, then with thee well 'twill be. Long time it now hath grieved me, thee thus disconsolate to see. Then prayed she God with fervor, that he might her provide with store of gold and silver, and raiment rich beside, as erstwhile when her husband did live a stately thane, since then so happy hour never had she known again. In her own bosom thought she, and shall I not deny my body to a heathen, a Christian lady I, So must I, while life lasteth, have shame to be my own. And gave he realms unnumbered, such thing by me might ne'er be done. And therewithal she left it, the night through until day. Upon her couch the lady, with mindful troubled lay, nor yet her eyes full shining, of tears at all were free, until upon the morrow, forth to matins issued she. When for mass was sounded, came there the kings likewise. Again did they their sister, by faithful word, advise, to take for spouse unto her of Hunland the king. All joyless was the visage, they saw the lady thither bring. They bade the men of Etzel thither lead again, who unto their country fain their leave had ta'en. Their message won or fruitless, how that soe'er might be, unto the court came Ruediger, full eager were his company. By the knight to be informed, how the thing befell, and if betimes they knew it, 'twould please them all full well. For weary was the journey, and long unto their land. Soon did the noble Ruediger again in Kriemhild's presence stand. In full earnest manner, then the knight gan pray, the high royal lady, that she to him might say, what were from her the message to Etzel he should bear, naught but denial only did he from the lady hear. For that her love might never by man again be won, thereto spake the margrave, I'll such thing were done. Wherefore such fair body wilt thou to ruin give? Spouse of knight full worthy, mayst thou yet in honor live. Naught booted how they besought her, till that Ruediger spake in secret manner in the high lady's ear, how Etzel should requite her, for ills she e'er did know. Then gan her mickle sorrow milder at the thought to grow. Unto the queen then spake he, let now thy weeping be, if 'mong the Huns hadst thou other none than me, and my faithful kinsmen, and my good men alone. Sorely must he repay it, who hath aught to thee of evil done. Thereat a pace all lighter, the lady's sorrow grew. She spake, so swear thou truly, what any gainst me do, that thou wilt be the foremost my sorrows to requite. Thereto spake the margrave, lady, to thee my word I plight. With all his men together, swear then Ruediger, faithfully to serve her at all things whatsoe'er. Naught would e'er deny her the thanes from Etzel's land, whereof she might have honor, thereto gave Ruediger's hand. Then thought the faithful lady, since I thus have won band of friends so faithful, care now I have none. How shall speak the people in my sore need of me? The death of my loved husband perchance shall yet avenged be. Thought she, since hath Etzel so many knights and true, and shall I but command them, whate'er I will do, eke hath he such riches, that free may be my hand, bereft of all my treasure, by Hagen's faithless art I stand. Then spake she unto Ruediger, were it not, as I do know, the king is yet a heathen, so were I fain to go, whithersoe'er he willed it, and take him for my lord. Thereto spake the margrave, lady no longer hold such ward. Such host he hath of warriors, who Christians are as we, that beside the monarch may care ne'er come to thee. Yea, may he be baptized through thee to Christian life. Well mayst thou then rejoice thee to be the royal Etzel's wife. Then spake again her brother, sister, thy favor lend, that now all thy sorrow thereby may have an end. And so long they besought her, that full of sadness she, her word at length had plighted, the monarch Etzel's wife to be. She spake, you will I follow, I most learn, lady, that I fare to Hunland as soon as it may be, that I friends have ready to lead me to his land. Before the knights assembled, fair Kriemhild pledged thereto her hand. Then spake again the margrave, two knights do serve thee true, and I thereof have many, 'tis easy thing to do, that thee with fitting honour across the Rhine we guide, nor shalt thou, lady, longer here in Burgundy abide. Good men have I 500, and eke my kinsmen stand, ready here to serve thee, and far in Etzel's land. Lady, at thy bidding, and I do pledge the same, whene'er thou dost admonish, to serve thee without cause for shame. Now bid with full equipment thy horses to prepare. Ruediger's true counsel will bring thee sorrow ne'er, and tell it to thy maidens, whom thou wilt take with thee. Full many a chosen warriors on the way shall join our company. They had full rich equipment, that once their train arrayed, the while that yet lived Siegfried, so might she many a maid in honour high lead with her, as she thence would fare. What steeds all caparisoned awaited the high ladies there. If till that time they ever in richest dress were clad, thereof now for their journey full store was ready made, for that they of the monarch had such tidings caught, from chests long time well bolted, forth the treasures rich were brought. Little were they idle until the 5th day, but sought rich dress that folded, secure in covers lay. Kriemhild wide did open all her treasure there, and largesse great would give she unto the men of Ruediger. Still had she of the treasure of Nibelungen land, she weened the same in Hunland, to deal with bounteous hand, so great that 100 horses ne'er the whole might bear. How stood the mind of Kriemhild, came the tidings unto Hagen's ear. He spake, since Kriemhild never may me in favour hold, and so here must tarry Siegfried's store of gold, wherefore unto mine enemies such mickle treasure go. What with the treasure Kriemhild intendeth that full well I know. Might she but take it thither, in sooth believe I that 'twould be dealt out in largesse to stir against me hate. Nor own they steeds sufficient the same to bear away. 'Twill safe be kept by Hagen, so shall they unto Kriemhild say. When she did hear the story, with grief her heart was torn. Eke unto the monarchs all three the tale was borne. Fain would they prevent it, yet when that might not be, spake the noble Ruediger, in this wise full joyfully. Wherefore, queen full stately, weep'st thou o'er this gold? For thee will King Etzel in such high favour hold. When but his eyes behold thee, to thee such store he'll give, that ne'er thou mayst exhaust it. That lady by my word be live. Thereto the queen gave answer, full noble Ruediger, greater treasure never king's daughter had for share than this that Hagen from me now hath ta'en away. Then went her brother Gernot to the chamber where the treasure lay. With force he struck the monarch's key into the door, and soon of Kriemhild's treasure they from the chamber bore. Marks full 30,000, or ane more plenteously. He bade the guests to take it, which pleased King Gunther well to see. Then Gotelinda's husband of Bechelaren spake, and if my lady Kriemhild with her complete might take, what treasure e'er came hither from Nibelungen land, ne'er a wit would touch it, mine or my royal lady's hand. Now bid them here to keep it, for ne'er the same I'll touch. Yea, brought I from my country of mine own wealth so much, that we upon our journey may be full well supplied, and ne'er have lack in outlay, as in state we homeward ride. Chests well filled a dozen from the time of old had for their own her maidens of the best of gold, that ere ye might discover now thence away 'twas borne, and jewels for the ladies upon the journey to be worn. Of the might she yet was fearful, of Hagen grim and bold. Still had she of mass money 1,000 marks in gold, that gave she for the soul's rest of her husband dear. Such loving deed and faithful did touch the heart of Ruediger. Then spake the lady mournful, who now that loveth me, and for the love they bear me, may willing exiles be, who with me to Hunland now away shall ride? Take they of my treasure, and steeds and meet attire provide. Then did the margrave Echabart answer thus the queen, since I from the beginning of thy train have been, have I e'er right faithful served thee, spake the thane, and to the end I'll ever thus faithful unto thee remain. Eke will I lead with me 500 of my men, whom I grant to serve thee in faithful way again, nor e'er shall we be parted till that we be deed. Low bowing thanked him Kriemhild, as verily might be his meed. Forth were brought the horses, for that they thence would fare. Then was a mickle weeping of friends that parted there. Ute queen full stately, and many a lady more, showed that from Lady Kriemhild to part did grieve their hearts full sore. 100 stately maidens with her she led away, and as for them was fitting, full rich was their array. Many a bitter teardrop from shining eye fell down, yet joys knew they full many, eke in Etzel's land anon. Thither came Sir Giselher, and Gernot as well, and with them train of followers, as duty did compel. Safe escort would they furnish for their dear sister then, and with them led of warriors 1,000 brave and stately men. Then came the valiant Gear, and Ortwein eke came he. Rumold the high steward might not absent be. Unto the Danube did they night quarters meet provide. Short way beyond the city did the royal Gunther ride. Ere from the Rhine they started, had they forward sent messengers that full quickly unto Hunland went, and told unto the monarch how that Ruediger for spouse at length had won him, the high-born queen beyond compare. End of section 22. Section 23 of the Nibelungenlied, translated by George Henry Needler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Kurt. 21st Adventure. How Kriemhild fared to the Huns. The messengers leave we riding. Now shall ye understand. How did the Lady Kriemhild journey through the land, and where from her were parted Gernot and Giselher. Upon her had they waited, as faithful unto her they were. As far as to the Danube at Vergen did they ride, where must be the parting from their royal sister's side, for that again they homeward would ride unto the Rhine. No eye but wet from weeping, and all the company was seen. Giselher the valiant thus to his sister said, If that thou ever, lady, need hast of my aid, and fronts thee aught of trouble, give me to understand, and straight I'll ride to serve thee, afar unto King Etzel's land. Upon the mouth then kissed she all her friends full dear. The escort soon had taken eke leave of Ruediger, and the margrave's warriors, in manner lovingly, with the queen upon her journey, went many a maid full fair to see. For beyond 100 there were all richly clad, in silk of cunning pattern, many a shield full brad. On the way did guard the ladies, in hand of valiant thane, full many a stately warrior, from thence did backward turn again. Then so way they hastened, down through Bavarian land. Soon were told the tidings, how that was at hand. A mickle host of strangers, where a cloister stands from yore, and where the Inn its torrent doth into Danube river pour. At Passau in the city a lordly bishop bode, empty soon each lodging, and bishop's palace stowed. To Bavarian land they hastened, the high guests to meet, and there the bishop pilgrim, the lady Kriemhild, fair did greet. The warriors of that country no whit grieved they were, thus to see follow with her so many a maiden fair. Upon those high-born ladies their eyes with joy did rest, full comfortable quarters prepared they for each noble guest. With his niece the bishop unto Passau rode, when among the burghers the story went abroad, that thither was come Kriemhild, the bishop's niece full fair. Soon did the town's people reception meet for her prepare. There to have them tarry was the bishop fain. To him spake Sir Eckhevart, here may we not remain. Unto Ruediger's country must we journey down. Thanes many there await us, to whom our coming well is known. The tidings now knew likewise Lady Godelinda fair. Herself and noble daughter did them quick prepare. Message she had from Ruediger, that he well pleased would be, should she unto Lady Kriemhild show such courtesy, that she ride forth to meet her, and bring his warriors true. Upward unto the Ensa, when they the tidings knew, saw ye how on all sides they thronged the busy way. Forth to meet the strangers, rode and eke on foot went they. As far as Everdingen, meanwhile was come the queen. In that Bavarian country, on the way were never seen robbers seeking plunder, as ere their custom was. Of fear from such a quarter had the travellers little cause. Gainst that had well provided the noble margrave. A band he led that numbered good 1,000 warriors brave. There was eke come Godelinda, spouse of Ruediger, and bearing her high company, full many noble knights there were. When came they o'er the Traun, by Ensa on the green, there full many an awning, outstretched in tent was seen, wherein that night the strangers should find them welcome rest. Well was made provision by Ruediger for each high guest. Not long fair Godelinda did in her quarters stay, but left them soon behind her, then coursed upon the way. With merry jingling bridle, many a well-shaped stayed. Full fair was the reception, whereat was Ruediger right glad. On one side and the other did swell the stately train, knights that rode full gaily, many a noble thane. As they in joust disported, full many a maid looked on, nor to the queen unwelcome was the rider's service done. As rode there for the strangers, the men of Ruediger, from shaftful many a splinter saw ye fly in air. In hand of doughty warrior that jousted lustily, them might ye for the ladies, pricking in stately manner see. Anon therefrom they rested, knights many then did greet, full courteously each other, then forth Kriemhild to meet. Went the fair Godelinda, by gallant warriors led, those skilled in ladies' service, little there the rest they had. The lord of Bechelaren unto his lady rode, soon the noble margrave her high rejoicing showed, that all safe and sound he from the Rhine was come again. The care that filled her bosom by mickle joy from her was ta'en. When him she had received, her on the green he bade dismount with all the ladies that in her train she laid. There saw ye all unidle, many a knight of high estate, who with full ready service upon the ladies then did wait. Then saw the lady Kriemhild the margrave where she stowed, amid her fair attendants, nearer not she rode. Upon the steed that bore her, the rein she drew full tight, and bade them straightway help her adown from saddle to alight. The bishop saw ye leading his sister's daughter fair, and with him eke went Eckewart to Godelinde there. The willing folk on all sides made way before their feet, with kissed Godelinde, the dame from land far distant, greet. Then spake in manner kindly the wife of Ruediger, right glad am I, dear lady, that I thy visage fair have in this our country with mine own eyes seen, and these times might never greater joy to me have been. God give thee meed, spake Kriemhild, Godelinde, for this grace. If with son of Botelung, happy may be my place. May it henceforth be thy profit, that me thou here dost see, yet all unknown to either was that which yet anon must be. With curtsy to each other went full many a maid, the knights a willing service unto the ladies paid. After the greeting sat they, adown upon the green, knew many then each other, that hitherto had strangers been. For the ladies they poured refreshment, now was come midday, and did those high attendants there no longer stay, but went where found they ready many a spreading tent. Full willing was the service unto the noble guests they lent. The night through until morning did they rest them there. They of Bechelaren meanwhile did prepare, that into fitting quarters each high guest be brought. 'Twas by the care of Ruediger that never one did want for aught. Open ye saw the windows, the castle walls along, and the burg at Bechelaren, its gates wide open flung, as through the guests went pricking, that their full welcome ware, for them the lord full noble had bidden quarters meet prepare. Ruediger's fair daughter, with her attendant treen, came forth in loving manner to greet the lofty queen. With her was eke her mother, the stately margravine. Their full friendly greeting of many a maiden fair was seen. By the hand they took each other, and thence did pass each pair into a hall full spacious, the which was builded fair, and 'neath its walls the Danube flowed down with rushing tide. As breezes cool played round them, might they full happy there abide. What they there did further, tell it not, I cane, that they so long did tarry. Heard ye the knights complain, that were of Kriemhild's company, who unwilling there abode? What host of valiant warriors with them from Bechelaren rode? Full kindly was the service did render Ruediger. Likewise gave Lady Kriemhild 12 golden armbands rare to Godelinda's daughter, and dress so richly wrought, that finer was none other that into Etzel's land she brought. Though Nibelungen treasure from her erstwhile was ta'en, goodwill of all that knew her did she e'er retain. With such little portion as yet she did command, unto her host's attendants dealt she thereof with bounteous hand. The Lady Godelinde such honors high again did pay in a gracious manner to the guests afar from Rhine, that of all the strangers found ye never one that wore not rich attire from her and many a precious stone. When they their fast had broken, and would thence depart, the lady of the castle did pledge with faithful heart unto the wife of Etzel service true to bear. Kriemhild caressed full fondly the margravine's young daughter fair. To the queen then spake the maiden, If e'er it pleaseth thee, well know I that my father, dear full willingly, unto thee will send me, where thou livest in Hun land. That faithful was the maiden, full well did Kriemhild understand. Now ready were the horses, the castle steps before, and soon the queen full stately did take her leave once more of the lovely daughter and spouse of Ruediger. Eke parted with fair greeting, thence full many a maiden fair. Each other they full seldom thereafter might behold, from Medelic were carried, beakers rich of gold, in hand and eke full many, wherein was sparkling wine. Upon the way were greeted, thus the strangers from the Rhine. High there a lord was seated, as told the name he bore, who that unto Osterland did lead the way before, as far as to Mautaren, adown the Danube's side. There did they fitting service for the lofty queen provide. Of his niece the bishop took leave in loving wise, that she well should bear her, did he oft advise, and that she win her honor, as Helca erst had done. Ah, how great the honor, anon that mid the Huns she won. Unto the Trasum brought they forth the strangers then. Fair had they attendance from Ruediger's men, till o'er the country riding the Huns came them to meet. With mickle honor did they then the royal lady greet. For had the king of Hunland Trasum's stream beside, a full mighty castle, known far and wide, the same hight Trisenmauer, Dame Helca there before, did sit such bounteous mistress, as scarce ye ever might see more. And it were not Kriemhild, who could such bounty show, that after days of sorrow the pleasure she might know, to be held in honor by Etzel's men each one, that praise in fullest measure had she amid those thanes anon. Afar the might of Etzel so well was known around, that at every season within his court were found knights of all the bravest, whereof ye e'er did hear, in Christian lands or heathen, with him all thither come they wear. By him at every season, as scarce might elsewhere be, knights both of Christian doctrine and heathen use saw ye, yet in what mind soever did each and every stand, to all in fullest measure dealt the king with bounteous hand. End of section 23. Section 24 of the Nibelungenlied, translated by George Henry Needler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Kurt. 22nd Adventure. How Etzel kept the wedding feast with Kriemhild. At Trisenmauer she tarried until the 4th day. Upon the road the dust clouds meanwhile never lay, but rose like smoke of fire around on every side. Onward then through Austria King Etzel's warriors did ride. Then eke unto the monarch such tidings now were told, that at the thought did vanish all his grief of old, in what high manner Kriemhild should in his land appear. Then gan the monarch hasten where he did find the lady fair. Of many a tongue and varied upon the way were seen, before King Etzel riding, full many warriors keen, of Christians and of heathen, a spreading company, to greet their coming mistress, forth they rode in fair array. Of Royce men and Greeks there, great was the tale, and rapid saw ye riding, the Wallach and the Pole, on chargers full of metal, that they did deftly guide, their own country's custom did they in no wise lay aside. From the land of Kief rode there full many a thane, and the wild Pecheneggers, full many a bow was drain. As at the flying wildfowl, through the air the bolt was sped, with might the bow was bended, as far as to the arrow's head. A city by the Danube in Osterland doth stand, height the same as Tolna, of many a distant land. Saw Kriemhild there the customs, ne'er yet to her were known. To many there did greet her, sorrow befell through her unknown. Before the monarch Etzel rode a company of merry men and mighty, courteous and fair to see, good 24 chieftains, mighty men and bold, Naught else was their desire, save but their mistress to behold. Then the Duke Ramung, from far Wallachia, with 700 warriors, dashed forth athwart her way. Their going might ye liken unto birds in flight. Then came the chieftain Gbecki, with his host a stately sight. Eke the valiant Hornbog, with full 1,000 men, from the king went forward to greet his mistress then. After their country's custom, in joy they shouted loud. The doughty thanes of Hunland likewise in merry tourney rode. Then came a chief from Denmark, Howart bold and keen, and the valiant Iring, in whom no guile was seen, and Ernfried of Thuringia, a stately knight to see. Kriemhild they greeted, that honor high therefrom had she. With good knights 1,200, whom led they in their train, thither with 3,000 claimed Bloedel eke the thane, that was King Etzel's brother, out of Hunland. Unto his royal mistress led he then his stately band. Then did come King Etzel, and Dietrich by his side, with all his doughty fellows, in state there saw ye ride. Many a knight full noble, valiant and void of fear, the heart of Lady Kriemhild did such host of warriors cheer. Then to his royal mistress spake Sir Ruediger, Lady, now give I greeting to the high monarch here, whom to kiss I bid thee. Grant him such favor then, for not to all like greeting mayst thou give mid Etzel's men. They lifted then from saddle the dame of royal state. Etzel, the mighty monarch, might then no longer wait, but sprang from off his charger, with many a warrior keen, unto Kriemhild hasting, full joyously he then was seen. As is to us related, did their high princes twain, by the lady walking, bear aloft her train, as the royal Etzel went forward her to meet, and she the noble monarch with kiss and kindly wise did greet. Aside she moved her wimple, whereat her visage fair gleamed mid the gold around it, though many a knight stood there. They deemed that Lady Helke did boast not fairer face. Full close beside the monarch, his brother Bloedel had his place. To kiss him then margrave, Ruediger heard it tell, and eke the royal Gebiek, and Sir Dietrich as well. Of highest knights a dozen did Etzel's spouse embrace, other knights full many she greeted with a lesser grace. All the while that Etzel stood by Kriemhild so, did the youthful riders as still there wont to do. In varied tourney saw ye, each gainst the other pass, Christian knights and heathen, as for each the custom was. From men that followed Dietrich saw ye in kindly wise, splinters from the lances, flying high arise, aloft above their bucklers, from hand of good knights sent. By the German strangers pierced was many a shield and rent. From shaft of lances breaking did far the din resound. Together came the warriors from all the land around, eke the guests of the monarch, and many a knight there was. Thence did the mighty monarch then with Lady Kriemhild pass. Stretched a fair pavilion beside them there was seen, with tents as well was covered all around the green, where they now might rest them all that weary wear. By high-born knights was thither led full many a lady fair, with their royal mistress, where in rich cushioned chair sat the queen full stately. 'Twas by the margrave's care that well had been provided, with all that seemed good, a worthy seat for Kriemhild. Thereat was Etzel glad of mood. What was by Etzel spoken may I not understand. In his right hand resting lay her fair white hand. They sat in loving fashion, nor Ruediger would let the king have secret converse with Lady Kriemhild as yet. 'Twas bidden that the jousting on all sides they give o'er, the din of stately tourney Heard ye then no more? All the men of Etzel unto their tents did go, for every warrior present did they full spacious lodging show. And now the day was ended, and they did rest the night, until beheld they shining once more the morning light. Soon on charger mounted, again was many a man. Hi-ho, what merry pastime the king to honor they began. By the Huns the monarch bade honors high be shown. Soon rode they forth from Tulna unto Vienna town, where found they many a lady decked out in fair array. The same the monarch Etzel's wife received in stately way. In very fullest measure upon them there did wait, whate'er they might desire. Of nights the joy was great. Looking toward the revel, lodging then sought each one. The wedding of the monarch was in merry wise begun. Yet not for all might lodging within the town be had. All that were not strangers, Ruediger them bade, that they find them lodgings beyond the city's bound. I ween that at all seasons by Lady Kriemhild's side was found. The noble Sir Dietrich, and many another thane, who amid their labors but little rest had ta'en, that the guests they harbored of merry mood should be. For Ruediger and his companions went the time full pleasantly. The wedding time was fallen upon a Whitsuntide, when the monarch Etzel lay Kriemhild beside. In the town at Vienna so many men, I ween, through her former husband had not in her service been. Many that ne'er had seen her did her rich bounty take, and many a one among them unto the strangers spake. We deemed that Lady Kriemhild of wealth no more had aught. Now hath she by her giving here full many a wonder wrought. The wedding feast it lasted for days full 17. Ne'er of other monarch hath any told, I ween, that wedded with more splendor. Of such no tale we hear. All that there were present new-made apparel did they wear. I ween that far in Netherland sat she ne'er before, amid such host of warriors, and this believe I more, was Siegfried rich in treasure, that yet he ne'er did gain, as here she saw for Etzel so many a high and noble thane. Nor e'er gave any other, at his own wedding tide, so many a costly mantle, flowing long and wide, nor yet so rich apparel, so may ye well believe, as here from hand of Kriemhild did they one and all receive. Her friends, and eke the strangers, were of a single mind, that they would not be sparing of treasure in any kind. What any from them desired, they gave with willing hand. Many a thane from giving himself of clothing reft did stand. How by her noble husband at the Rhine a queen she sat, of that she still was minded, and her eye grew wet thereat. Yet well she kept it hidden, that none the same might mark. Now had she wealth of honor, after long years of sorrow dark. What any did with bounty, 'twas but an idle wind, by side of Dietrich's giving, what Etzel's generous mind, before to him had given, complete did disappear, eke wrought there many a wonder, the hand of bounteous Ruediger. Bloedel the chieftain, that came from Hun land, full many a chest to empty, did he then command, of gold and eke of silver, that did they freely give. Right merrily the warriors of the monarch saw ye live. Likewise the monarch's minstrels, Werbel and Schwemmel, won they at the wedding, each alone, I ween, marks a good 1,000, or even more than that, when as fair Lady Kriemhild, neath crown by royal Etzel sat. Upon the 18th morning from Vienna town they went, then in knightly pastime many a shield was rent, by spearful well directed, by doughty rider's hand, so came the royal Etzel, riding into Hun land. At Heimburg's ancient castle they tarried overnight, tell the tale of people no mortal ever might, and the number of good warriors did o'er the country comb. Ah, what fairest women were gathered unto Etzel's home. By Meisenberg's majestic towers did they embark, with horses eke and riders, the water all was dark. As if 'twere earth they trod on, as far as eye might see, the wayworn ladies rested, now on board right pleasantly. Now was lashed together many a boat full good, that no harm they suffered from the waves and flood. Many a stately awning likewise above them spread, just as if beneath them had they land and flowery mead. When to Etzelburg the tidings soon were borne along, therein of men and women were seen a merry throng, who once the Lady Helka as mistress did obey, anon by Lady Kriemhild lived they many a gladsome day. There did stand expectant full many a maid high born, that since the death of Helki had pined all forlorn. Daughters of 7 monarchs, Kriemhild there waiting found, that were the high adornment of all King Etzel's country round. Hereat a lofty princess did all the train obey, sister's child to Helki, in whom high virtues lay, betrothed eke of Dietrich, of royal lineage born, daughter of King Nentwine, her did high honors eft adorn. Against the stranger's coming, her heart with joy flowed o'er, eke was thereto devoted, of wealth a mickle store, who might e'er give the picture, how the king eft sat on throne, nor had with any mistress the Huns such joyous living known. As with his spouse the monarch up from the river came, unto the noble Kriemhild, of each they told the name. 'Mong them that she did find there, she fairer each did greet. Ah, how mighty mistress she long did sit in Helka's seat. Ready and true the service to her was offered there. The queen dealt out in plenty, gold and raiment rare, silver eke and jewels, whatever Rhine she brought, with her unto Hunland, soon thereof retained she naught. Eke in faithful service she to herself did win all the king's warriors, and all his royal kin, so that ne'er did Lady Helki so mighty power wield, as unto death to Kriemhild such host did willing service yield. Thus stood so high in honor the court and country round, that there at every season was pleasant pastime found, by each whithersoever his heart's desire might stand, that wrought the monarch's favor and the queen's full bounteous hand. End of section 24. Section 25 of the Nibelungenlied, translated by George Henry Needler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Kurt. 23rd Adventure. How Kriemhild thought to avenge her wrong. In full lordly honor, truth is that ye hear, dwelt they with each other until the 7th year. Meanwhile Lady Kriemhild a son to Etzel bore, nor gladder might the monarch be o'er aught for evermore. Yet would she not give over, nor with aught be reconciled, but that should be baptized the royal Etzel's child. After Christian custom, Ortlieb they did him call, thereat was mickle joyance over Etzel's borders all. Whate'er of highest virtues in Lady Helka lay, strove the Lady Kriemhild to rival her each day. Hereat the stranger maiden many a grace she taught, who yet with secret pining for her mistress Helka was distraught. To stranger and to native full well she soon was known, ne'er monarch's country, said they, did royal mistress own, that gave with freer bounty, that held they without fear. Such praise she bore in Hunland until was come the 13th year. Now had she well perceived how all obeyed her will, as service to royal mistress, king's knights do render still, and how at every season 12 kings for her were seen, she thought of many a sorrow that wrought upon her once had been. Eke thought she of lordly power in Nibelungen land, that she erstwhile had wielded, and how that Hagen's hand of it all had reft her, with her lord Siegfried dade. She thought for so great evil, how might he ever be repaid? 'Twould be, might I but bring him hither into this land, she dreamed that fondly led her full often by the hand. Giselher, her brother, full oft in gentle sleep, thought she to have kissed him, wherefrom he sorrow soon must reap. I ween the evil demon was Kriemhild's counsellor, that she her peace with Gunther should sacred keep no more, whom she kissed in friendly token in the land of Burgundy. Adown upon her bosom the burning tears fell heavily. On her heart both late and early lay the heavy thought, how that herself all guiltless thereto she had been brought, that she must share in exile a heathen monarch's bead. Through Hagen, eke, and Gunther come she was to such sore need. From her heart such longing seldom might she dismiss. Thought she a queen so mighty, I am o'er wealth like this, that I upon mine enemies may yet avenge me well. Fain were I that on Hagen of Tranya yet my vengeance fell. For friends that once were faithful, full oft my heart doth long, were they but here beside me, that wrought on me such wrong, then were in sooth avenged my lover reft of life. Scarce may I bide that hour, spake the royal Etzel's wife. Kriemhild they loved and honored, the monarch's men each one, as they that came there with her, well might the same be done. The treasure wielded Gelfrat, and won good knights thereby. The will of Lady Kriemhild might none in all that land deny. She mused at every season, the king himself I'll pray, that he to her the favor might grant in friendly way, to bring her kinsman hither unto Hun land. What vengeful thought she cherished, might none soever understand. As she in stillness night time by the monarch lay, in his arms enclosed he held her, as he was wont alway. To caress the noble lady, she was to him as life. Again unto her enemies turned her thoughts his stately wife. She spake unto the monarch, my lord full dear to me, now would I pray a favor, if with thy grace it be, that thou wilt show unto me, if merit such be mine, that unto my good kinsman truly doth thy heart incline. The mighty monarch answered, from guile his heart was free. Of a truth I tell thee, if aught of good may be, the fortune of thy kinsman, of that I were full fain, for ne'er through love of woman might I friends more faithful gain. Thereat again spake Kriemhild, that mayest thou well believe, full high do stand my kinsmen, the more it doth me grieve, that they deign so seldom hither to take their way, that here I live a stranger, oft I hear the people say. Then spake the royal Etzel, beloved lady mine, seem not too far the journey, I'd bid from yond the Rhine, whom thou wouldst gladly welcome hither unto my land. Thereat rejoiced the lady, when she his will did understand. Spake she, wilt thou true favor show me, master mine? Then shall thou speed thy messengers to Worms across the Rhine. Were but my friends acquainted what thing of them I would, then to this land came hither full many a noble knight and good. He spake, whene'er thou biddest, straight the thing shall be. Thyself mightst ne'er thy kinsman here so gladly see, as I the sons of Ute, high and stately queen, It grieveth me full sorely that strangers here so long they've been. If this thing doth please thee, beloved lady mine, then gladly send I thither unto those friends of thine, as messengers my minstrels to the land of Burgundy. He bade the merry fiddlers lead before him presently. Then hastened they full quickly to where they found the king. By side of Kriemhild sitting, he told them straight the thing, how they should be his messengers to Burgundy to fare. Full stately raiment bade he for them straightway eke prepare. 24 warriors did they apparel well. Likewise did the monarch to them the message tell, how that they King Gunther and his men should bid aright, them eke the lady Kriemhild to secret parley did invite. Then spake the mighty monarch, now well my words attend, all good and friendly greeting unto my friends I send, that they may deign to journey hither to my country. Few be the guests beside them that were so welcome unto me. And if they be so minded to meet my will in aught, Kriemhild's lofty kinsmen, that they forego it not, to come upon the summer, here where I hold high tide, for that my joy in living doth greatly with my friends abide. Then spake the fiddle player, Schwemmeline full bold, when thinkest thou in this country such high feasts to hold, that unto thy friends yonder tell the same we may? Thereto spake King Etzel, when next hath come midsummer day. We'll do as thou commandest, spake then Werbeline, unto her own chamber, commanded then the queen, to bring in secret manner the messengers alone, thereby did naught but sorrow befall full many a thane unknown. She spake unto the messengers, mickle wealth I give to you, if my will in this matter right faithfully ye do, and bear what tidings send I home unto our country. I'll make you rich in treasure, and fair apparelled shall ye be. And friends of mine so many, as ever see ye may, at Worms by Rhine river, to them ye ne'er shall say, that any mood of sorrow in me ye yet have seen. Say ye that I commend me unto the knights full brave and keen. Pray them that to King Etzel's message they give heed, thereby to relieve me of all my care and need. Else shall the Huns imagine that I all friendless am. If I but a knight were, oft would they see me at their home. Eke say ye unto Gernot, brother to me full dear, to him might never any disposed be more fair. Pray him that he bring hither unto this country all our friends most steadfast, that we thereby shall honored be. Say further eke to Giselher, that he do have in mind, that by his guilt I never did cause for sorrow find. Him therefore would I gladly here with mine own eyes see, and give him warmest welcome, so faithful hath he been to me. How I am held in honor, to my mother eke make plain, and if of Hagen hath mind there to remain, by whom might they in coming through unknown lands be shown? The way to Hunland hither from youth to him hath well been known. No wit knew the messengers, wherefore she did advise that they of Hagen should not in any wise leave by the Rhine to tarry, that was anon their bane. Through him to dire destruction was doomed full many a doughty thane. Letters and kindly greeting now to them they give. They fared from thence rich laden, and merrily might live. Leave they then took of Etzel, and eke his lady fair, and parted on their journey, dight in apparel rich and rare. End of section 25. Section 26 of the Nibelungenlied, translated by George Henry Needler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Kurt. 24th Adventure. How Werbel and Schwemmel brought the message. When to the Rhine King Etzel his messengers had sent, with hasty flight fresh tidings, from land to land there went, with messengers full quickly, to his high festival. He bade them eke and summoned, to many thereby did death befall. The messengers o'er the borders of Hunland thence did fare, unto the land of Burgundy, thither sent they were, unto 3 lordly monarchs, and eke their mighty men, to Etzel's land to bid them. Hastily they journeyed then. Unto Bechelaren rode they on their way, where found they willing service, nor did aught delay. Ruediger to commend him, and Gotelind as well, and eke their fairest daughter, to them that by the Rhine did dwell. They let them not unladen, with gifts from thence depart. So did the men of Etzel fare on with lighter heart. To Ute and to her household sent greeting Ruediger, that never margrave any to them more well disposed were. Unto Brunhild also did they themselves commend, with willing service offered, and steadfast to the end. Bearing thus fair greeting, the messengers thence did fare, and prayed the noble margravine that God would have them in his care. Ere the messengers had fully passed o'er Bavarian ground, had the nimble Werbel the goodly bishop found, what greetings to his kinsmen unto the Rhine he sent, that I cannot tell you, the messengers yet from him went. Laden with gold all ready to keep his memory, thus spake the bishop pilgrim, 'twere highest joy to me, might I my sister's children here see in home of mine, for that I may but seldom go unto them to the Rhine. What were the ways they followed, as through the lands they fared, that can I nowise tell you, yet never any dared rob them of wealth or raiment, for fear of Etzel's hand. A lofty king and noble, mighty in sooth was his command. Before 12 days were over, came they unto the Rhine, and rode into Worms city, Werbel and Schwemmel, told were soon the tidings to the kings and their good men, how that were come strange messengers. Gunther the king did question then. And spake the monarch further, who here may understand, whence do come these strangers, riding unto our land? Yet was never any might answer to him make, until of Tranya Hagen thus unto King Gunther spake. To us hath come strange tidings, to hand this day, I ween, for Etzel's fiddlers riding, hither have I seen. The same have by thy sister unto the Rhine been sent, for sake of their high master. Now give we them fair compliment. E'en then did ride the messengers unto the castle door, and never royal minstrels more stately went before. By the monarch's servants well received they were. They gave them fitting lodging, and for their raiment had a care. Rich and wrought full deftly was the travelling dress they wore, wherein they well with honour might go the king before. Yet they at court no longer with the same garments wear. The messengers inquired if anywhere might wish them there. In sooth, in such condition, many eke were found, who would receive them gladly. To such they dealt a round, then decked themselves the strangers in garments richer far, such as royal messengers beseemeth well at court to wear. By royal leave came forward to where the monarch sat, the men that came from Etzel, and joy there was thereat. Hagen then to meet them in courteous manner went, and heartily did greet them, whereat they gave fair compliment. To know what were the tidings, to ask he then began, how did find him Etzel, and each valiant man. Then answer gave the fiddler, Ne'er higher stood the land, nor the folks so joyous, that shall ye surely understand. They went unto the monarch, crowded was the hall. There were received the strangers, as of right men shall. Kindly greeting offer in other monarchs' land. Many a valiant warrior saw Werbel by King Gunther stand. Right courteously the monarch began to greet them then. Now be ye both right welcome, Hunland's merry men, and knights that give you escort, hither sent are ye, by Etzel mighty monarch, unto the land of Burgundy? They bowed before the monarch, then spake Werbeline, my dear lord and master, and Kriemhild, sister thine, hither to thy country gave fairest compliment, in faith of kindly welcome, us unto you they now have sent. Then spake the lofty ruler, I joy o'er this ye bring. How liveth royal Etzel? Further spake the king, and Kriemhild, my sister, afar in Hun land. Then answered him the fiddler, that shalt thou straightway understand. That never any people more lordly life might show than they both do joy in, that shalt thou surely know, wherein do share their kinsmen, and all their doughty train, when from them we parted, of our journey were they fain. My thanks for these high greetings ye bring at his command, and from my royal sister, that high in joy they stand. The monarch and his kinsmen rejoiceth me to hear, for sooth to say the tidings asked I now in mickle fear. The twain of youthful princes were eke come thitherward, as soon as they the tidings from afar had heard. Right glad were seen the messengers for his dear sister's sake, by the young Giselher, who in such friendly manner spake. Right hearty were your welcome from me and brother mine. Would ye but more frequent ride hither to the Rhine? Here found ye friends full many, whom glad ye were to see, and naught but friendly favors, the while that in this land ye be. To us how high thy favor, spake Schwemmel, know we well, nor with my best endeavor might I ever tell. How kindly is the greeting we bear from Etzel's hand, and from your noble sister, who doth in highest honor stand. Your sometime love and duty recalleth Etzel's queen, and how to her devoted in heart we've ever been. But first to royal Gunther do we a message bear, and pray it be your pleasure unto Etzel's land to fare. To beg of you that favor, commanded o'er and o'er, Etzel mighty monarch, and bids you know the more. And will ye not your sister your faces give to see, so would he know full gladly, wherein by him aggrieved ye be. That ye thus are strangers to him and all his men, if that his spouse so lofty to you had ne'er been known, yet well he thought to merit that him ye deign to see, and sooth could not rejoice him more than that such thing might be. Then spake the royal Gunther, a se'nnight from this day shall ye have an answer, whereon decide I may. With my friends in council, the while shall ye repair unto your place of lodging, and right goodly be your fare. Then spake an answer verbal, and might such favor be, that we the royal mistress should first have leave to see, you the lofty lady, ere that we seek our rest. To him the noble Giselher, and courteous wise these words addressed. That grace shall none forbid you, will ye my mother greet, therein do ye most fully her own desire meet. For sake of my good sister, fain is she you to see, for sake of Lady Kriemhild, ye shall to her full welcome be. Giselher then led him unto the lofty dame, who fain beheld the messengers from Hunland that came. She greeted them full kindly, as lofty manner taught, and in right courteous fashion told they to her the tale they brought. Pledge of royal friendship sendeth unto thee Now my lofty mistress, spake Schwemmel, might it be, that she should see thee often, then shalt thou know full well, in all the world there never a greater joy to her befell. Replied the royal lady, such thing may never be. Gladly as would I ofttimes my dearest daughter see. Too far, alas, is distant the noble monarch's wife. May ever yet full happy with King Etzel be her life. See that ye well advise me, ere that ye hence are gone, what time shall be your parting, for messengers I non have seen for many seasons, as glad as greet I you. The twain gave faithful promise, such courtesy full sure to do. Forthwith to seek their lodgings the men of Hunland went, the while the mighty monarch for trusted warriors sent, of whom did noble Gunther straightway question make, how thought they of the message, whereupon full many spake, that he might well with honour to Etzel's land be bound, the which did eke advise him the highest mongst them found, all save Hagen only, whom sorely grieved such rede. Unto the king in secret spake he, ill shall be thy meed. What deed we twain compounded art thou full well aware, wherefore good cause we ever shall have Kriemhild to fare, for that her sometime husband I slew by my own hand. How dare we ever journey then unto King Etzel's land? Replied the king, my sister, no hate doth harbour more, as we in friendship kissed her, vengeance she forswore, for evil that we wrought her, ere that from hence she rode, unless this message Hagen ill for thee alone forebode. Now be thou not deceived, spake Hagen, say what may, the messengers from Hunland, if thither be thy way, at Kriemhild's hands thou losest honour eke and life, for full long avenging is the royal Etzel's wife. Added then his counsel, the princely Gernot there, though be it thou hast reason, thine own death to fear, afar in Hunnish kingdom, should we for that forego, to visit our high sister, that were in sooth but ill to do. Unto that thane did likewise Gisel her then say, since well thou knowest, friend Hagen, what guilt on thee doth weigh, then tarry here behind us, and of thyself have care, and let who dares the journey with us unto my sister fair. Thereat did rage full sorely Tranya's doughty thane, so shall ye ne'er find any that were to go more fain, nor who may better guide you than I upon your way. And will ye not give over? Know then my humour soon ye may. Then spake the kitchen master, Rumold, a lofty thane, here might ye guests and kinsmen in plenty long maintain, after your own pleasure, for ye have goodly store. I ween ye ne'er found Hagen, traitor to you heretofore. If heed ye will not Hagen, still Rumold doth advise, for ye hath faithful service from me and willing wise, that here at home ye tarry for the love of me, and leave the royal Etzel afar with Kriemhild to be. Wherein the world might ever ye more happy be, than here where from danger of every foeman free, where ye may go as likes you, in goodliest attire, drink wine the best and stately, women meet your heart's desire. And daily is your victual the best that ever knew, a king of any country, and were the thing not true, at home ye yet should tarry, for sake of your fair wife, ere that in childish fashion ye thus adventure set your life. Thus rede I that ye go not, mighty are your lands, and at home more easy may ye be freed from hostile hands, than if ye pine in Hunland. How there it is, who knows? O master, go not thither, such is the rede that Rumold owes. We'll ne'er give o'er the journey, Gernot then did say, when thus our sister bids us in such friendly way, and Etzel mighty monarch, wherefore should we refrain? who goes not gladly thither, here at home may he remain. Thereto gave answer Hagen, Take not amiss, I pray, these my words outspoken. Let befall what may, yet do I counsel truly, as ye your safety prize, that to the Huns ye journey, armed full well in warlike guise. Will ye then not give over, your men together call, the best that ye may gather, from districts one and all? From out them all I'll choose you 1,000 knights full good, then may ye reck but little the vengeful Kriemhild's angry mood. I'll gladly heed thy counsel, straight the king replied, and bade the couriers traverse his kingdom far and wide. Soon they brought together 3,000 men or more, who little weened what mickle sorrow was for them in store. Joyful came they riding to King Gunther's land, steeds and equipment for them, all he did command, who should make the journey thence from Burgundy. Warriors many were there to serve the king right willingly. Hagen then of Tranya to Dankwart did assign, of their warriors 80 to lead unto the Rhine. Equipped in knightly harness were they soon at hand, riding in gallant fashion unto royal Gunther's land. Came eke the doughty Volker, a noble minstrel he, with 30 goodly warriors to join the company, who wore so rich attire 'twould fit a monarch well, that he would fare to Hundland, bade he unto Gunther tell. Who was this same Volker? That will I let you know. He was a knight full noble, to him did service owe. Many a goodly warrior in the land of Burgundy, for that he well could fiddle, name the minstrel eke was he. 1,000 men chose Hagen, who well to him were known, what things in storm of battle their doughty arm had done, or what they wrought at all times, that knew he full well, nor of them might e'er mortal aught but deeds of valor tell. The messengers of Kriemhild, full low they were to wait, for of their master's anger stood they in terror great. Each day for leave to journey, more great their yearning grew, but daily to withhold it, crafty Hagen pretext knew. He spake unto his master, Well shall we beware, hence to let them journey, ere we ourselves prepare, in 7 days thereafter, to ride to Etzel's land. If any mean us evil, so may we better understand. Nor may the Lady Kriemhild ready make thereto, that any by her counsel scathe to us may do. Yet if such wish she cherish, evil shall be her meed, for many a chosen warrior with us shall we thither lead. Shields well wrought and saddles, with all the mickle gear, that into Etzel's country the warriors should wear. The same was now made ready for many a night full keen. The messengers of Kriemhild before King Gunther soon were seen. When were come the messengers, Gernot them addressed, King Gunther now was minded to answer Etzel's quest. Full gladly go we thither, with him to make high tide, and see our lofty sister, of that set ye all doubt aside. Thereto spake King Gunther, Can ye surely say, when shall be the high tide, or upon what day? We shall there assemble, spake Schwemmel instantly, at turn of sun and summer shall in sooth the meeting be. The monarch leave did grant them, ere they should take their way, if that to Lady Brunhild they would their homage pay. His high pleasure was it, they unto her should go. Such thing prevented Volker, and did his mistress pleasure so. In sooth, my Lady Brunhild hath scarce such health today, as that she might receive you, the gallant knight did say. Bide ye till the morrow, may ye the lady see. When thus they sought her presence, might their wish not granted be. To the messengers right gracious was the mighty king, and bade ye from his treasure on shields expansive bring, shining gold in plenty, whereof he had great store. Eke richest gifts received they from his lofty kinsmen more. Giselher and Gerno, Gear and Ortveen, that they were free in giving, soon full well was seen. So costly gifts were offered unto each messenger, that they dared not receive them, for Etzel's anger did they fear. Then unto King Gunther Werbel spake again, Sir, let now thy presence in thine own land remain. The same we may not carry. My master hath decreed that we accept no bounty. Of that in sooth we've little need. Thereat the Lord of Rhineland was seen in high displeasure, that they should thus accept not so mighty monarch's treasure. And their despite yet took they rich dress and gold in store, the which moreover with them home to Etzel's land they bore. Ere that they thence departed, they Lady Ute sought, whereat the gallant Giselher straight the minstrels brought. Unto his mother's presence kind greetings sent the dame, and wished that high in honor still might stand her daughter's name. Then bade the lofty lady embroidered silks and gold, for the sake of Kriemhild, whom loved she as of old, and eke for sake of Etzel, unto the minstrels give. What thus so free was offered, might they in sooth right fain receive. Soon now had ta'en departure the messengers from thence, from knight and fairest lady, and joyous fared they hence. Unto Swabian country Gerno had given behest, thus far for armed escort, that none their journey might molest. When these had parted from them, safe still from harm were they, for Etzel's might did guard them, wherever led their way, nor ever came there any that aught to take would dare, as into Etzel's country they in mickle haste did fare. Where'er their friends encountered, to all they straight made known, how that they of Burgundy should follow after sown, from Rhine upon their journey unto the Huns' country. The message brought they likewise unto Bishop Pilgrim's see. As down for Bechelaren they passed upon their way, the tidings eke to Ruediger failed they not to say, and unto Godelin, the margrave's wife the same, at thought so soon to see them, was filled with joy the lofty dame. Hasting with the tidings, each minstrel's courser ran, till found they royal Etzel within his burg at Gran. Greeting upon greeting, which they must all bestow, they to the king delivered, with joy his visage was aglow. When that lofty Kriemhild did eke the tidings hear, how that her royal brothers unto the land would fare, in sooth her heart was gladdened, on the minstrels she bestowed richest gifts in plenty, as she to her high station owed. She spake, Now shall ye Werbel and Schwemmel tell to me, who cometh of my kinsmen to our festivity, who of all were bidden this our land to seek. Now tell me when the message, heard he what did Hagen speak? Answered, he came to council early upon a day, but little was of pleasant in what he there did say. When learned he their intention, in wrath did Hagen swear, to death 'twere making journey, to country of the Huns to fare. Hither all are coming, thy royal brothers three, and they right high in spirit, who more shall with them be. The tale to tell entire were more than I might do, to journey with them plighted, Volker the valiant fiddler too. 'Twere little lost, full truly, answered then the queen, if by my eyes never Volker here were seen. 'Tis Hagen hath my favor, a noble knight is he, and mickle is my pleasure, that him full soon we here may see. Her way the lady Kriemhild then to the king did take, and in joyous manner unto her consort spake. How liketh thee the tidings, lord full dear to me? What I my heart hath yearned for, that shall now accomplished be. Thy will my joy was ever, the lofty monarch sad. In sooth for my own kinsmen, I ne'er have been so glad, to hear that they come hither unto my country, to know thy friends are coming, hath parted sadness far from me. Straight did the royal provosts give everywhere decree, that hall and stately palace well prepared should be, with seats that unprovided no worthy guest be left, anon by them the monarch should be of mickle joy bereft. End of section 26. Section 27 of the Nibelungenlied, translated by George Henry Needler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Kurt. 25th Adventure. How the Knights all fared to the Huns. Tell we now no further how they here did fare. Knights more high in spirit, saw ye journey ne'er, in so stately fashion to the land of e'er a king. Of arms and rich attire lacked they never anything. At Rhine the lordly monarch equipped his warriors well, 1,000 knights and 60, as I did here tell, and eke 9,000 squires toward the festivity, whom they did leave behind them, anon must mourn full grievously. As at Worms across the courtyard, equipment full they bore, spake there of Speyer, a bishop old and hoar, unto Lady Ute, our friends have mind to fare, unto the festivity, may God their honor have in care. And spake unto her children, Ute the noble dame, at home ye here should tarry, ye knights full high in fame. Me dreamt but yester even a case of direst need, how that in this country all the feathered fowl were deed. Who recketh aught of dreamings? Hagen then replied, distraught is sure his counsel when trouble doth betide, or he would of his honor have a perfect care. I counsel that my master straight to take his leave prepare. Gladly shall we journey into Etzel's land, there at their master's service may good knights ready stand. For that we there shall witness Kriemhild's festivity, that Hagen gave such counsel, ruin on full sworded he. Yet in sooth far other than this had been his word, had not with bitter mocking Gernot his anger stirred. He spake to him of Siegfried, whom Kriemhild loved so, and said therefore the journey would Hagen willingly forego. Then spake of Tranja Hagen, through fear I nothing do. Whenever will ye, masters, set straight your hand thereto? With you I'll gladly journey unto Etzel's land. Many a shield and helmet there hewed anon his mighty hand. The ships stood ready waiting, whereunto ample store of clothing for the journey men full many bore, nor had they time for resting till shades of even fell. Anon in mood full joyous bade they friends at home farewell. Tents full large and many arose upon the green, yonder side Rhine river, but yet the winsome queen caressed the doughty monarch that night and still did pray that far from Etzel's country among his kinsmen might he stay. When sound of flute and trumpet arose at break of day, a signal for their parting, full soon they took their way. Each lover to his bosom did friend more fondly press. King Etzel's wife full many did part anon in dire distress. The sons of stately Ute, a good knight had they, a brave man and a faithful, when they would thence away. Apart unto the monarch did he his mind reveal, and spake, that ye will journey, may I naught but sorrow feel. Hight the same was Romold, a man of doughty hand. He spake, to whom now leave ye, people here, and land? O that never any might alter your intent. Small good methinks may follow, message ere by Kriemhild sent. the land to thee entrusted, and eke my child shall be, and tender care of ladies, so hast command from me. Whene'er thou seest weeping, do there thy comfort give. Yea, trust we free from sorrow, at hand of Etzel's wife to live. For knight and royal master, the chargers ready were, as with fond embracing, parted many there, who long in joy together a merry life had led. By winsome dame full many, therefore must bitter tear be shed. As did those doughty warriors into the saddle spring, might full many a lady be seen there sorrowing, for told them well their spirit, that thus so long to part, did bode a dire peril, the which must ever cloud the heart. As mounted stood the valiant thanes of Burgundy, might ye a mickle stirring in that country see, both men and women weeping on either river side, yet pricked they gaily forward, let what might their folk betide. The Nibelungen warriors, in hauberks bright arrayed, went with them 1,000, while at home behind them stayed. Full many a winsome lady, whom saw they nevermore, the wounds of doughty Siegfried still grieved the lady Kriemhild sore. Their journey they directed onward to the Main, up through East Frankish country, the men of Gunther's trine. Thither led by Hagen, who well that country knew, marshal to them was Dankwart, a knight of Burgundy full true. On from East Frankish country to Schweinfeld they went, a train of valiant warriors of high accomplishment, the monarchs and their kinsmen, all knights full worthy fame. Upon the 12th morning, the king unto the Danube came. The knight of Tranja Hagen, the very van did lead, ever to the Nibelungen, a surest help in need. First the thane full valiant down leaped upon the ground, and straightway then his charger fast unto a tree he bound. Flooded were the waters, and ne'er a boat was near, whereat began the Nibelungen, all in dread to fear, that ne'er might cross the river, so mighty was the flood. Dismounted on the shore, full many a stately knight then stood. Ill may it spake then Hagen, fair here with thee, Lord of Rhine river, now thyself may see, how flooded are the waters, and swift the current flows. I ween before the morrow, here many a goodly knight we lose. How wilt reproach me, Hagen? The lofty monarch spake. I pray thee yet all comfort, not from our hearts to take. The ford shalt thou discover, whereby we may pass o'er, horse and equipment bringing, safely unto yonder shore. In sooth not I, quoth Hagen, am yet so weary grown, of life that in these waters wide I long to drown, ere that shall warriors sicken, in Etzel's far country, beneath my own arm stricken, 'tis my intent full certainly. Here tarry by the water, ye gallant knights and good, the while I seek the boatmen, myself along the flood, who will bring us over into Gelfrat's land, with that the doughty Hagen took his trusty shield in hand. He capapi was armed, as thus he strode away, upon his head a helmet that gleamed with brilliant ray, and o'er his warlike harness a sword full broad there hung, that on both its edges did fiercely cut in battle swung. He sought to find the boatmen, if any might be near, when sound of falling waters full soon upon his ear, beside a rippling fountain, where ran the waters cool, a group of wise mermaidens did bathe themselves within the pool. Where of them soon was Hagen, and stole in secret near, but fast away they hurried, when they the sound did hear, that they at all escaped him, filled they were with glee. The knight did take their clothing, yet wrought none other injury. Then spake the one mermaiden, Hadburg that hight, Hagen, knight full noble, tell will we thee aright, and wilt thou, valiant warrior, our garments but give o'er? What fortune may this journey to Hundland have for thee in store? They hovered there before him, like birds above the flood. Wherefore did think the warrior that tell strange things they could, and all the more believed he what they did feign to say, as to his eager question, in ready manner answered they. Spake one, Well may ye journey to Etzel's country, there to my troth I give thee, in full security, that ne'er in any kingdom might high guests receive such honors as there await you. This may ye in sooth believe. To hear such speech was Hagen, in sooth right glad of heart. He gave to them their garments, and straightway would depart. But when in strange attire they once more were dight, told they of the journey into Etzel's land aright. Spake then the other mermaid, Sigmund, to that height, I warned thee, son of Aldrian, Hagen valiant knight, 'twas but to gain her clothing, my cousin falsely said, for comest thou to Hunland, sorely shalt thou be betrayed. Yea, that thou turnest backward, is fitter far, I ween, for but your death to compass, have all ye warriors keen, received now the bidding, unto Etzel's land, whose doth thither journey, death leadeth surely by the hand. Thereto gave answer Hagen, False speech hath here no gain. How might it ever happen that we all were slain? Afar in Etzel's country, through hate of any man, to tell the tale more fully, unto him she then began. Spake again the other, The thing must surely be, that of you never any his home again shall see, save only the king's chaplain, will do we understand, that he unscathed returneth unto royal Gunther's land. Then spake the valiant Hagen, again in angry way, Unto my royal masters 'twere little joy to say, that we our lives must forfeit, all in Hun land. Now show us, wisest woman, how pass we safe to yonder strand. She spake, Since from thy purposed journey thou wilt not turn, where upward by the water a cabin stands, there learn. Within doth dwell a boatman, nor other find thou mayst. No more did Hagen question, but strode away from there in haste. As went he angry-minded, one from afar did say, Now tarry still, Sir Hagen, why so dost haste away? Give ear yet while we tell thee how thou reachest yonder strand. Master here is Elsa, who doth rule this borderland. Hight is his brother Gelfrat, and is a thane full rare. Lord o' Bavarian country, full ill with you 'twill fare. Will ye pass his border, watchful must ye be, and eke with the ferryman 'twere well to walk right modestly. He is so angry-minded, that sure thy bane 'twill be. Wilt thou not show the warrior all civility? Wilt thou that he transport thee, give all the boatman's due? He guardeth well the border, and unto Gelfrat is full true. If he be slow to answer, then call across the flood, that thy name is Amalric. That was a knight full good, who for a feud did sometime go forth from out this land. The ferryman will answer, when he the name doth understand. Hagen, high of spirit, before those women bent, nor aught did say but silent, upon his way he went. Along the shore he wandered, till higher by the tide, on yonder side the river, a cabin standing he espied. He straight began a-calling, across the flood amain. Now fetch me over, boatman, cried the doughty thane. A golden armband ruddy I'll give to thee for meed. Know that to make this crossing, I in sooth have very need. Not fitting 'twas high ferryman his service thus should give, and recompense from many seldom might he receive. Eke were they that served him full haughty men of mood. Still alone stood Hagen on the hither side the flood. Then cried he with such power, the wave gave back the sound, for in strength far-reaching did the knight abound. Fetch me now for Amalric, Elsa's man am I. that for feud outbroken, erstwhile from this land did fly. Full high upon his sword point an armband did he hold, fair and shining was it, made of ruddy gold, the which he offered to him for fare to Gelfrat's land. The ferryman, high-hearted, himself did take the oar in hand. To do with that same boatman was ne'er a pleasant thing. The yearning after lucre, yet evil end doth bring. Here where thought he Hagen's gold so red to gain, must he by the doughty warrior's fierce sword be slain. With might across the river his oar the boatman plied, but he who there was named might nowhere be espied. His rage was all unbounded when he did Hagen find, and loud his voice resounded, as thus he spake his angry mind. Thou mayst forsooth be called Amalric by name, whom I here did look for, no whit art thou the same. By father and by mother, brother he was to me, since me thou thus hast cozened, so yet this side the river be. Nay, by highest heaven, Hagen did declare, here am I a stranger, that have good knights in care. Now take in friendly manner, here my offered pay, and guide me o'er the ferry, my favour hast thou thus alway. Whereat replied the boatman, the thing may never be. There are that to my masters do bear hostility, wherefore I never stranger do lead into this land. As now thy life thou prizest, step straightway out upon the strand. Then I mean not, quoth Hagen, for sad in sooth my mood. Take now for remembrance this my gold so good, and carry men 1,000, and horses to yonder shore. Quoth enraged the boatman, such thing will happen nevermore. Aloft he raised an oar that mickle was and strong, and dealt such blow on Hagen, but rued he that ere long, that in the boat did stumble that warrior to his knee. In sooth so savage boatman ne'er did the knight of Trania see. With thought the stranger's anger the more to rouse anew, he swung a mighty boat pole that it in pieces flew. Upon the crown of Hagen he was a man of might, thereby did Elsa's boatman come anon to sorry plight. Full sore enraged was Hagen, as quick as hand he laid upon his sword where hanging he found the trusty blade. His head he struck from off him, and flung into the tide. Known was soon the story to the knights of Burgundy beside. While the time was passing, that he the boatman slew, the waters bore him downward, whereat he anxious grew. Ere he the boat had righted, began his strength to wane, so mightily was pulling royal Gunther's doughty thane. Soon he yet had turned it, so rapid was his stroke, until the mighty oar beneath his figure broke. As strove he his companions upon the bank to gain, no second oar he found him, yet soon the same made fast again. With quickly snatched shield strap, a fine and narrow band, downward where stood a forest, he sought again the land. And there his master found he, standing upon the shore, and haste came forth to meet him, many a stately warrior more. The gallant knight they greeted, with right hearty mood, when in the boat perceived they, reeking still, the blood that from the wound had issued, where Hagen's sword did swing. Scarce could his companions bring to an end their questioning. When that royal Gunther the streaming blood did see, within the boat there running, straightway then spake he, Where is now the ferryman? Tell me, Hagen, pray. By thy mighty prowess his life I ween is ta'en away. Thereto replied he falsely, When the boat I found, where slopeth a wild meadow, I the same unbound. Hereabout no ferryman I today have seen, nor ever cause of sorrow unto any have I been. The good knight then of Burgundy, the gallant Gernot spake, Dear friends, full many fear I, the flood this day will take, since we of the boatmen none ready here may find to guide us o'er the current. 'Tis mickle sorrow to my mind. Full loudly cried then Hagen, lay down upon the grass. Ye squires the horse equipments, I ween a time there was. Myself was best of boatmen, that dwelt the Rhine beside. To Gelfrat's country trow I, to bring you safely o'er the tide. That they might come the sooner, across the running flood, drove they in the horses, their swimming it was good. For of them never any beneath the waves did sink, though many farther downward must struggle sore to gain the brink. Their treasure and apparel unto the boat they bore, since by no means the journey thought they to give o'er. Hagen was director, and safely reached the strand, with many a stalwart warrior, bound unto the unknown land. Gallant knights 1,000, first he ferried o'er, whereafter came his own men, of others still were more. For squires full 9,000 he led unto that land. That day no whit was idle, that valiant knight of Tranya's hand. When he them all in safety o'er the flood had brought, of that strange story the valiant warrior thought, which erstwhile had told him, those women of the sea, lost thereby the chaplains, life well nigh was doomed to be. Beside his priestly baggage he saw the chaplain stand, upon the holy vestments, resting with his hand. No whit was that his safety, when Hagen him did see, must the priest full wretched suffer sorest injury. From out the boat he flung him, ere might the thing be told, whereat they cried together, Hold, O master, hold! Soon had the youthful Giselher to rage thereat begun, and mickle was his sorrow that Hagen yet the thing had done. Then outspake Sir Gernot, knight of Burgundy, What boots it thee, Sir Hagen, that thus the chaplain dee? Dared any else to do it, thy wrath 'twould sorely stir, wherein the priest's offending, thus thy malice to incur. To swim the chaplain struggled, he thought him yet to free. If any but would help him, yet such might never be. For that the doughty Hagen full wrathful was of mood, he sunk him to the bottom, whereat aghast each warrior stood. When that no help forthcoming, the wretched priest might see, he sought the hither shore, and fared full grievously. Though failed his strength in swimming, yet helped him God's own hand, that he came securely back again unto the land. Safe yonder stood the chaplain, and shook his dripping dress. Thereby perceived Hagen how true was none the less the story that did tell him the strange women of the sea. Thought he of these good warriors, soon the days must ended be. When that the boat was emptied, and complete their store, all the monarch's followers had borne upon the shore, Hagen smote it to pieces, and cast it on the flood, whereat in mickle wonder the valiant knights around him stood. Wherefore dost this, brother? Then Sir Dankwart spake. How shall we cross the river, when again we make our journey back from Hunland, riding to the Rhine? Behold how Hagen bade him all such purpose to resign. Quoth the knight of Tranya, This thing is done by me, that if e'er coward rideth in all our company, who for lack of courage from us away would fly, he beneath these billows yet a shameful death must die. One there journeyed with them from the land of Burgundy, that was a knight of valor, Volker by name was he. He spake in cunning manner, whate'er might fill his mind, and aught was done by Hagen, did the fiddler fitting find. Ready stood their chargers, the carriers laden well. At passage of the river was there naught to tell of scathe to any happened, save but the king's chaplain. Afoot must he now journey back unto the Rhine again. End of section 27. Section 28 of the Nibelungenlied, translated by George Henry Needler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Kurt. 26th Adventure. How Gelfrat was slain by Dankwart. When now they all were gathered upon the farther strand, to wonder gan the monarch, who shall through this land on routes aright direct us, that not astray we fare. Then spake the doughty Volker, thereof will I alone have care. Now hark ye all, quoth Hagen, knight and squire too, and list to friendly counsel, as fitting is to do. Full strange and dark the tidings, now ye shall hear from me. Home nevermore return we, unto the land of Burgundy. Thus mermaids twain did tell me, who spake to me this morn, that back we come not hither. You would I therefore warn, that armed well ye journey, and of all ills beware. To meet with doughty foemen well behooveth us prepare. I ween to turn to falsehood what those wise mermaids spake, who said that safe this journey none again should make. Home unto our country, save the chaplain alone. Him therefore I was minded, today beneath the flood to drone. From company to company quickly flew the tale, whereon grew many a doughty warrior's visage pale, as gan he think in sorrow how death should snatch away, all ere the journey ended, and very need for grief had they. By Meringen was it, they had the river crossed, where also Elsa's boatman thus his life had lost. There again spake Hagen, since in such wise by me wrath hath been incurred, assailed full surely shall we be. Myself that same ferryman did this morning slay, far bruited are the tidings, now arm ye for the fray, that if Gelfrat and Elsa be minded to beset our train today, they surely with sore discomfiture be met. So keen they are, well know I, the thing they'll not forego. Your horses therefore shall ye make to pace more slow, that never man imagine we flee away in fear. That counsel will I follow, spake the young knight Gizel here. Who will guide our vanguard through this hostile land? Volker shall do it, spake they. Well doth he understand where leadeth path and highway. A minstrel brave and keen, ere full the wish was spoken, in armor well equipped was seen. Standing the doughty fiddler, his helmet fast he bound, and from his stately armor shot dazzling light around. Eke to a staff he fastened a banner red of hue. Anon with royal masters came he to sorest sorrow too. Unto Gelfrat meanwhile had sure the tidings flown, how that was dead his boatman, the story eke was known. Unto the doughty Elsa, and both did mourn his fate, their warriors they summoned, nor must long time for answer wait. But little space it lasted, that would I have you know, ere that to them hasted, who oft a mickle woe had wrought in stress of battle, and injury full sore. To Gelfrat now came riding 700 knights or more. When they their foes to follow so bitterly began, led them both their masters, yet all too fast they ran. After the valiant strangers, vengeance straight to wrake, ere long from the same leaders did deathful many a warrior take. Hagen then of Tranya the thing had ordered there, how of his friends might ever knight have better care, that he did keep the rear guard with warriors many a one, and Dankwart eke his brother, full wisely the thing was done. When now the day was over, and light they had no more, injury to his followers gan he to dreadful sore. They shield in hand rode onward through Bavarian land, and ere they long had waited, beset they were by hostile band. On either side the highway, and close upon their rear, of hoofs was heard the clatter, too keen the chasers' weir. Then spake the valiant Dankwart, the foe is close at hand. Now bind we on the helmet, wisdom doth the same command. Upon the way they halted, nor else they safe had been. Through the gloom perceived they of gleaming shields the sheen. Thereupon would Hagen longer not delay, who rideth on the highway, that must Gelfrat tell straightway. Of Bavaria the margrave thereupon replied, Our enemies now seek we, and swift upon them ride. Fain would I discover who hath my boatman slain. A knight he was of valor, whose death does cause me grievous pain. Then spake of Tranya Hagen, and was the boatman thine, that would not take us over? The guilt herein is mine. Myself did slay the warrior, and had in sooth good need, for that beneath his valor I myself full nigh lay deed. For pay I rich attire, did bid and gold astore. Good knight, that to thy country he should us ferry o'er. Thereat he raged full sorely, and on me swung a blow with a mighty boat pole, whereat I eke did angry grow. For my sword then reached I, and made his rage to close, with a wound all gaping, so thou thy knight didst lose. I'll give thee satisfaction, as to thee seemeth good. Straightway began the combat, for high the twain in valor stood. Well know I, spake Gelfrat, when Gunther with his train rode through this my country, that we should suffer bane. From Hagen, knight of Tranya, no more shall he go free, but for my boatman's slaying, here a hostage must he be. Against their shields then lowered, for the charge the spear, Gelfrat and Hagen, eager to close they wear. Elsa and Dankwart spurred eke in stately way, scanning each the other, then both did valorous arm display. How might ever heroes show doughty arms so well? Backward from off his charger, from mighty tilt there fell. Hagen the valiant, by Gelfrat's hand borne down, in twain was rent the breastpiece, to Hagen thus a fall was known. Where met in charge their followers, did crash of shafts resound. Risen eke was Hagen, who erst unto the ground was borne by mighty lance thrust, prone upon the grass. I ween that unto Gelfrat no wise of gentle mood he was. Who held their horses' bridles can I not recount, but soon from out their saddles did they all dismount. Hagen and Gelfrat straightway did fierce engage, and all their men around them did eke a furious combat wage. Though with fierce onslaught Hagen upon Gelfrat sprung, on his shield the noble margrave a sword so deftly swung, that a piece from off the border, mid flying sparks it clave. Well nigh beneath its fury fell dead King Gunther's warrior brave. Unto Dankwart loudly thereat he gan to cry, Help ho, my good brother, encountered here have I a knight of arm full doughty, from whom I come not free. Then spake the valiant Dankwart, Myself thereof the judge will be. Nearer sprang the hero, and smote him such a blow with a keen-edged weapon, that he in death lay low. For his slain brother Elsa vengeance thought to take, but soon with all his followers mid havoc swift retreat must make. Slain was now his brother, wound himself did bear, and of his followers 80 eke had fallen there. By grim death snatched sudden, then must the doughty knight, from Gunther's men to save him, turn away in hasty flight. When that they of Bavaria did from the carnage flee, the blows that followed after resounded frightfully. For close the knights of Tranya upon their enemies chased, who to escape the fury did quit the field in mickle haste. Then spake upon their fleeing Dankwart the doughty thane, Upon our way now let us backward turn again, and leave them hence to hasten, all wet with oozing blood. Unto our friends return we, this verily meseemeth good. When back they were returned, where did the scathe befall? Outspake of Tranya Hagen, now look ye, warriors all, who of our tale is lacking, or who from us hath been here in battle riven through the doughty Gelfrat's spleen. Lament they must for warriors, for from them were ta'en, but paid for were they dearly, for round about lay slain of their Bavarian foemen 100 or more. The men of Tranya's bucklers with blood were wet and tarnished o'er. From out the clouds of heaven a space the bright moon shone. Then again spake Hagen, bear report let known to my beloved masters how we here did fare. Let them until the morrow still be free from aught of care. When they were back returned, who bore the battle's stress, sore troubled was their company from very weariness. How long shall we keep saddle? Was many a warrior's quest. Then spake the valiant Dankwart, not yet may we find place of rest. But on ye all must journey, till day come back again. Volker, knight of prowess, who led the foremost train, bade to ask the marshal, this night where shall we be, that rest them may our chargers, and eke my royal masters three. Thereto spake valiant Dankwart, the same I ne'er can say, yet may we never rest us before the break of day, where then we find it fitting, we'll lay us on the grass. When they did hear his answer, what source of grief to all it was. Still were they unbetrayed by reeking blood and red, until the sun in heaven its shining beams downshed. At morn across the hilltops, that then the king might see how they had been in battle, spake he then full angrily. How may this be, friend Hagen? Scorned ye have, I ween, that I should be beside you, where coats of mail have been, thus wet with blood upon you, who this thing hath done. Quoth he, the same did Elsa, who hath this night us set upon. To avenge his boatmen did they attack our train. By hand of my brother hath Gelfrat been slain. Then fled Elsa before us, and mickle was his need. Ours 4 and theirs 1,000 remained behind in battle deed. Now can we not inform you where resting place they found, but cause to know their passing had the country folk around, when there the sons of Ute to court did fare in state, at Passau fit reception did presently the knights await. The noble monarch's uncle, Bishop Pilgrim that was, full joyous hearted was he, that through the land did pass, with train of lusty warriors, his royal nephews 3, that willing was his service, waited they not long to see. To greet them on their journey did friends lack no device, yet not to lodge them fully might Passau's bounds suffice. They must across the water, where spreading sward they found, and lodge and tent erected, soon were stretching o'er the ground. Nor from that spot they onward might journey all that day, and eke till night was over, for pleasant was their stay. Next to the land of Ruediger must they in sooth ride on, to whom full soon the story of their coming eke was known. When fitting rest had taken the knights with travel worn, and of Etzel's country they had reached the bourne, a night they found there sleeping, that ne'er should aught but wake, from whom of Tranya Hagen in stealth a mighty sword did take. Hight in sooth was Eckebart, that same valiant knight, for what was there befallen, was he in sorry plight, that by those heroes passing had he lost his sword. At Ruediger's marches found they meagre was the guard. O woe is me dishonored, Eckebart then cried, yea, rueth me full sorely this Burgundian ride. What time was taken Siegfried, did joy depart from me. Alack, O Master Ruediger, how ill my service unto thee. Hagen, full well perceiving the noble warrior's plight, gave him again his weapon and armbands sixfold bright. These take, good knight, in token that thou art still my friend. A valiant warrior art thou, though dost thou lone this border tend. May God thy gifts repay thee, Eckewart replied. Yet rueth me full sorely that to the Huns ye ride. Erstwhile slew ye Siegfried, and vengeance have to fear. My rede to you is truly, beware ye well of danger here. Now must God preserve us, answered Hagen there. In sooth for nothing further have these thanes a care, than for place of shelter, the kings and all their band, and where this night a refuge we may find within this land. Done to death our horses, with the long journey ere, and food as well exhausted, Hagen did declare, nor find we aught for purchase, a host we need instead, who would in kindness give us, ere this evening, of his bread. Thereto gave answer Eckewart, I'll show you such a one, that so warm a welcome find ye never none, in country whatsoever, as here your lot may be, and if ye thanes full gallant, the noble Ruediger will see. He dwelleth by the highway, and is most bounteous host. That house e'er had for master, his heart may graces boast. As in the lovely Maytime the flowerets deck the mead, to do good thanes a service is for his heart most joyous deed. Then spake the royal Gunther, Wilt thou my messenger be, if will my dear friend Ruediger, as favour done to me, his hospitable shelter with all my warriors share, therefore full to requite thee, shall ere hereafter be my care. Thy messenger am I gladly, Eckewart replied, and in right willing manner straightway did ride. The message thus received to Ruediger to bear, nor did so joyous tidings for many a season greet his ear. Hasting to Bechelaren was seen a noble thane, the same perceived Ruediger, and spake o'er yonder plain, Hither hastens Eckewart, who Kriemhild's might doth own. He weened that by some foeman to him had injury been done. Then passed he forth the gateway, where the messenger did stand. His sword he loosed from girdle, and laid from out his hand. The message that he carried might he not long withhold from the master and his kinsmen, full soon the same to them was told. He spake unto the margrave, I come at high command of the lordly Gunther of Burgundian land, and Giselher and Gernel, his royal brothers twain, and service true commends him unto thee each lofty thane. The like hath Hagen bidden, and Volker as well, with homage ofttimes proffered, and more have I to tell, the which King Gunther's marshal to thee doth send by me, how that the valiant warriors do crave thy hospitality. With smiling visage Ruediger made thereto reply, Now joyeth me the story, that the monarchs high do deign to seek my service, that ne'er refused shall be. Come they unto my castle, 'tis joy and gladness unto me. Dankwart the marshal hath bidden let thee know, who seek with them thy shelter, as through the land they go. 60 of valiant leaders, and 1,000 knights right good, with squires eke 9,000. Thereat was he full glad of mood. To me 'tis mickle honour, Ruediger then spake, that through my castle's portals such guests will entry make. For ne'er hath been occasion my service yet to lend. Now ride ye, men and kinsmen, and on these lofty knights attend. Then to horse did hasten knight and willing squire, for glad they were at all times to do their lord's desire, and keen that thus their service should not be rendered late. Unwitting Lady Godelinda still within her chamber sate. End of section 28. Section 29 of the Nibelungenlied, translated by George Henry Needler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Kurt. 27th Adventure. How they came to Bechelaren. Then went forth the margrave, where two ladies sate, his wife beside his daughter, nor longer did he wait, to tell the joyful tidings that unto him were brought, how Kriemhild's royal brothers his hospitality had sought. Dearly loved lady, spake then Ruediger, full kind be thy reception to lordly monarchs here, that now with train of warriors to court do pass this way. Fair be eke thy greeting to Hagen Gunther's man this day. One likewise with them cometh, Dankwart by name. Volker hight the other, a knight of gallant fame. Thyself and eke thy daughter, with kiss these six shall greet. Full courteous be your manner, as ye the doughty thanes shall meet. Gave straight their word the ladies, and willing were thereto. From out great chests they gorgeous attire in plenty drew, which they to meet the lofty strangers thought to wear. Mickle was the hurry, thereof many a lady fair. On ne'er a cheek might any but nature's hue be seen. Upon their head they carried band of golden sheen, that was a beauteous chaplet, that so their glossy hair by wind might not be ruffled. That is truth, as I declare. At such employment busy, leave we those ladies now. Here with mickle hurry, across the plain did see friends of noble Ruediger, the royal guests to meet, and them with warmest welcome unto the margrave's land did greet. When coming forth the margrave saw their forms appear, how spake with heart full joyous the valiant Ruediger. Welcome be ye, sires, and all your gallant band. Right glad am I to see you hither come unto my land. Then bent the knights before him, each full courteously, that he goodwill did bear them, might they full quickly see. Hagen had special greeting, who long to him was known. To Volker eke of Burgundy was the highest honor shown. Thus Dankwart eke he greeted, when spake the doughty thane, while we thus well are harbored, who then for all the train of those that follow with us shall meet provision make. Yourselves this night right easy shall rest, the noble margrave spake. And all that follow with you, with equipment whatsoe'er, ye bring into my country of steed or warlike gear, so sure shall it be guarded, that of all the sum, ain to one spur's value, to you shall never damage come. Now stretch aloft, my squires, the tents upon the plain. What here ye have of losses will I make good again. Unbridle now the horses, and let them wander free. Upon their way they seldom did meet like hospitality. Thereat rejoiced the strangers, when thus it ordered was. Rode the high knights forward, all round upon the grass. Lay the squire's attendant, and found a gentle rest. I ween upon their journey was here provision costliest. Out before the castle, the noble margravine had passed with her fair daughter. In her train were seen a band of lovely women, and many a winsome maid, whose arms with bracelets glittered, and all in stately robes arrayed. The costly jewels sparkled with far-piercing ray from out their richest vestments, and bosom all were they. Now came the strangers thither, and sprang upon the ground. How high in noble courtesy the men of Burgundy were found. 36 maidens, and many a fair lady, nor might ye ever any more winsome wish to see, went then forth to meet them, with many a knight full keen. At hands of noble ladies fairest greeting then was seen. The margrave's youthful daughter did kiss the kings all three, as eke had done her mother. Hagen stood there be. Her father bade her kiss him. She looked the thane upon, who filled her so with terror, she fain had left the thing undone. when she at last must do it, as did command her sire. Mingled was her colour, both pale and hue of fire. Likewise kissed she Dankwart, and the fiddler eke anon, that he was knight of valour, to him was such high favour shown. The margrave's youthful daughter took then by the hand the royal knight Giselher of Burgundian land, and so led forth her mother, the gallant Gunther high, with those guests so lofty, walked they there full joyful eye. The host escorted Gernot to a spacious hall and wide, where knights and stately ladies sate them side by side. Then bade they for the strangers pour good wine plenteously. In sooth might never heroes find fuller hospitality. Glances fond and many saw ye directed there upon Ruediger's daughter, for she was passing fair. Yea, in his thoughts caressed her full many a gallant knight, a lady high in spirit, well might she every heart delight. Yet whatsoe'er their wishes, might none fulfilled be. Hither oft and thither glanced they furtively on maidens and fair ladies, whereof were many there. Right kind the noble fiddler disposed was to Ruediger. They parted each from other, as ancient custom was, and knights and lofty ladies did separating pass, when tables were made ready within the spacious hall. There in stately manner they waited on the strangers all, to do the guests high honour. Likewise the table sought. With them the lofty margrave, her daughter led she naught, but left among the maidens, where fitting was she sat, that they might not behold her. Grieved were the guests in sooth thereat. The drinking and the feasting, when 'twas ended all, escorted was the maiden again into the hall. Then of merry jesting they nothing lacked, I ween, wherein was busy Volker, a thankful gallant and keen. Then spake the noble fiddler to all in lofty tone, Great mercy, lordly margrave, God to thee hath shown, for that he hath granted unto thee a wife of so surpassing beauty, and thereto a joyous life. If that I were of royal birth, the fiddler spake, and kingly crown should carry, to wife I'd wish to take this thy lovely daughter. My heart thus prompteth me, a noble maid and gentle, and fair to look upon is she. Then outspake the margrave, how might such thing be, that king should e'er desire daughter born to me? Exiled from my country, here with my spouse I dwell. What avails the maiden, be she favoured ne'er so well? Thereto gave answer Gernot, a knight of manner kind, if to my desire I ever spouse would find, then would I of such lady right gladly make my choice. In full kindly manner added Hagen eke his voice. Now shall my master Giselher take to himself a spouse. The noble margrave's daughter is of so lofty house, that I and all his warriors would glad her service own, if that she in Burgundy should ever wear a royal crown. Glad thereat full truly was Sir Ruediger, and eke Godelinda. They joyed such words to hear. Anon arranged the heroes that her as bride did greet, the noble knight Giselher, as was for any monarch meet. What thing is doomed to happen, who may the same prevent? To come to the assembly they for the maiden sent, and to the knight they plighted the winsome maid for wife. Pledge eke by him was given, his love should yet endure with life. They to the maid allotted castles and spreading land, whereof did give assurance the noble monarch's hand, and eke the royal Gernot 'twould surely so be done. Then spake to them the margrave, lordly castles have I none. Yet true shall be my friendship, the while that I may live. Unto my daughter shall I of gold and silver give, What 100 sumpter horses, full laden, bear away, that her husband's lofty kinsmen find honor in the fair array. They bade the knight and maiden within a ring to stand, as was of old the custom of youths a goodly band, that all were merry-hearted, did her there confront, and thought they on her beauty, as mind of youth is ever wont. When they began to question, then the winsome maid, would she the knight for husband? Somewhat she was dismayed, and yet forego she would not, to have him for her own. She blushed to hear the question, as many another maid hath done. Her father Ruediger prompted, that yes her answer be, and that she take him gladly. Unto her instantly sprang the young Sir Giselher, and in his arms so white he clasped her to his bosom. Soon doomed to end was her delight. Then spake again the margrave, Ye royal knights and high, when that home ye journey again to Burgundy, I'll give to you my daughter, as fitting is to do, that ye may take her with you. They gave their plighted word thereto. What jubilation made they, yet at last must end. The maiden then was bidden unto her chambers wend, and guests to seek their couches, and rest until the day. For them the host provided a feast in hospitable way. When they had feasted fully, and to the Huns' country, thence would onward journey, such thing shall never be. Spake the host full noble, but here ye still shall rest. Seldom hath my good fortune welcomed yet so many a guest. Thereto gave answer Dankwart, In sooth it may not be. Bread and wine whence hast thou, and food sufficiently, overnight to harbor of guests so great a train? When the host had heard it, spake he, All thy words are vain. Refuse not my petition, ye noble lords and high. A fortnight's full provision might I in sooth supply, for you and every warrior that journeys in your train. Till now hath royal Etzel small portion of my substance ta'en. Though fain they had declined it, yet they there must stay. E'en to the 4th morning, then did the host display so generous hand and lavish, that it was told a fair. He gave unto the strangers horses and apparel rare. The time at last was over, and they must journey thence. Then did the valiant Ruediger with lavish hand dispense. Unto all his bounty refused he unto none. Whate'er he might desire, well pleased they parted every one. His courteous retainers to castle gateway brought, saddled many horses, and soon the place was sought, eke by the gallant strangers, each bearing shield in hand, for that they thence would journey onward into Etzel's land. The host had freely offered rich presents unto all, ere that the noble strangers passed out before the hall. High in honor lived he, a knight of bounty rare. His fair daughter had he given unto Giselher. Eke gave he unto Gunther, a knight of high renown, what well might wear with honor the monarch as his own. Though seldom gift received he, a coat of harness rare. Thereat inclined King Gunther before the noble Ruediger. Then gave he unto Gernot a good and trusty blade, wherewith anon in combat was direst havoc made. That thus the gift was taken, rejoiced the margrave's wife. Thereby the noble Ruediger was doomed anon to lose his life. Gottolinde proffered Hagen, as 'twas a fitting thing, her gifts in kindly manner, since scorned them not the king. Eke he without her bounty to the high festivity should thence not onward journey, yet loath to take the same was he. Of all doth meet my vision, Hagen then spake, would I wish for nothing with me hence to take, but alone the shield that hanging on yonder wall I see, the same I'd gladly carry into Etzel's land with me. When the stately margravine Hagen's words did hear, brought they to mind her sorrow, nor might she stop a tear. She thought again full sadly how her son Nibelung fell, slain by hand of Wittich, and did her breast with anguish swell. She spake unto the hero, the shield to thee I'll give. O would to God in heaven that he still did live, whose hand erstwhile did wield it. In battle fell he low, and I, a wretched mother, must weep with never-ending woe. Thereat the noble lady up from the settle rose, and soon her arms all snow-white did the shield enclose. She bore it unto Hagen, who made obeisance low. The gift she might with honor upon so valiant thane bestow. O'er it to keep its color a shining cover lay, with precious stones all studded, nor ever shone the day upon a shield more costly. If e'er a longing eye did covet to possess it, scarce 1,000 marks the same might buy. The shield in charge gave Hagen, thence away to bear. Before his host then Dankwart himself presented there, on whom the margrave's daughter did costly dress bestow, wherein anon in Hunland, arrayed full stately he did go. Whate'er of gifts by any was accepted there, them had his hand ne'er taken, but that intent all wear, to do their host an honor, who gave with hands so free. By his guests in combat soon doomed was he slain to be. Volker the valiant to Gotelinde came, and stood in courteous manner, with fiddle for the dame. Sweet melodies he played her, and sang his songs thereby. For thought he from Bechelaren to take departure presently. The margravine bade to her a casket forth to bear, and now of presents given, full freely may ye hear. Therefrom she took 12 armbands, and drew them o'er his hand. These shall thou with thee carry, as ridest thou to Etzel's land. And for my sake shalt wear them, when at court thou dost appear, that when thou hither comest, I may the story hear, how thou hast done me honor at the high festival. What did wish the lady, faithfully performed he all. Thus to his guests the host spake, that ye more safely fare. Myself will give you escort, and bid them well beware, that upon the highway no ill on you be wrought. Thereat his sumpter horses straightway laden forth were brought. The host was well prepared, with 500 men, with horse and rich attire. These led he with him then, in right joyous humor, to the high festival. Alive to Bechelaren, again came never one of all. Thence took his leave Sir Ruediger, with kiss full lovingly, as fitting was for Giselher. Likewise the same did he, with loving arms enfolding, caressed they ladies fair. To many a maid the parting did bring anon full bitter tear. On all sides then the windows were open wide flung, as with his train of warriors the host to saddle sprung. I ween their hearts did tell them how they should sorrow deep, for there did many a lady and many a winsome maiden weep. For dear friends left behind him grieved many a knight full sore, whom they at Bechelaren should behold no more. Yet rode they off rejoicing down across the sand, hard by the Danube river, on their way to Etzel's land. And spake to the Burgundians, the gallant knight and bold, Ruediger the noble, now let us not withhold the story of our coming unto the Huns' country. Unto the royal Etzel my tidings ne'er more welcome be. Down in haste through Austria the messenger did ride, who told unto the people, soon on every side, from Worms beyond Rhine river, were high guests journeying, nor unto Etzel's people gladder tidings might ye bring. Onward spurred the messengers, who did the message bear, how now in Hornish country the Nibelungen wear. Kriemhild, lofty lady, warm thy welcome be, in stately manner hither come thy loving brothers 3. Within a lofty casement, the Lady Kriemhild stood, looking for her kinsman, as friend for friend full good. From her father's country saw she many a knight, eke heard the king the tidings, and laughed thereat for sheer delight. Now well my heart rejoiceth, spake Lady Kriemhild. Hither come my kinsmen, with many a new-wrought shield, and brightly shining hauberk, who gold would have from me. Be mindful of my sorrow, to him I'll ever gracious be. End of section 29. Section 30 of the Nibelungenlied, translated by George Henry Needler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Kurt. 28th Adventure. How the Burgundians came to Etzel's castle. When that the men of Burgundy were come into the land, he of Bern did hear it, the aged Hildebrand. He told it to his master, who sore thereat did grieve. The knight so keen and gallant bade he in fitting way receive. Wolfhart the valiant bade lead the heroes forth. In company with Dietrich rode many a thane of worth. As out to receive them across the plain he went, where might ye see erected already many a stately tent. When that of Tranja Hagen them far away espied, unto his royal masters full courteously he sighed. Now shall ye, doughty riders, down from the saddle spring, and forward go to meet them, that here to you a welcome bring. A train there cometh yonder, well knew I ane when young. Thanes they are full doughty, of the land of Amelung. He of Bern doth lead them, and high of heart they air. To scorn their proffered greeting, shall ye in sooth full well beware. Dismounted then with Dietrich, as was meet and right, attended by his squire, many a gallant knight, they went unto the strangers, and greeted courteously the knights that far had ridden from the land of Burgundy. When then Sir Dietrich saw them coming near, what words the thane delivered, now may ye willing hear. Unto youth's children their journey grieved him sore. He weened that Ruediger, knowing, had warned what lay for them in store. Welcome be ye, masters, Gunther and Giselher, Gernot and Hagen, welcome eke Volker, and the valiant Dankwart. Do ye not understand? Kriemhild yet sore bemoaneth, the hero of Nibelungenland. Long time may she be weeping, Hagen spake again. In sooth for years a many, dead he lies and slain. To the monarch now of Hunland should she devoted be. Siegfried returneth never, buried now long time is he. How Siegfried's death was compassed, let now the story be. While liveth Lady Kriemhild, look ye for injury. Thus did of Baron Sir Dietrich unto them declare, hope of the Nibelungen, of her vengeance well beware. Whereof shall I be fearful? The lofty monarch spake. Etzel hath sent us message, why further question make? That we should journey hither, unto his country. Eke hath my sister Kriemhild oft wished us here as guests to see. I give thee honest counsel, Hagen then did say. Now shalt thou hear Sir Dietrich and his warriors pray, to tell thee full the story, if aught may be designed, and let thee know more surely how stands the Lady Kriemhild's mind. Then went to speak asunder the lordly monarchs three, Gunther and Gernot, and Dietrich went he. Now tell us true, thou noble knight of Bern and kind, if that perchance thou knowest, how stands thy royal mistress' mind? The Lord of Bern gave answer, what need to tell you more? I hear each day at morning, weeping and wailing sore, the wife of royal Etzel, who piteous doth complain to God in heaven that Siegfried, her doughty spouse, from her was ta'en. Then must we e'en abide it, was the fearless word of Volker the fiddler. What we here have heard, to court we yet shall journey, and make full clear to all, if that to valiant warriors may aught amid the Huns befall. The gallant thanes of Burgundy unto court then rode, and went in stately manner, as was their country's mode. Full many a man in Hunland looked eagerly to see of what manner Hagen, Trania's doughty thane, might be. For that was told the story, and great the wonder grew, how that of Netherland Siegfried he slew, that was the spouse of Kriemhild, in strength without a peer. Hence a mickle questioning after Hagen might ye hear. Great was the knight of stature, may ye know full true, built with breast expansive, mingled was the hue of his hair with silver, long he was of limb. As he strode stately forward, might ye mark his visage grim. Then were the thanes of Burgundy unto quarters shown, but the serving man of Gunther by themselves alone. Thus the queen did counsel, so filled she was with hate. Anon where they were harbored, the train did meet with direst fate. Dankwart, Hagen's brother, marshal was he. To him the king his followers commended urgently, that he provide them plenty, and have of them good care. The noble knight of Burgundy their safety well in mind did bear. By her train attended, Queen Kriemhild went to greet the Nibelungen, yet false was her intent. She kissed her brother Giselher, and took him by the hand. Thereat of Trania Hagen did tighter draw his helmet's band. After such like greeting, the doughty Hagen spake, let all watchful warriors full precaution take. Differs wide the greeting on masters and men bestowed. Unhappy was the hour when to this festival we rode. She spake, now be ye welcome, to whom ye welcome be. For sake of friendship never ye greeting have from me. Tell me now what bring ye from Worms across the Rhine, that ye so greatly welcome should ever be to land of mine. And I had only known it, Hagen spake again, that thou didst look for present from hand of everything. I were methinks so wealthy, had I me bethought, that I unto this country likewise to thee my gift had brought. Now shall ye eke the story to me more fully say, the Nibelungen treasure, where put ye that away? My own possession was it, as well ye understand. That same ye should have brought me hither unto Etzel's land. In sooth, my lady Kriemhild, full many a day hath flown, since of the Nibelungen hoard I ought have known. Into the Rhine to sink it, my lords commanded me. Verily, there must it, until the day of judgment be. Thereto the queen gave answer, such was e'en my thought. Thereof right little have ye unto me hither brought. Although myself did own it, and once o'er it held sway, 'tis cause that I forever have full many a mournful day. The devil have I brought thee, Hagen did declare. My shield it is so heavy that I have to bear, and my plated armor, my shining helmet see, and sword in hand I carry, so might I nothing bring for thee. Then spake the royal lady unto the warriors all, weapons shall not any bear into the hall. To me now for safe keeping, ye thanes shall give them more. In sooth, gave answer Hagen, such thing shall happen nevermore. Such honor ne'er I covet, royal lady mild, that to its place of keeping thou shouldst bear my child, with all my other armor, for thou art a queen. Such taught me ne'er my sire, myself will be my chamberlain. Alack, of these my sorrows, the Lady Kriemhild cried, where full will now my brother and Hagen not confide. To me their shields for keeping, some one did warning give. Knew I by whom 'twas given, brief were the space that he might live. Thereto the mighty Dietrich in wrath his answer gave, "'Tis I who now these noble lords forewarned have, and Hagen, knight full valiant, of the land of Burgundy. Now on, thou devil's mistress, let not the deed my profit be." Great shame thereat did Kriemhild's bosom quickly fill. She feared lest Dietrich's anger should work her grievous ill. Naught she spake unto them, as thence she swiftly passed, but fierce the lightning glances that on her enemies she cast. By hand then grasped each other doughty warriors twain. Hight the one was Dietrich, with Hagen noble thane. Then spake in courteous manner that knight of high degree, that ye are come to Hunland, 'tis very sorrow unto me. For what hath here been spoken by the lofty queen? Then spake of Tranya Hagen, small cause to grieve I ween. Held converse thus together those brave warriors twain. King Etzel which perceiving, thus a questioning began. I would learn full gladly, in such wise spake he, who were yonder warrior, to whom so cordially doth greeting give Sir Dietrich, meseemeth high his mood. Whosoe'er his sire, a thane he is of metal good. Unto the king gave answer, of Kriemhild's train a knight. Born he was of Tranya, Aldrian his sire hight. How merry here his bearing, a thane full grim is he. That I have spoken truly, shalt thou anon have cause to see. How may I then perceive it, that fierce his wrath doth glow? Naught of basest treachery, yet the king did know, that anon Queen Kriemhild gainst her kinsman did contrive, whereby returned from Hunland not one of all their train alive. Well knew I Aldrian, he once to me was thane. Praise and mickle honor he here by me did gain. Myself a knight did make him, and gave him of my gold. Helka, noble lady, did him in highest favor hold. Thereby know I fully what Hagen since befell. Two stately youths as hostage at my court did dwell. He and Spanish Walter from youth to manhood led. Hagen sent I homeward, Walter with Hildegund fled. He thought on ancient story that long ago befell. His doughty friend of Tranya knew he then right well, whose youthful valor erstwhile did such assistance lend. Through him in age he must be bereft of many a dearest friend. End of section 30. Section 31 of the Nibelungenlied, translated by George Henry Needler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Kurt. 29th Adventure. How he arose not before her. Then parted from each other the noble warriors twain, Hagen of Tranya and Dietrich, lofty thane. Then did King Gunther's warrior cast a glance around, seeking a companion. The same he eke full quickly found. As standing there by Giselher, he did Volker see. He prayed the nimble fiddler to bear him company, for that full well he knew it, how grim he was of mood, and that in all things was he a knight of metal, keen and good. While yet their lords were standing there in castle yard, saw ye the two knights only, walking thitherward, across the court far distant, before the palace wide. The chosen thanes recked little what might through any's hate betide. They sate them down on settle, over against a hall, wherein dwelt Lady Kriemhild, beside the palace wall. Full stately their attire on stalwart bodies shone. All that did look upon them, right gladly had the warriors known. Like unto beasts full savage were they gaped upon, the two haughty heroes, by full many a Hun. Eke from a casement Etzel's wife did them perceive. Once more to behold them must fair Lady Kriemhild grieve. It called to mind her sorrow, and she to weep began, whereat did mickle wonder many an Etzel's man. What grief had thus so sudden made her sad of mood? Spake she, that hath Hagen, ye knights of metal keen and good. They to their mistress answered, such thing how hath it been? For that thee right joyous we but now have seen. Ne'er lived he so daring, that having wrought thee ill, his life he must not forfeit, if but to vengeance point thy will. I live but to requite him, that shall avenge my wrong. Whate'er be his desire, shall unto him belong. Prostrate I beseech you, so spake the monarch's wife, avenge me upon Hagen, and forfeit surely be his life. 80 of valiant warriors made ready then straightway to work the will of Kriemhild, and her best obey, by slaying of Sir Hagen, the full valiant thane, and eke the doughty fiddler, by shameful deed thus sought they gain. When the queen beheld there so small their company, in full angry humor to the warriors spake she, what there ye think to compass, forego such purpose yet. So small in numbers never dare ye Hagen to beset. How doughtier be Hagen, and known his valor wide. A man by far more doughty, that sitteth him beside. Volker the fiddler, a warrior grim is he. In sooth may not so lightly the heroes twain confronted be. When that she thus had spoken, ready soon were seen 400 stalwart warriors, for was the lofty queen full intent upon it, to work them evil sore. Therefrom for all the strangers was mickle sorrow yet in store. When that complete attired were here retainers seen, unto the knights impatient, in such wise spake the queen, now bide ye yet a moment, and stand ye ready so, while I with crown upon me unto my enemies shall go. And list while I accuse him how he hath wrought me bane, Hagen of Tranya, Gunther's doughty thane. I know his mood so haughty, naught he'll deny of all, nor reck I what of evil therefrom may unto him befall. Then saw the doughty fiddler, he was a minstrel keen, adown the steps descending, the high and stately queen, who issued from the castle. When he the queen espied, spake the valiant Volker, to him was seated by his side. Look yonder now, friend Hagen, how that she hither hies, who to this land hath called us in such treacherous wise. No monarch's wife I ever saw followed by such band of warriors armed for battle, that carry each a sword in hand. Know'st thou perchance, friend Hagen, if hate to thee they bear, then would I well advise thee of them full well beware, and guard both life and honor, that methinks were good, for I much mistake not, full wrathful is the warrior's mood. Of many eke among them, so broad the breasts do swell, that who would guard him gainst them betimes would do it well. I ween that neath their tunics they shining mailcoats wear, yet might I never tell thee gainst whom such evil mind they bear. Then spake all wrathful minded Hagen the warrior keen, on me to vent their fury, is their sole thought, I ween, that thus with brandished weapons their onward press we see. Despite them all, yet trow I, to come safe home to Burgundy. Now tell me, friend Volker, wilt thou beside me stand, if seek to work me evil, hear Kriemhild's band, that let me hear right truly, as I am dear to thee, by thy side forever shall my service faithful be. Full surely will I help thee, the minstrel straight replied, and saw I e'en a monarch, with all his men beside, hither come against us, the while a sword I wield, not fear shall ever prompt me, from thy side one pace to yield. Now, God in heaven, O Volker, give thy high heart its meed. Will they forsooth assail me, whereof else have I need? Wilt thou thus stand beside me, as here is thy intent? Let come all armed these warriors, on whatsoever purpose bent. Now rise we from this settle, the minstrel spake once more, while that the royal lady passeth here before. To her be done this honor, as unto lady high, ourselves in equal manner shall we honor eke thereby. Nay, nay, as me thou lovest, Hagen spake again, for so would sure imagine, hear each hostile thane, that 'twere from fear I did it, should I bear me so, for sake of never any, will I from this settle go. Undone we both might leave it, in sooth more fittingly, wherefore should I honor, who bears ill will to me? Such thing will I do never, the while I yet have life, nor reck I aught how hateth me the royal Etzel's wife. Thereat defiant Hagen across his knee did lay a sword that shone full brightly, from whose knob did play the light of glancing jasper, greener than blade of grass. Well perceived Kriemhild that it erstwhile Siegfried's was. When she the sword espied, to weep was sore her need. The hilt was shining golden, the sheath a band of reed. As it recalled her sorrow, her tears had soon begun. I ween for that same purpose, 'twas thus by dauntless Hagen done. Eke the valiant Volker, a fiddle bow full strong, unto himself drew nearer. Mickle it was, and long, like unto a broadsword, full sharp that was and wide. So sat they all undaunted, the stately warriors side by side. There sat the thanes together, in such defiant wise, that would never either from the settle rise, through fear of whomsoever then strode before their feet. The lofty queen and wrathful did thus the doughty warriors greet. Quoth she, Now tell me, Hagen, upon whose command bearest thou thus to journey hither to this land? And knowest well what sorrow through thee my heart must bear. Wert thou not reft of reason, then hadst thou kept thee far from here. By none have I been summoned, Hagen gave reply. 3 lofty thanes invited were to this contry. The same I own as masters, and service with them find. Whene'er they make court journey, 'twere strange should I remain behind. Quoth she, Now tell me further, wherefore didst thou that, whereby thou hast deserved my everlasting hate? 'Twas thou that slewest Siegfried, spouse so dear to me, the which till life hath ended must ever cause for weeping be. Spake he, Why parley further, since further word were vain? E'en I am that same Hagen, by whom was Siegfried slain. That deft knight of valor, how sore by him 'twas paid, that the lady Kriemhild dared the fair Brunhild upbraid. Beyond all cavil is it, high and royal dame, of all the grievous havoc I do bear the blame. Avenge it now who wisheth, woman or man thought be, and I unto thee lie not, I've wrought thee sorest injury. She spake, Now hear ye, warriors, how denies he not at all the cause of all my sorrow, whate'er may him befall? Reck I not soever That know ye Etzel's men, the overweening warriors, blank gazed upon each other then. Had any dared the onset, seen it were full plain, the palm must be awarded to the companions twain, who had in storm of battle full oft their prowess shown. What that proud band designed, through fear must now be left undone. Outspake one of their number, wherefore look thus to me, what now I thought to venture, left undone shall be, nor for reward of any think I my life to lose. To our destruction lures us, here the royal Etzel spoos. Then spake thereby another, like mine therein have I, though ruddy gold were offered, like towers pilot high, yet would I never venture to stir this fiddler's spleen. Such are the rapid glances that darting from his eyes I've seen. Likewise know I Hagen from youthful days full well, nor more about his valor to me need any tell. In 22 battles I the knight have seen, whereby sorest sorrow to many a lady's heart hath been. When here they were with Etzel, he and the knight of Spain bore storm of many a battle, in many a warlike train, for sake of royal honor, so oft thereof was need, wherefore of right our honors, high the valiant Hagen's meed. Then was yet the hero but a child in years, now how hoary-headed, who were his youthful fears, to wisdom now attained, a warrior grim and strong. Eke bears he with him Balmung, the which he gained by mickle wrong. Therewith the matter ended, and none the fight dared start, whereat the lady Kriemhild full heavy was of heart. Her warriors thence did vanish, for feared they death indeed, at hands of the fiddler, whereof right surely was their need. Outspake then the fiddler, well we now have seen that enemies here do greet us, as we forewarned have been. Back unto the monarchs let us straight repair, that none against our masters to raise a hostile hand may dare. How oft from impious purpose doth fear hold back the hand, where friend by friend doth only firm in friendship stand, until right sense give warning to leave the thing undone. Thus wisdom hath prevented the harm of mortals many a one. Heed I will thy counsel, Hagen gave reply. Then passed they where the monarchs found they present lie, in high state received within the palace court. Loud the valiant Volker straight began after this sort. Unto his royal masters, how long will ye stand so, that foes may press upon you? To the king ye now shall go, and from his lips hear spoken, how is his mind to you? The valiant lords and noble consorted then by 2 and 2. Of Bern the lofty Dietrich took by the hand Gunther the lordly monarch of Burgundian land. Ernfried escorted Gernot, a knight of valor keen, and Ruediger with Giselher going unto the court was seen. Howe'er with fear consorted there any thane might be, Volker and Hagen ne'er parted company, save in storm of battle, when they did reach life's bourne. 'Twas cause that high-born ladies anon in grievous way must mourn. Unto the court then passing, with the kings were seen, of their lofty retinue 1,000 warriors keen, and 80 thanes full valiant that followed in their train. The same from his own country had doughty Hagen with him ta'en. Haywart and eke Iring, chosen warriors twain, saw ye walk together in the royal train. By Dankwart and Wolfhart, a thane of high renown, was high courtly bearing there before the others shone. When the lord of Rhineland passed into the hall, Etzel, mighty monarch, waited not at all, but sprang from off his settle when he beheld him nigh. By monarch ne'er was given greeting so right heartily. Welcome be, Lord Gunther, and eke Sir Gernot too, and your brother Giselher, my greetings unto you. I sent with honest purpose to Worms across the Rhine, and welcome all your followers shall be unto this land of mine. Right welcome be ye likewise, doughty warriors twain, Volker the full valiant, and Hagen dauntless thane, to me and to my lady, here in my country, unto the Rhine to greet you, many a messenger sent she. Then spake of Tranja Hagen, thereof I'm well aware, and did I with my masters not thus to Hunland fare, to do thee honor had I ridden unto thy land, then took the lofty monarch the honored strangers by the hand. He led them to the settle, whereon himself he sat, then poured they for the strangers, with care they tended that, in goblets wine and golden, mead and mulberry wine, and bade right hearty welcome unto the knights afar from Rhine. Then spake the monarch Etzel, this will I freely say, naught in this world might happen to bring my heart more joy, than that ye lofty heroes thus are come to me, the queen from mickle sadness, thereby make ye likewise free. To me 'twas mickle wonder, wherein had I transgressed, that I for friends had won me so many a noble guest, yet ye had never deigned to come to my country. 'Tis now turned cause of gladness, that you as guests I here may see. Thereto gave answer Ruediger, a knight of lofty mind, well mayst thou joy to see them, right honor shalt thou find, and naught but noble bearing in my high mistress kin. With them for guest thou likewise many a stately thane dost win. At turn of sun and summer were the knights arrived at mighty Etzel's palace. Near hath monarch lived, that lordly guests did welcome with higher compliment. When come was time of eating, the king with them to table went. Amid his guests more stately, a host was seated near. They had in fullest measure of drink and goodly fare. Whate'er they might desire, they ready found the same. Tales of mickle wonder had spread abroad the hero's fame. End of section 31. Section 32 of the Nibelungenlied, translated by George Henry Needler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Kurt. 30th Adventure. How they kept guard. And now the day was ended, and nearing was the night. Came then the thought with longing unto each wayworn knight, when that they might rest them, and to their beds be shown. 'Twas mooted first by Hagen, and straight was answer then made known. To Etzel spake then Gunther, fair days may God thee give, to bed we'll now betake us, and be it by thy leave. We'll come betimes at morning, if so thy pleasure be. From his guests the monarch parted then full courteously. Upon the guests on all sides the Huns yet rudely pressed, whereat the valiant Volker these words to them addressed. How dare ye for these warriors thus beset the way? If that ye desist not, rue such rashness soon ye may. Let fall will I on some one such stroke of fiddle bow, that eyes shall fill with weeping, if he hath friend to show. Why make not way before us, as fitting were to do? Knights by name ye all are, but knighthood's ways unknown to you. When outspake the fiddler, thus so wrathfully, backward glanced bold Hagen, to see what this might be. Quoth he reads you rightly, this keen minstrel knight. Ye followers of Kriemhild, now pass to rest you for the night. The thing whereof ye are minded will none dare do, I ween. If aught ye purpose gainst us, on the morrow be that seen, and let us weary strangers the night in quiet pass. I ween with knights of honour, such evermore the custom was. Then were led the strangers into a spacious hall, where they found prepared for the warriors one and all beds adorned full richly, that were both wide and long, yet planned the lady Kriemhild to work on them the direst wrong. Rich quilted mattress covers of arose saw ye there, lustrous all and silken, and spreading sheets there were, wrought of silk of Araby, the best might e'er be seen. O'er them lay rich embroidered stuffs that cast a brilliant sheen. Coverlets of ermine, full many might ye see, with sullen sable mingled, whereunder peacefully they should rest the night through, till came the shining day. A king with all retinue, ne'er I ween so stately lay. Alack for these night quarters, quoth young Giselher. Alack for my companions, who this our journey share. How kind soe'er my sisters' hospitality, dead by her devising, I fear me are we doomed to be. Let now no fears disturb you, Hagen gave reply. Through the hours of sleeping, keep the watch will I trust full well to guard you, until return the day. Thereof be never fearful, let then preserve him well who may. Inclined they all before him, thereat to give him grace. Then sought they straight their couches, and sooth 'twas little space, until was softly resting every stately man. But Hagen, valiant hero, the while to don his armour gan. Spake then to him the fiddler, Volker, a doughty thane. I'll be thy fellow, Hagen, and wilt thou not disdain, while watch this night thou keepest, until do come the morn. Right heartily the hero to Volker then did thanks return. God in heaven requite thee, Volker, trusty fear. In all my time of trouble, wished I none other near, none other but thee only. When dangers round me throng, I'll well repay that favor, if death withhold its hand so long. Arrayed in glittering armor, both soon did ready stand. Each did take unto him a mighty shield in hand, and passed without the portal, there to keep the way. Thus were the strangers guarded, and trusty watchers eke had they. Volker the valiant, as he sat before the hall, leaned his trusty buckler meanwhile against the wall, then took in hand his fiddle, as he was wont to do. All times the thane would render unto his friends a service true. Beneath the hall's wide portal he sat on bench of stone, than he a bolder fiddler was there never known. As from his chord sweet echoes resounded through the hall, thanks for glad refreshment had Volker from the warriors all. Then from the strings an echo the wide hall did fill, for in his fiddle playing the knight had strength and skill. Softer then and sweeter to fiddle he began, and wild to peaceful slumber many an anxious, brooding man. When they were wrapped in slumber, and he did understand, then took again the warrior his trusty shield in hand, and passed without the portal to guard the entrance tower, and safe to keep his fellows where Kriemhild's crafty men did lower. About the hour of midnight, or earlier perchance, the eye of valiant Volker did catch a helmet's glance. Afar from out the darkness the men of Kriemhild sought, how that upon the strangers might grievous scathe in stealth be wrought. Quoth thereat the fiddler, Friend Hagen, 'tis full clear that we do well together here this watch to share. I see before us yonder men armed for the fight. I ween they will attack us, if I their purpose judge aright. Be silent then, spake Hagen, and let them come more nigh. Ere that they perceive us, shall helmets sit awry, by good swords disjointed, that in our hands do swing. Tale of vigorous greeting, shall they back to Kriemhild bring. Amid the Hunnish warriors, one full soon did see that well the door was guarded. Straightway then cried he, "The thing we here did purpose, 'tis need we now give o'er, for I behold the fiddler standing guard before the door. Upon his head a helmet of glancing light is seen, welded strong and skilful, dintless of clearest sheen. The mail rings of his armor do sparkle like the fire. Beside him stands eke Hagen, safe are the strangers from our ire." Straightway they back returned, when Volker that did see. Unto his companion wrathfully spake he, "Now let me to these caitiffs across the courtyard go. What mean they by such business? From Kriemhild's men I fain would know." "Know as thou dost love me," Hagen straight replied. "If from this hall thou partest, such ill may thee betide, at hands of these bold warriors, and from the swords they bear, that I must haste to help thee, though here our kinsman's bayonet wear. Soon as we two together have joined with them in fight, a pair or two among them will surely hasten straight hither to this hall here, and work such havoc sore upon our sleeping brethren as must be mourned evermore." Thereto gave answer Volker, "So much nath the less must be, that they do learn full certain how I the knaves did see, that the men of Kriemhild hereafter not deny what they had wrought full gladly, here with foulest treachery." Straightway then unto them aloud did Volker call, "How go ye thus in armor, ye valiant warriors all? Of forth perchance a robbing Kriemhild's men go ye? Myself and my companion shall ye then have for company?" Thereto no man gave answer, wrathful grew his mood. "Fie, ye caitiff villains," spake the hero good, "would ye us so foully have murdered while we slept? With knights so high in honor, full seldom thus hath faith been kept." Then unto Queen Kriemhild were the tidings borne, how her men did fail their purpose. 'Twas cause for her to mourn, yet otherwise she wrought it, for grim she was of mood. Anon through her must perish full many a valorous knight and good. End of section 32. Section 33 of the Nibelungenlied, translated by George Henry Needler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Kurt. 31st Adventure. How they went to Mass. "So cool doth grow my armor," Volker made remark. "I ween but little longer will endure the dark. By the air do I perceive it, that soon will break the day." Then waked they many a warrior, who still in deepest slumber lay. When brake the light of morning athwart the spacious hall, Hagen gan awaken the stranger warriors all, if that they to the minster would go to holy mass, after the Christian custom of bells a mickle ringing was. There sang they all uneven, that plainly might ye see how Christian men and heathen did not full well agree. Each one of Gunther's warriors would hear the service sung, so were they all together up from their night couches sprung. Then did the warriors lace them in so goodly dress, that never heroes any that king did e'er possess, more richly stood attired, that Hagen grieved to see. Quoth he, "Ye knights far other, here must your attire be. Yea, know among you many how here the case doth stand. Bear ye instead of roses your good swords in hand, for chaplets all bejewelled, your glancing helmets good, since we have well perceived how is the angry Kriemhild's mood. Today must we do battle, that will I now declare. Instead of silken tunic, shall ye good hauberks wear, and for embroidered mantle a trusty shield and wide, that ye may well defend you, if ye must others' anger bide. My masters, well beloved, knights and kinsmen true, 'tis meet that ye betake you unto the minster too, that God do not forsake you in peril and in need, for certain now I make you, that death is nigh to us indeed. Forget ye not whatever wrong ye e'er have done, but therefore God right meekly all your arrows own. Thereto would I advise you, ye knights of high degree, for God alone in heaven may will that other mass ye see. Thus went they to the minster, the princes and their men, within the holy churchyard, bade them, Hagen then, stand all still together, that they part not at all. Quoth he, knows not any, what may at hands of Huns befall. Let's stand, good friends, all ready, your shields before your feet, that if ever any would you in malice greet, with deep-cut wound ye pay him, that is Hagen's rede, that from men may never aught but praises be your meed. Volker and Hagen, the twain thence did pass, before the broad minster, therein their purpose was, that the royal Kriemhild must meet them where they stood, there athwart her pathway, and soothful grim she was of mood. Then came the royal Etzel, and eke his spouse full fair. Attired were the warriors, all in raiment rare, that following full stately, with her ye might see, the dust arose all densely around Kriemhild's mickle company. When the lofty monarch thus all armed did see, the kings and their followers, straightway then cried he, How see I in this fashion my friends with helm on head? By my troth I sorrow, if ill to them have happened. I'll gladly make atonement, as doth to them belong, hath any them affronted, or done them aught of wrong. To me 'tis mickle sorrow, well may they understand, to serve them am I ready, in whatsoever they command. Thereto gave answer Hagen, Here hath wronged us none. 'Tis custom of my master to keep their armor on, till full 3 days be over, when high festival they hold. Did any here molest us, to Etzel would the thing be told. Full well heard Kriemhild, likewise, how Hagen gave reply. Upon him what fierce glances flashed furtively her eye, yet betray she would not the custom of her country, though well she long had known it in the land of Burgundy. How grim soe'er and mighty the hate to them she bore, had any told to Etzel how stood the thing before, well had he prevented what there anon befell, so haughty were they minded, that none to him the same would tell. With the queen came forward, there a mighty train, but no to handbreadths yielded, yet those warriors twain, to make way before her, the Huns did wrathful grow, that their mistress passing should by them be jostled so. Etzel's high-born pages were sore displeased thereat, and had upon the strangers straightway spent their hate, but that they durst not do it, their high lord before, there was a mickle pressing, yet naught of anger happened more. When they thence were parting, from holy service done, on horse came quickly prancing, full many a nimble Hun. With the lady Kriemhild went many a maiden fair, and eke to make her escort 7,000 knights rode there. Kriemhild with her ladies within the casement sat, by Etzel mighty monarch, full pleased he was thereat. They wished to view the tourney of knights beyond compare. What host of strangers riding thronged the court before them there. The marshal with the squires, not in vain ye sought, Dankwart the full valiant, with him had he brought his royal master's followers of the land of Burgundy, for the valiant Nibelungen, the steeds well saddled, might ye see. When their steeds they mounted, the kings and all their men, Volker Thane Fuldoti gave his counsel then, that after their country's fashion they ride a mass melee. His rede the heroes followed, and tourneyed in full stately way. The knight had counsel given, in sooth that pleased them well. The clash of arms in melee soon full loud did swell. Many a valiant warrior did thereto resort, as Etzel and Kriemhild looked down upon the spacious court. Came there unto the melee 600 knights of those that followed Dietrich's bidding, the strangers to oppose. Pastime would they make them with the men of Burgundy, and if he leave had granted, had done the same right willingly. In their company rode there how many a warrior bold, when unto Sir Dietrich then the thing was told. Forbade he that gainst Gunther's men they join the play. He feared lest harm befall them, and well his counsel did he weigh. When of Bern the warriors thence departed were, came they of Bechelaren, the men of Ruediger, bearing shield 500, and rode before the hall. Rather had the margrave that they came there not at all. Prudently then rode he amid their company, and told unto his warriors how they might plainly see that the men of Gunther were in evil mood. Did they forego the melee, please him better far it would. When they were thence departed, the stately knights and bold, came they of Thuringia, as hath to us been told, and of them of Denmark 1,000 warriors keen, from crash of spear upflying, full frequent were the splinters seen. Ernfried and Havart rode into the melee, whom the gallant men of Rhineland received in knightly play. Full oft the men of Thuringia they met in tournament, whereby the piercing lance point through many a stately shield was sent. Eke with 3,000 warriors came Sir Bloedel there. Etzel and Kriemhild were of his coming ware, as this play of chivalry before them they did see. Now hoped the queen that evil befall the men of Burgundy. Schrutan and Gebecke rode into the melee, eke Ramung and Hornbog after the Hunnish way. Yet must they come to standstill for the thanes of Burgundy, high against the palace, while the splintered shafts did fly. How keen soe'er the contest, 'twas naught but knightly sport. With shock of shields and lances, heard ye the palace court loud give back the echo, where Gunther's men rode on, his followers in the jousting, on every side high honor won. So long they held such pastime, and with so mickle heat, that through the broidered trappings oozed clear drops of sweet, from the prancing chargers whereon the knights did ride. In full gallant manner their skill against the Huns they tried. Then outspake the fiddler, Volker deft of hand, these knights I ween too timid are gainst us to stand. Oft did I hear the story, what hate to us they bore, than this a fairer season, to vent it find they nevermore. Lead back unto the stables, once more spake Volker then. Now our weary chargers we'll ride perchance again. When comes the cool of evening, if fitting time there be, mayhap the queen will honor a word to men of Burgundy. Beheld they then prick hither one dressed in state so rare, that of the Huns none other might with him compare. Belike from castle tower did watch his fair lady, so gay was his apparel, as it some knight's bride might be. Then again quoth Volker, how may I stay my hand? Yonder lady's darling a knock shall understand. Let no man here deter me, I'll give him sudden check. How spouse of royal Etzel thereat may rage, I little reck. Nay, as thou dost love me, straight King Gunther spake, all men will but reproach us, if such affront we make. The Huns be first offenders, for such would more befit. Still did the royal Etzel in casement by Queen Kriemhild sit. I'll add unto the melee, Hagen did declare, let now all these ladies and knights be made aware, how we can ride a charger, 'twere well we make it known, for come what may small honour shall here to Gunther's men be shown. Once more the nimble Volker into the melee spurred, whereat full many a lady soon to weep was heard. His lance right through the body of that gay Hun he sent. 'Twas cause that many a woman and maiden fair must sore lament. Straight dashed into the melee Hagen and his men, with threescore of his warriors, spurred he quickly then, forward where the fiddler played so lustily. Etzel and Kriemhild full plainly might the passage see. Then would the kings their minstrel, that may ye fairly know, leave not all defenceless, there amid the foe. With them 1,000 heroes rode forth full dexterously, and soon had gained their purpose with show of proudest chivalry. When in such rude fashion the stately Hun was slain, might ye hear his kinsmen, weeping loud, complain. Then all around did clamour, who hath the slayer been? None but the fiddler was it, Volker the minstrel keen. For swords and for shields then, called full speedily, that slain Margrave's kinsmen of the Huns' country. To avenge him sought they, Volker in turn to slay. In haste down from the casement, royal Etzel made his way. Arose a mighty clamour from the people all. The kings and men of Burgundy dismounted for the hall, and likewise their chargers to the rear did send. Came then the mighty Etzel, and sought to bring the strife to end. From one of that Hun's kinsmen, who near by him did stand, snatched he a mighty weapon, quick from out his hand, and therewith backward smote them, for fierce his anger wrought. Shall thus my hospitality unto these knights be brought to naught? If ye the valiant minstrel here for me should slay, spake the royal Etzel, it were an evil day. When he the Hun impaled, I did observe full well, that not through evil purpose, but by mishap it so befell. These my guests now must ye ne'er disturb in aught. Himself became their escort, away their steeds were brought, unto the stables by many a waiting squire, who ready at their bidding stood to meet their least desire. The host with the strangers into the palace went, nor would he suffer any further his wrath to vent. Soon were the tables ready, and water for them did wait. Many then had gladly on them of Rhineland spent their hate. Not yet the lords were seated, till some time was o'er, for Kriemhild o'er her sorrow meantime did trouble sore. She spake of bear no master, thy counsel grant to me, thy help and eke thy mercy, for here in sorrow plight I be. To her gave answer Hildebrand, a thane right praiseworthy, who harms the Nibelungen, shall ne'er have help of me. How great soe'er the guerdon, such deed he well may rue, for never yet did any these gallant doughty knights subdue. Eke in courteous manner Sir Dietrich her addressed, Vain, O lofty mistress, unto me thy quest. In sooth thy lofty kinsmen have wronged me not at all, that I on thanes so valorous should thus with murderous purpose fall. Thy prayer doth thee small honour, O high and royal dame, that upon thy kinsmen thou so dost counsel shame. Thy grace to have they deemed, when came they to this land? Nevermore shall Siegfried avenged be by Dietrich's hand. When she no guile discovered In the night of Bern, unto Bloedel straightway did she hopeful turn, with promise of wide marches that Nibelungen erst did own. Slew him later Dankwart, that he forgot the gift full sown. Spake she, Do thou help me, Sir Bloedel, I pray. Yea, within the palace are foes of mine this day, who erstwhile slew Siegfried, spouseful dear to me, who helps me to avenge it. To him I'll e'er beholden be. Thereto gave answer Bloedel, Lady, be well aware, ne'er to do them evil, for Etzel may I dare. For to thy kinsman, lady, beareth he good will, ne'er might the king me pardon, wrought I upon them aught of ill. But nay, Sir Bloedel, my favour shall thou have evermore. Yea, give I thee for guerdon silver and golden store, and eke a fairest lady that Nibelungen erst should wed. By her fond embraces mayst thou well be comforted. The land and eke the castles, all to thee I'll give. Yea, mayst thou, knightful noble, in joyance ever live. Call'st thou thine the marches, wherein did Nibelungen dwell? Whate'er this day I promise, fulfill it all I will full well. When understood Sir Bloedel what gain should be his share, and pleased him well the lady, for that she was so fair, by force of arms then thought he to win her for his wife. Thereby the knight aspirant was doomed anon to lose his life. Unto the hall betake thee, quoth he unto the queen. Alarum I will make thee, ere any know, I ween. Atone shall surely Hagen, where he hath done thee wrong. To thee I'll soon give over King Gunther's man in fetters strong. To arms, quoth Bloedel, my good warriors all, in their followers' quarters, upon the foe will fall. Herefrom will not release me, royal Etzel's wife. To win this venture, therefore, fear not each one to lose his life. When at length Queen Kriemhild found Bloedel well content to fulfill her bidding, she to table went, with the monarch Etzel and eke a goodly band. Dire was the treason she against the guests had planned. Since in none other manner she knew the strife to start, Kriemhild's ancient sorrow still rankled in her heart. Bade she bring to table Etzel's youthful son, by woman bent on vengeance, how might more awful deed be done? Went upon the instant 4 of Etzel's men, and soon came bearing Ortlieb, the royal scion then, unto the prince's table, where Iring Hagen sate. The child was doomed to perish by reason of his deadly hate. When the mighty monarch then his child did see, unto his lady's kinsmen in manner kind spake he, Now, my good friends, behold ye, here my only son, and child of your high sister, may it bring you profit, every one. Grow he but like his kindred, a valiant man he'll be, a mighty king and noble, doughty and fair to see. Live I but yet a little, 12 lands shall he command. May ye have faithful service from the youthful Ortlieb's hand. Therefore grant me favor, ye good friends of mine, when to your country ride ye, again unto the Rhine. Shall ye then take with you this your sister's son, and at your hands may ever by the child full fare be done. Bring him up in honor, until to manhood grown. If then in any country hath wrong to you been done, he'll help you by his valor, vengeance swift to wreak. Eke heard the lady Kriemhild, royal Etzel thus to speak. Well might these my masters on his faith rely. Grew he heir to manhood, Hagen made reply. Yet is the prince, I fear me, more early doomed of fate. 'Twere strange did any see me ever at court on Ortlieb wait. The monarch glanced at Hagen, sore grieved at what he heard, although the king full gallant thereto spake ne'er a word. Natheless his heart was saddened, and heavy was his mind. No wise the mood of Hagen was to merriment inclined. It grieved all the princes and the royal host, that of his child did Hagen make such idle boast, that they must likewise leave it unanswered like they naught. They little weened what havoc should by the Thane anon be wrought. End of section 33. Section 34 of the Nibelungenlied, translated by George Henry Needler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Kurt. 32nd Adventure, How Bloedel Was Slain. The knights by Bloedel summoned, soon armed and ready ware, 1,000 wearing hauberks straightway did repair. Where Dankwart sat at table with many a goodly squire, soon knight on knight was seeking in fiercest way to vent his ire. When there Sir Bloedel strode unto the board, Dankwart the marshal thus spoke, courteous ward, "Unto this hall right welcome, good Sir Bloedel be. What business hast thou hither, is cause of wonder yet to me." "No greeting here befits thee," spake Bloedel presently, "for that this my coming, now thy end, must be. Through Hagen's fault thy brother, who Siegfried erstwhile slew, to the Huns thou makest atonement, and many another warrior too." But nay, Sir Bloedel," Dankwart spake thereto, "for so should we have reason, our coming here to rue. A child I was and little, when Siegfried lost his life, nor know I why reproacheth me the royal Etzel's wife. In sooth I may the story never fully tell. Gunther and Hagen was it, by whom the deed befell. Now guard ye well, ye strangers, for doomed in sooth are ye. Unto Lady Kriemhild must your lives now forfeit be." "And so thou wilt desist not," Dankwart declared. "Regret I my entreaty, my toil were better spared." The nimble Thane and valiant up from the table sprung, and drew a keen-edged weapon, great in sooth that was and long. Then smote he with it Bloedel, such a sudden blow, that his head full sudden before his feet lay low. "Be that thy wedding dower," the doughty Dankwart spake, "along with bride of Nibelung, whom thou wouldst to thy bosom take. Tomorrow may she marry, but some other one will he have bridal portion, and so to him be done. A Hun that liked not treason had given him to know, how that the queen upon him thought to work so grievous woe." When the men of Bloedel saw thus their master slain, to fall upon the strangers would they longer not refrain. With swords swung high above them, upon the squires they flew. In a grimmest humour, soon many must that rashness rue. Full loudly cried then Dankwart to all his company, "Behold ye, noble squires, the fate that ours must be. Now quit yourselves with valour, for evil is our pass, though fair to us the summons hither from Lady Kriemhild was." They too reached down before them, who no weapons bore, and each a massive footstool snatched from off the floor. For the Burgundian squires, no whit were they dismayed, and by the selfsame weapons was many a dint-in helmet made. How fierce they fought to shield them, the strangers one and all, and their armed foemen drove they from the hall, or smote dead within it hundreds 5 or more. All the valiant fighters saw ye drenched with ruddy gore. Ere long the wondrous tidings some messenger did tell, unto Etzel's chieftain fierce did their anger swell, how that slain was Bloedel, and knights full many a one, the which had Hagen's brother with his lusty squires done. The Huns, by anger driven, ere Etzel was aware, 2,000 men or over, did quick themselves prepare. They fell upon those squires, and so it had to be, and never any living they left of all that company. A mickle host they faithless unto those quarters brought, but lustily the strangers 'gainst their assailants fought. What booted swiftest valor? Soon must all lie dead. A dire woe thereafter on many a man was visited. Now may ye hear a wondrous tale of honor told, of squires full 9,000, soon in death lay cold, and eke good knights a dozen, thereof Dankwart's band, forlorn ye saw him only, the last amid his foemen stand. The din at last was ended, and lulled the battle sound, when the valiant Dankwart did cast a glance around. Alack for my companions, cried he, now from me reft. Alack that I now only, forlorn amid my foes am left. The swords upon his body fell full thick and fast, which rashness many a warrior's widow mourned at last. His shield he higher lifted, and drew the strap more low. Down coats of ring-made armor made he the ebbing blood to flow. O woe is me, spake Dankwart, the son of Aldrian. Now back ye Hunnish fighters, let me the open gan, that the air give cooling to me storm-weary wight. In splendid valor moving, strode forward then anew the knight. As thus he battle-weary through the hall's portal sprang, what swords of new-come fighters upon his helmet rang. They who not yet had witnessed what wonders wrought his hand, rashly rushed they forward to thwart him of Burgundian land. Now would to God, quoth Dankwart, I found a messenger, who to my brother Hagen might the tidings bear, that for host of foemen, in such sad case am I, from hence he'd surely help me, or by my side he slain would lie. Then Hunnish knights gave answer, thyself the messenger shalt be when to thy brother thee a course we bear. So shall that Thane of Gunther first true sorrow know. Upon the royal Etzel here hast thou wrought so grievous woe. Quoth he, now leave such boasting, and yield me passage free, else shall mail rings a many with blood be spattered be. Myself will tell the tidings soon at Etzel's court, and eke unto my masters of this my travail make report. Etzel's men around him belaboured he so sore, that they at sword point durst not withstand him more. Spears shot into his shield he, so many there did stop, that he the weight unwieldy must from out his hand let drop. Then thought they to subdue him, thus of his shield bereft. But lo, the mighty gashes, wherewith he helmets cleft, must their keen knights full many before him stagger down. High praise the valiant Dankwart, thereby for his valor won. On right side and on left side they still beset his way, yet many a one too rashly did mingle in the fray. Thus strode he mid the foemen, as doth in wood the boar, by yelping hounds beleaguered, more stoutly fought he ne'er before. As there he went his pathway, with reeking blood was wet, yea, never any hero more bravely battled yet. When by foes surrounded, then he did might display, to court did Hagen's brother with splendid valor make his way. When stewards and cup-bearers heard how sword blades rung, many a brimming goblet from their hands they flung, and eke the viands ready that they to table bore. Thus many doughty foemen withstood him where he sought the door. How now, ye stewards? Cried the weary knight. 'Twere better that ye tended rather your guests aright, bearing to lords at table choice food that fitteth well, and suffered me these tidings unto my masters dear to tell. Whoe'er before him rashly athwart the stairway sprung, on him with blow so heavy his mighty sword he swung, that soon faint heart gave warning before his path to yield. Mickle wonder wrought he, where sword his doughty arm did wield. End of section 34. Section 35 of the Nibelungenlied, translated by George Henry Needler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Kurt. 33rd Adventure. How the Burgundians fought with the Huns. Soon as the valiant Dankwart stood beneath the door, bade he Etzel's followers all make way before. With blood from armor streaming, did there the hero stand. A sharp and mighty weapon bore he naked in his hand. Into the hall then Dankwart cried with voice full strong, At table, brother Hagen, thou sittest all too long. To thee and God in heaven must I sore complain. Knights and squires also lie within their lodging slain. Straight he cried in answer, Who hath done such deed? That hath done Sir Bloedel, and knights that he did lead. Eke made he meet atonement, that mayst thou understand. His head from off his body have I struck with mine own hand. 'Tis little cause for sorrow, Hagen spake again, when they tell the story of a valiant thane, that he to death was smitten by knight of high degree. The less a cause for weeping, to winsome women shall it be. Now tell me, brother Dankwart, how thou so red mayst be. From thy wounds thou sufferest, I ween full grievously. Lives he within this country, who serves thee in such way? Him must the devil shelter, or for the deed his life shall pay. Behold me here all scatheless, my gear is wet with blood. From wounds of others, natheless, how hath flowed that flood, of whom this day so many beneath my broadsword fell. Must I make solemn witness? Ne'er knew I full the tale to tell. He answered, Brother Dankwart, now take thy stand before, and Huns let never any make passage by the door. I'll speak unto these warriors, as needs must spoken be. Dead lie all our followers, slain by foulest treachery. Must I here be chamberlain? Replied the warrior keen. Well know I such high monarchs, a right to serve I ween. So will I guard the stairway, as sorts with honor well. Ne'er to the thanes of Kriemhild so sorry case before befell. To me 'tis mickle wonder, Hagen spake again, what thing unto his neighbor whispers each Hunnish thane. I ween they'd forego the service of him who keeps the door, and who such high court tidings to his friends of Burgundy bore. Long since of Lady Kriemhild the story I did hear, how unavenged her sorrow she might no longer bear. A memory cup now quaff we, and pay for royal cheer. The youthful lord of Hunland shall make the first installment here. Thereat the child Ortlieb doughty Hagen slew, that from the sword downward the blood to hand grip flew, and into lap of Kriemhild the severed head down rolled. Then might ye see mid warriors a slaughter great and grim unfold. By both hands swiftly wielded, his blade then cut the air, and smote upon the tutor, who had the child in care, that down before the table his head that instant lay. It was a sorry payment, wherewith he did the tutor pay. His eye for Etzel's table a minstrel espied, to whom in hasty manner did wrathful Hagen stride. Where moved it on the fiddle, his right hand off smote he. Have that for thy message unto the land of Burgundy. Alack my hand, did Werbel, that same minstrel moan, What, Sir Hagen of Tranya, have I to thee done? I bore a faithful message unto thy master's land. How may I more make music, thus by thee bereft of hand? Little in sooth recked Hagen, fiddled he nevermore. Then in the hall all wrathful, wrought he havoc sore upon the thanes of Etzel, whereof he many slew. Ere they might find exit, to death then smote he not a few. Volker the full valiant up sprang from board also. In his hand full clearly rang out his fiddle bow. For mightily did fiddle Gunther's minstrel thane. What host of foes he made him, because of Hunnish warriors slain. Eke sprang from the table the lofty monarchs three, who glad had stilled the combat, ere greater scathe might be. Yet all their art availed not, their anger to assuage, when Volker and Hagen so mightily began to rage. When the lord of Rhineland saw how his toil was vain, gaping wounds full many, himself did smite amain, through rings of shining mail-coats. Thereupon the foe, he was a valiant hero, as he full gallantly did show. Strode eke into the combat, Gernot a doughty thane, by whom of Hunnish warriors full many a one was slain. With a sword sharp-edged he had of Ruediger, oft sent to dire ruin, by him the knights of Etzel were. The youthful son of Ute eke to the combat sprang, and merrily his broadsword upon the helmets rang, of many a Hunnish warrior there in Etzel's land. Feasts of mickle wonder wrought Giselher with dauntless hand. How bold soe'er was any of kings and warrior band, saw ye yet the foremost, Giselher, to stand there against the foemen, a knight of valor good. Wounded deep full many, made he fall in oozing blood. Eke full well defend them did Etzel's warriors too. There might ye see the strangers their gory way to hew, with swords all brightly gleaming. Adown that royal hall heard ye there on all sides loudly ring the battle call. Join friends within beleaguered, would they without full fain, yet might they at the portal but little vantage gain. Eke they within had gladly gained the outer air, nor up nor down did Dankwart suffer one to pass the stair. There before the portal surged a mighty throng, and with a mickle clangor on helm the broadsword rung. Thus on the valiant Dankwart his foes did sorely press, and soon his trusty brother was anxious grown o'er his distress. Full loudly cried then Hagen unto Volker, Trusty fear beholdest thou my brother standing there, where on him Hunnish warriors their mighty blows do rain? Good friend, save thou my brother, ere we do lose the valiant thane. That will I do full surely, thereat the minstrel spake. Adown the hall he fiddling gan his way to make. On his hand full often a trusty sword rang out, while grateful knights of Rhineland acclaimed him with a mickle shout. Soon did the valiant Volker Dankwart thus address, Hard this day upon thee hath weighed the battle stress, that I should come to help thee. Thy brother give command, keep thou without the portal, I inward guarding here will stand. Dankwart, thane right valiant, stood without the door, and guarded so the stairway, that none might pass before. There heard ye broadswords ringing, swung by warrior's hand, while inward in like manner rode Volker of Burgundian land. There the valiant fiddler above the press did call, Securely now, friend Hagen, closed is the hall. Yea, so firmly bolted is King Etzel's door, by hands of two good warriors, as 1,000 bars were set before. When Hagen thus of Tranya the door did guarded find, the warrior far renowned swung his shield behind. He first for harm received, revenge began to take, whereat all hope of living did soon his enemies forsake. When of bairn Sir Dietrich rightly did perceive how the doughty Hagen did many a helmet cleave, the King of Amelungen upon a bench leaped up. Quoth he, Here poureth Hagen for us exceeding bitter cup. Great fear fell eke on Etzel, as well might be the case. What trusty followers snatched they to death before his face? For well nigh did his enemies on him destruction bring. There sat he all confounded, what booted him to be a king? Cried then aloud to Dietrich, Kriemhild the high lady, Now help me, knight so noble, that hence with life I flee. By princely worth I pray thee, thou lord of Amelung's land, if here do reach me Hagen, straight find I death beneath his hand. How may my help avail thee, noble queen and high? Answered her Sir Dietrich, Fear for myself have I. Too sorely is enraged each knight in Gunther's band. To no one at this season may I lend assisting hand. But nay, Sir Dietrich, full noble knight and keen, what maketh thy bright chivalry? Let it this day be seen, and bring me hence to safety, else am I death's sure prey. Good cause would that on Kriemhild's bosom fear so heavy lay. So will I here endeavor to help thee as I may, yet shalt thou well believe me, hath passed full many a day, since saw I goodly warriors of so bitter mood, neath swords behold I flowing, through helmets plenteously the blood. Lustily then cried he, the warrior nobly born, that his voice rang loudly, like blast from bison's horn, that all around the palace gave back the lusty sound. Unto the might of Dietrich never limit yet was found. When did hear King Gunther how called the doughty man, above the storm of combat to hearken he began. Quoth he, The voice of Dietrich hath fallen upon mine ear. I ween some of his followers before our thanes have fallen here. High on the board I see him, he beckons with the hand. Now, my good friends and kinsmen of Burgundian land, stay ye your hands from conflict, let us hear and see, if done upon the chieftain aught by my men of scathe there be. When thus King Gunther did beg and eke command, with swords in stress of battle, stayed they all the hand. 'Twas token of his power, that straight the strife did pause. Then him of bairn he questioned, what of his outcry were the cause. He spake, Full noble Dietrich, what here on thee is wrought by any of my warriors? For truly is my thought to make a full atonement and amends to thee. If here hath wronged thee any, 'twere cause of mickle grief to me. Then answered him Sir Dietrich, Myself do nothing grieve. Grant me with thy protection but this hall to leave, and quit the dire conflict with them that me obey. Then surely will I ever seek thy favor to repay. How pleadest thou so early? Wulfhart was hard. The fiddler so securely the door not yet hath barred. But it so wide we'll open, to pass it through, I trow. Now hold thy peace, quoth Dietrich, wrought but little here hast thou. Then spake the royal Gunther, That grant I thee to do. Forth from the hall lead many, or lead with thee few. And if my foes it be not, here stay they every one. Upon me here in Hunland hath grievous wrong by then been done. When heard he Gunther's answer, he took beneath his arm the noble Queen Kriemhild, who dreaded mickle harm. On the other side too led he Etzel with him away. Eke went thence with Dietrich 600 knights in fair array. Then outspake the margrave, the noble Ruediger, If leave to any others be granted forth to fare, of those who glad would serve you, give us the same to see. Yea, peace that's never broken, 'twixt friends 'tis meet should ever be. Thereto gave answer Giselher, of the land of Burgundy, peace and unbroken friendship, wish we e'er with thee and all thy kinsmen, as true thou ever art. We grant thee all untroubled, with thy friends from hence to part. When thus Sir Ruediger from the hall did pass, a train of knights 500, or more with him there was, of them of Bechelaren, kinsmen and warriors true, whose parting gave King Gunther anon full mickle cause to rue. When did a Hunnish warrior Etzel's passing see, 'neath the arm of Dietrich, to profit him, thought he, smote him yet the fiddler such a mighty blow, that for the feet of Etzel, sheer on the floor his head fell low. When the country's monarch had gained the outer air, turned he looking backward, and gazed on Volker. Alack, such guests to harbour, ah me discomfited, that all the knights that serve me shall before their might lie dead. Alack, their coming hither, spake the king once more, within a warrior fighteth, like to wild forest boar, hight the same as Volker, and a minstrel is also, to pass the demon scatheless, I to fortune's favour owe. Evil sound his melodies, his strokes of bow are red, yet beneath his music full many a knight lies dead. I know not what against us hath stirred that player's ire, for guests ne'er had I any, whereby to suffer woe so dire. None other would they suffer to pass the door than those. Then 'neath the hall's high roof-tree a mighty din arose, for evil wrought upon them those guests sore vengeance take. Volker the doughty fiddler, with shining helmets there he brake. Gunther, lofty monarch, thither turned his ear. Hear'st thou the music, Hagen, that yonder Volker doth fiddle for the Hunmen, when near the door they go? The stroke is red of colour, where he doth draw the fiddle bow. Mickle doth it rue me, Hagen spake again, that in the hall far severed I am from that bold thane. I was his boon companion, and he sworn friend to me. Come we hence ever scatheless, trusty fears we yet shall be. Behold now, lofty sire, the faith of Volker bold, with will he seeks to win him, thy silver and thy gold. With fiddle bow he cleaveth, e'en thus steel so hard, bright gleaming crests of helmets are scattered by his mighty sward. Never saw I fiddler so dauntless heart display, as the doughty Volker here hath done this day. Through shield and shining helmet his melodies ring clear. Give him to ride good charger, and eke full stately raiment wear. Of all the Hunnish kindred that in the hall had been, none now of all their number therein to fight was seen. Hushed was the din of battle, and strife no more was made. From out their hands aweary, their swords the dauntless warriors laid. End of section 35. Section 36 of the Nibelungenlied, translated by George Henry Needler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Kurt. 34th Adventure. How They Cast Out the Dead. From toil of battle weary, rested the warriors all. Volker and Hagen passed out before the hall, and on their shields did lean them, those knights whom naught could daunt. Then with full merry converse, 'gan the twain their foes to taunt. Spake meanwhile of Burgundy, Giselher the thane, not yet, good friends, may ye think to rest again. Forth from the hall the corses shall ye rather bear, again will be assailed, that would I now in sooth declare. Beneath our feet no longer here the dead must lie, but ere in storm of battle, at hand of Huns to die, we'll deal such wounds around us, as 'tis my joy to see. Thereon spake Giselher, my heart is fixed right steadfastly. I joy in such a master. Hagen spake again. Such counsel well befitteth alone so valiant thane, as my youthful master hath shown himself this day. Therefore, O men of Burgundy, every one rejoice ye may. Then followed they his counsel, and from the hall they bore 7,000 bodies, and cast them from the door. Adown the mounting stairway all together fell, whereat a sound of wailing did from mourning kinsmen swell. Many a man among them so slight wound did bear, that he were yet recovered, had he but gentle care, who yet falling headlong, now surely must be deed, thereat did grieve their kinsmen, as verily was sorest need. Then outspake the fiddler, Volker, a hero bold, Now do I find how truly hath to me been told, that cowards are the Hunmen, who do like women weep. Rather should be their effort, their wounded kin alive to keep. These words deemed a margrave, spoken in kindly mood. He saw one of his kinsmen, weltering in his blood. In his arms he clasped him, and thought him thence to bear. But as he bent above him, pierced him the valiant minstrel's spear. When that beheld the others, all in haste they fled, crying each one curses on that same minstrel's head. From the ground then snatched he a spear with point full keen, that gainst him up the stairway by a Hun had hurled been. Across the court he flung it with his arm of might, far above the people than did each Hunnish knight. Seek him safer quarters, more distant from the hall, to see his mighty prowess did fill with fear his foemen all. As knights full many thousand far for the palace stood, Volker and Hagen gan speak in wanton mood unto King Etzel, nor did they aught withhold, wherefrom anon did sorrow o'ertake those doughty warriors bold. 'Twould well beseem, quoth Hagen, the people's lofty lord, foremost in storm of battle, to swing the cutting sword, as do my royal masters. Each fair example show, where hew they through the helmets, their swords do make the blood to flow. To hear such words brave Etzel snatched in haste his shield. Now well beware of rashness, cried Lady Kriemhild, and offer to thy warriors gold heaped on shield full high. If yonder Hagen reach thee, straightway shalt thou surely die. So high was the king's mettle that he would not give o'er, which case is now full seldom seen in high princes more. They must by shield strap tugging him perforce restrain. Grim of mood then Hagen began him to revile again. It was a distant kinship, spake Hagen, dauntless knight, that Etzel unto Siegfried ever did unite, and husband he to Kriemhild was ere thee she knew. Wherefore, O king, faint-hearted, seekest thou such thing gainst me to do? Thereto eke must listen the noble monarch's spouse, and grievously to hear it did Kriemhild's wrath arouse, that he for men of Etzel durst herself upbraid. To urge them gainst the strangers, she once more her arts essayed. Cried she, of Tranya Hagen, whoso for me will slay, and his head from body severed, here before me lay. For him the shield of Etzel I'll fill with ready gold. Eke lands and lordly castles I'll give him for his own to hold. I wot not why they tarry, thus the minstrel cried, ne'er saw I heroes any, so their courage hide, when to them was offered, like this, reward so high. 'Tis cause henceforth that Etzel, for I to them good will deny. Who in such craven manner do eat their master's breed, and like caitiffs fail him in time of greatest need. Here see I standing many, of courage all forlorn, yet would be men of valor, all time be they upheld to scorn. End of section 36. Section 37 of the Nibelungenlied, translated by George Henry Needler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Kurt. 35th Adventure, How Iring was Slain. Cried then he of Denmark, Iring the margrave, fixed on things of honor, my purpose long I have, and oft in storm of battle, where heroes wrought, was I. Bring hither now my armor, with Hagen I'll the combat try. I counsel thee against it, Hagen then replied, or bring a goodly company of Hunmen by thy side. If peradventure any find entrance to the hall, I'll cause that nowise scatheless down the steps again they fall. Such words may not dissuade me, Iring spake once more. A thing of equal peril oft have I tried before. Yea, will I with my broadsword confront thee all alone, nor aught may here avail thee, thus to speak in haughty tone. Soon the valiant Iring, armed and ready stood, and Earnfried of Thuringia, a youth of mettle good, and eke the doughty Havart with 1,000 warriors tried, whate'er his purpose Iring should find them faithfully by his side. Advancing then with Iring, did the fiddler see, all clad in shining armor, a mighty company, and each a well-made helmet securely fastened wore. Thereat the gallant Volker began to rail in anger sore. Seest thou, friend Hagen, yonder Iring go, who all alone to front thee with his sword did vow? Doth lying sort with honor? Scorned the thing must be. 1,000 knights or over here bear him armed company. Now make me not a liar, cried Havart's man aloud, for firm is still my purpose to do what now I vowed, nor will I turn me from it through any cause of fear. Alone I'll stand for Hagen, awful howsoe'er he wear. On ground did throw him Iring before his warriors' feet, that they leave might grant him alone the night to meet. Loath they were to do it, well known to them might be the haughty Hagen's prowess of the land of Burgundy. Yet so long besought he that granted was their leave, when they that followed with him did his firm mind perceive, and how 'twas bent on honor, they not restrained him. Then closed the two chieftains together in a combat grim. Iring of Denmark raised his spear on high, and with the shield he covered himself full skilful eye. He upward rushed on Hagen unto the hall right close, when round the clashing fighters soon a mighty din arose. Each hurled upon the other the spear with arm of might, that the firm shields were pierced, e'en to their mail coats bright, and outward still projecting the long spear shafts were seen. In haste then snatched their broadswords, both the fighters grim and keen. In might the doughty Hagen and prowess did abound. As Iring smote upon him, the hall gave back the sound. The palace all and towers re-echoed from their blows. Yet might that bold assailant with victory ne'er the combat close. On Hagen might not Iring wreak aught of injury. Unto the doughty fiddler in haste then turned he, him by his mighty sword strokes thought he to subdue, but well the thane full gallant to keep him safe in combat knew. Then smote the doughty fiddler so lustily his shield, that from it flew its ornaments, where he the sword did wield. Iring must leave unconquered there the dauntless man. Next upon King Gunther of Burgundy in wrath he ran. There did each in combat show him man of might, howe'er did Gunther and Iring each the other smite. From wounds might never either make the blood to flow. So sheltered each his armor, well wrought that was, and strong enow. Gunther left he standing, upon Gernot to dash, and when he smote ring armor, the fire forth did flash. But soon had he of Burgundy, Gernot the doughty thane, well nigh his keen assailant, Iring of Denmark slain. Yet from the prince he freed him, for nimble was he too. 4 of the men of Burgundy the nightfall sudden slew, of those that followed with them from Worms upon the Rhine. Thereupon might nothing the wrath of Giselher confine. God wot well, Sir Iring, young Giselher then cried, now must thou make requital for them that here have died. Neath thy hand so sudden he rushed upon him so, and smote the knight of Denmark, that he might not withstand the blow. Into the blood down fell he, staggering neath its might, that all who there beheld it might deem the noble knight sword again would never wield amid the fray. Yet neath the stroke of Giselher, Iring all unwounded lay. Bedazed by helmet's sounding, where ringing swords swung down, full suddenly his senses so from the knight were flown, that of his life no longer harbored he a thought, that the doughty Giselher by his mighty arm had wrought. When somewhat was subsided the din within his head, from mighty blow so sudden on him was visited, thought he, I still am living, and bear no mortal wound. How great the might of Giselher, till now unwitting, have I found. He hearkened how on all sides his foes around did stand. Knew they what he did purpose, they had not stayed their hand. He heard the voice of Giselher, eke in that company, as cunning he bethought him, how yet he from his foes might flee. Up from the blood he started, with fierce and sudden bound. By grace alone of swiftness he his freedom found. With speed he passed the portal, where Hagen yet did stand, and swift his sword he flourished, and smote him with his doughty hand. To see such sight, quoth Hagen, to death thou fallest a prey. If not the devil shield thee, now is thy latest day. Yet Iring wounded Hagen, e'en through his helmet's crown, that did the knight with Voski, a sword that was of far renown. When thus Sir Hagen the smart of wound did feel, wrathfully he brandished on high his blade of steel. Full soon must yield before him Havart's daring man, adown the steps pursuing. Hagen swiftly after ran. O'er his head bold Iring his shield to guard him swung, and e'en had that same stairway been full 3 times as long. Yet had he found no respite from warding Hagen's blows, how plenteously the ruddy sparks above his helmet rose. Unscathed at last came Iring, where waited him his own, soon as was the story unto Kriemhild known, how that in fight on Hagen he had wrought injury. Therefore the lady Kriemhild him gan to thank full graciously. Now God requite thee, Iring, thou valiant knight and good, for thou my heart hast comforted, and merry made my mood. Red with blood his armor, see I yonder Hagen stand. For joy herself did Kriemhild take his shield from out his hand. Small cause hast thou to thank him, thus wrathful Hagen spake. For gallant knight 'twere fitting trial once more to make. If then returned he scatheless, a valiant man he were. The wound doth boot thee little, that now from his hand I bear. That here from wound upon me, my mailcoat, seest thou red, shall bring will full reprisal on many a warrior's head. Now is my wrath aroused in full gainst Havart's thane. As yet in sooth hath Iring wrought on me but little bane. Iring, then of Denmark, stood where fanned the wind. He cooled him in his armor, and did his helmet unbend. Then praised him all the people, and spoke him man of might, whereat the margrave's bosom swelled full high with proud delight. Now hearken, friends, unto me, Iring once more spake. Make me straightway ready, new trial now to make. If I this knight so haughty may yet perchance subdue, new shield they brought for Hagen, did as erstwhile asunder hew. Soon stood against the warrior, in armor all bedight, and hand a spear full massy, took the wrathful knight, wherewith on yonder Hagen he thought to vent his hate, with grim and fearful visage, on him the vengeful thane did wait. Yet not to bide his coming might Hagen longer now, adown he rushed upon him, with many a thrust and blow, down where the stairway ended, for fierce did burn his ire. Soon the might of Iring must neath his furious onset tire. Their shields they smote asunder, that the sparks began to fly in ruddy showers. Havart's gallant man was by sword of Hagen wounded all so sore, through shield and shining cuirass, that whole he found him nevermore. When how great the wound was, Iring fully knew. Better to guard his helmband, his shield he higher drew. The scathe he first received, he deemed sufficient quite, yet injury far greater soon had he from King Gunther's knight. From where it lay before him, Hagen a spear did lift, and hurled it upon Iring, with aim so sure and swift. It pierced his head and firmly, fixed the shaft did stand, full grim the end that met him, neath the doughty Hagen's hand. Backward Iring yielded unto his Danish men, ere for the knight his helmet they undid again. From his head they drew the spear point, to death he was anigh, wept thereat his kinsmen, and sore need had verily. Come thereto Queen Kriemhild, and o'er the warrior bent, and for the doughty Iring gan she there lament. She wept to see him wounded, and sorely grieved the queen. Then spake unto his kinsmen, the warrior full brave and keen. I pray thee leave thy moaning, royal high lady. What avails thy weeping? Yea, soon must ended be my life from wounds outflowing, that here I did receive. To serve thyself and Etzel, will death not longer grant me leave. Eke spake he to them of Thuringia, and to them of Danish land. Of you shall never any receive the gift in hand, from your royal mistress, of shining gold full red, who wherewith standeth Hagen, doth calleth down upon his head. From cheek the colour faded, death's sure token wore. Iring the gallant warrior, thereat they grieved full sore, nor more in life might tarry Havart's valiant knight. Enraged the men of Denmark again did arm them for the fight. Ernfried and Havart before the hall then sprang, leading 1,000 warriors, full furious a clang of weapons then on all sides, loud and great ye hear, against the men of Burgundy, how hurled they many a mighty spear. Straight the valiant Ernfried the minstrel rushed upon, but naught but grievous injury neath his hand he won, for the noble fiddler did the landgrave smite, and through the well-wrought helmet, yea, grim and savage was the knight. Sir Ernfried then in answer the valiant minstrel smote, that must fly asunder the rings of his mailed coat, which showered o'er his cuirass like sparks of fire red. Soon must yet the landgrave fall before the fiddler dead. Eke were come together Havart and Hagen bold, and saw he deeds of wonder. Who did the sight behold? Swift flew the sword and fiercely swung by each hero's hand, but soon lay Havart prostrate before him of Burgundian land. When Danish men and Thuringians beheld their master's fall, fearful was the turmoil that rose before the hall. As to the door they struggled, on dire vengeance bent, full many a shield and helmet was their neath sword asunder rent. Now backward yield, cried Volker, and let them pass within. Thus only are they thwarted of what they think to win. When but they pass the portals, are they full quickly slain. With death shall they the bounty of their royal mistress gain. When thus with pride o'erweening they did entrance find, the head of many a warrior was so to earth inclined, that he must life surrender neath blows that thickly fell. Well bore him valiant Gernot, and eke Sir Giselher as well. For knights beyond 1,000 were come into the house, the light from sword blades glinted, swift sung with mighty souse. Not one of all their number soon might ye living see, tell might ye mickle wonders of the men of Burgundy. Thereafter came a stillness, and ceased the tumult loud. The blood in every quarter through the leak holes flowed, and out along the corbels from men in death laid low, that had the men of Rhineland wrought with many a doughty blow. Then sat again to rest them they of Burgundian land. Shield and mighty broadsword they laid from out the hand, but yet the valiant fiddler stood waiting for the door, if peradventure any would seek to offer combat more. Sorely did King Etzel and eke his spouse lament. Maidens and fair ladies did sorrow sorely torment. Death long since upon them, I ween such ending swore. To fall before the strangers was doomed full many a warrior more. End of section 37. Section 38 of the Nibelungenlied, translated by George Henry Needler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Kurt. 36th Adventure. How the Queen bade set fire to the hall. Now lay ye off the helmets. The words from Hagen fell. I with a boon companion will be your sentinel, and seek the men of Etzel to work us further harm. For my royal masters, full quickly will I cry alarm. Then freed his head of armor, many a warrior good. They sate them on the courses that round them in the blood of wounds themselves had dealt them, prostrate weltering lay. Now to his guests so lofty, scant courtesy did Etzel pay. Ere yet was come the even, King Etzel did persuade, and eke the lady Kriemhild, that once more essayed the Hunnish knights to storm them. Before them might ye see good 20,000 warriors, who soon for fight must ready be. Then with a furious onset the strangers they attacked. Dankwart, Hagen's brother, who naught of courage lacked, sprang out mid the besiegers to ward them from the door. 'Twas deemed a deadly peril, yet scatheless stood he there before. Fierce the struggle lasted, till darkness brought an end. Themselves like goodly heroes the strangers did defend against the men of Etzel all the long summer day. What host of valiant warriors before them fell to death a prey. At turn of sun in summer, that havoc sore was wrought, when the lady Kriemhild revenge so dire sought upon her nearest kinsmen, and many a knight beside, wherefore with royal Etzel nevermore might joy abide. As day at last was ending, sad they were of heart. They deemed from life 'twere better in sudden death to part, than be thus long tormented by great o'erhanging dread. That despite now be granted, the knights so proud and gallant prayed. They prayed to lead the monarch hither to them there, as heroes' blood bespotted, and stained from battle gear. Forth from the hall emerged the lofty monarchs three. They wist not to whom complained might their full grievous sorrows be. Etzel and Kriemhild they soon before them found, and great was now their company, from all their lands around. Spake Etzel to the strangers, What will ye now of me? Ye hope for end of conflict, but hardly may such favor be. This so mighty ruin that ye on me have wrought, if death thwart not my purpose, shall profit you in naught. For child that here ye slew me, and kinsman dear to me, shall peace and reconcilement from you withheld forever be. Thereto gave answer Gunther, to that drove sorest need. Lay all my train of squires before thy warriors' deed. Were they for night assembled, how bore I so great blame? A friendly mind I deemed thee, as trusting in thy faith I came. Then spake eke of Burgundy, the youthful Giselher, Ye knights that still are living, of Etzel now declare, whereof ye may reproach me, how hath you harmed my hand? For in right friendly manner came I riding to this land. Cried they, Well is thy friendship in burg and country known, by sorrow of thy making. Gladly had we foregone the pleasure of thy coming from Worms across the Rhine. Our country hast thou orphaned, thou and brother eke of thine. In angry mood King Gunther unto them replied, An ye this mighty hatred appeased would lay aside, born 'gainst us knights here homeless, to both again it wear. For Etzel's wrath against us, we in sooth no guilt do bear. The host then to the strangers, Your sorrow hear and mine. Our things all unequal, for now must I repine. With honor I'll be spotted, and 'neath distress of woe, of you shall never any hence from my country living go. Then did the doughty Gernot unto King Etzel say, God then in mercy move thee to act in friendly way. Slay us knights here homeless, yet grant us down to go. To meet thee in the open, thine honor biddeth thus to do. Whate'er shall be our portion, let that straightway appear. Men hast thou yet so many, that should they banish fear, not one of us storm weary might keep his life secure. How long shall we here friendless this woeful travail yet endure? By the warriors of Etzel their wish nigh granted was, and leave well nigh was given, that from the hall they pass. When Kriemhild knew their purpose, high her anger swelled, and straightway such a respite was from the stranger knights withheld. But nay, ye Hunnish warriors, what ye have mind to do, therefrom now desist ye, such is my counsel true. Nor let foes so vengeful pass without the hall, else must in death before them full many of your kinsmen fall. If of them live none other, but youth's sons alone, my 3 noble brothers, and they the air had won, where breeze might cool their armor, to death ye were a prey. In all this world were never born more valiant thanes than they. Then spake the youthful Giselher, full beauteous sister mine, When to this land thou badst me, from far beside the Rhine, I little deemed such trouble did here upon me wait. Whereby have I deserved from the Huns such mortal hate? To thee I ever faithful was, nor wronged thee e'er. In such faith confiding did I hither fare, that thou to me wert gracious, O noble sister mine. Show mercy now unto us, we must to thee our lives resign. No mercy may I show you, unmerciful I'll be. By Hagen, knight of Tranya, was wrought such woe to me, that ne'er is reconcilement, the while that I have life. That must ye all atone for, quoth the royal Etzel's wife. Will ye but Hagen only to me as hostage give, then will I not deny you, to let you longer live. Born are ye of one mother, and brothers unto me, so wish I that compounded, herewith these warriors peace may be. God in heaven forfend it, Gernot straightway said, E'en though we were 1,000, lay we all rather dead, we who are thy kinsmen, ere that warrior won. Here we gave for hostage, never may such thing be done. Die must we all, quoth Giselher, for such is mortal's end. Till then, despite of any, our knighthood we'll defend. Would any test our mettle, here may he trial make, for ne'er when help he needed, did I a faithful friend forsake. Then spake the valiant Dankwart, a knight that knew no fear. In sooth stands not unaided my brother Hagen here, who here have peace denied us, may yet have cause to rue. I would that this ye doubt not, for verily I tell you true. The queen to those around her, ye gallant warriors, go now nigher to the stairway, and straight avenge my woe. I'll ever make requital, therefore as well I may. For his haughty humour will I Hagen full repay. To pass without the portal, let not one at all, for at its four corners I'll bid ignite the hall. So will I fullest vengeance take for all my woe. Straightway the thanes of Etzel ready stood her hest to do, who still without were standing, were driven soon within, by sword and spear upon them, that made a mighty din. Yet naught might those good warriors from their masters take, by their faith would never each the other's side forsake. To burn the hall commanded Etzel's wife in ire, and tortured they those warriors, there with flaming fire. Full soon with wind upon it, the house in flames was seen. To any folk did never sadder plight befall, I ween. Their cries within resounded, alack for sorest need, how mickle rather lay we in storm of battle deed. For God 'tis cause for pity, for here we all must die. Now doth the queen upon us vengeance wreak full grievous lie. Among them spake another, our lives we here must end. What now avails the greeting the king to us did send? So sore this heat oppresseth, and parched with thirst my tongue. My life from very anguish I ween I must resign ere long. Then quoth of Tranya Hagen, ye noble knights and good, whoe'er by thirst is troubled, here let him drink the blood. Then wine more potent is it, where such high heat doth rage, nor may we at this season find us a better beverage. Where fallen knight was lying, thither a warrior went. Aside he laid his helmet, to gaping wound he bent, and soon was seen a quaffing therefrom the flowing blood. To him, though all unwonted, yet seemed he there such drinking good. Now God reward thee, Hagen, the weary warrior said, that I so well have drunken, thus by thy teaching led. Better wine full seldom hath been poured for me, and live I yet a season, I'll ever faithful prove to thee. When there did hear the others, how to him it seemed good, many more beheld ye, eke that drank the blood. Each thereby new vigor for his body won, and eke for lover fallen, wept many a bosom dame anon. The flaming brands fell thickly upon them in the hall, with upraised shields they kept them, yet scatheless from their fall. Though smoke and heat together wrought them anguish sore, beset were heroes never, I ween by so great woe before. Then spake of Tranya Hagen, stand nigh unto the wall, let not the brands all flaming upon your helmets fall. Into the blood beneath you tread them with your feet. In sooth in evil fashion us doth our royal hostess greet. In trials thus endured ebbed the night away, still without the portal did the keen fiddler stay, and Hagen his good fellow o'er shield their bodies leant. They deemed the men of Etzel still on further mischief bent. Then was heard the fiddler, pass we into the hall, for so the Huns shall fondly deem we are perished all, amid the mickle torture we suffer at their hand. Natheless shall they behold us, bound for fight before them stand. Spake then of Burgundy the young Sir Giselher, I ween 'twill soon be dawning, for blows a cooler air. To live in fuller joyance, now grant us God in heaven. To us dire entertainment my sister Kriemhild here hath given. Spake again another, Lo, how I feel the day! For that no better fortune here await us may. So don ye knights your armor, and guard ye well your life. Full soon in sooth we suffer, again at hands of Etzel's wife. Fondly Etzel fancied the strangers all were dead, from sore stress of battle, and from the fire dread. Yet within were living 600 men so brave, that never thanes more worthy a monarch for liegemen might have. The watchers set to watch them soon full well had seen how still lived the strangers, spite what wrought had been of harm and grievous evil on the monarchs and their band. Within the hall they saw them still unscathed and dauntless stand. Told 'twas then to Kriemhild how they from harm were free, whereat the royal lady quoth such thing ne'er might be, that any still were living from that fire dread. Nay, believe I rather that within they all lie dead. Gladly yet the strangers would a truce compound, might any grace to offer amid their foes be found. But such appeared not any in them of Hunnish land. Well to avenge their dying, prepared they then with willing hand. About the dawn of morning, greeted they were again, with a vicious onslaught that paid full many a thane. There was flung upon them many a mighty spear, while gallantly did guard them the lofty thanes that knew not fear. The warriors of Etzel were all of eager mood, and Kriemhild's promised bounty win for himself each wooed. To do the king's high bidding did likewise urge their mind. 'Twas cause full soon that many were doomed swift death in fight to find. Of store of bounty promised might wonders great be told. She bade on shields to carry forth the ruddy gold, and gave to him that wished it, or would but take her store. In sooth a greater hire ne'er tempted gainst the foe before. A mickle host of warriors went forth in battle gear. Then quoth the valiant Volker, Still may ye find us here. Ne'er saw I move to battle warriors more fain, that to work us evil the bounty of the king have ta'en. Then cried among them many, Hither, ye knights, more nigh, since all at last must perish. 'Twere better instant lie, and here no warrior falleth, but who foredoomed hath been. With well-flung spears all bristling, full quickly then their shields were seen. What need of further story? 1,200 stalwart men, repulsed and onset gory, still returned again. But dealing wounds around them, the strangers cooled their mood, and there stood all unvanquished, flowing might ye see the blood. From deep wounds and mortal, whereof were many slain, for friends in battle fallen, heard ye loud complain. Slain were all those warriors that served the mighty king, whereat from loving kinsmen arose a mickle sorrowing. End of section 38. Section 39 of the Nibelungenlied, translated by George Henry Needler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Kurt. 37th Adventure, How the Margrave Ruediger was slain. At morning light the strangers had wrought high deed of fame, when the spouse of Godelinda unto the courtyard came, to behold on both sides such woe befallen there, might not refrain from weeping, sorely the faithful Ruediger. Oh, woe is me, exclaimed he, that ever I was born! Alack, that this great sorrow no hand from us may turn. Though I be ne'er so willing, the king no peace will know, for he beholds the sorrow ever great and greater grow. Then did the kindly Ruediger unto Dietrich send, if to the lofty monarchs they yet might truce extend. The knight of Bern gave message, how might such thing be? For ne'er the royal Etzel granteth to end it peacefully. When a Hunnish warrior saw standing Ruediger, as from eyes sore weeping, fell full many a tear, to his royal mistress spake he, Behold, how stands he there, with whom here by Etzel none other may and might compare, and who commandeth service of lands and people all, how many lordly castles Ruediger his own doth call, that unto him hath given the bounty of the king. Not yet in valorous conflict saw'st thou here his sword to swing. Methinks but little recks he what may here betide, since now in fullest measure his heart is satisfied. 'Tis told he is surpassing all men forsooth so keen, but in this time of trials his valor ill displayed hath been. Stood there full of sorrow the brave and faithful man, yet whom he thus heard speaking, he cast his eyes upon. Thought he, Thou makest atonement, who deem'st my metal cold. Thy thought here all too loudly hast thou unto the people told. His fist thereat he doubled, and upon him ran, and smote with blows so mighty their King Etzel's man, that prone before him straightway fell that mocker dead. So came but greater sorrow on the royal Etzel's head. Hence thou, basest caitiff, cried then Ruediger, here of pain and sorrow enough I have to bear. Wherefore wilt thou taunt me, that I the combat shun? In sooth had I the utmost of harm upon the strangers done. For that good reason have I, to bear them hate indeed, but that myself the warriors, as friends did, hither lead. Yea, was I their safe escort into my master's land. So may I, man most wretched, ne'er raise against them hostile hand. Then spake the lofty Etzel unto the margrave, What aid, O noble Ruediger, here at thy hands we have? Our country hath so many, already doomed to die. We need not any other. Now hast thou wrought full wrongful I. Returned the knight so noble, my heart he sore hath grieved, and reproached me for high honors at thy hand received, and eke for gifts unto me by thee so freely made. Dearly for his slander hath the base traducer paid. When had the queen come hither, and had likewise seen how on the Hunnish warrior his wrath had vented been, incontinent she mourned it, and tears bedimmed her sight. Spake she unto Ruediger, How dost thou now our love requite? That for me and thy master thou bringest increase of woe? Now hast thou, noble Ruediger, ever told us so, that thou life and honor for our sake wouldst dare? Eke heard I thanes full many proclaim thee knight beyond compare. Of the oath I now remind thee, that thou to me didst swear, when counsel first thou gavest to Etzel's land to fare, that thou wouldst truly serve me, till one of us were deed. Of that I, wretched woman, never stood so sore in need. Nor do I, royal mistress, deny that so I swear, that I for thy well-being would life and honor dare, but eke my soul to forfeit, that swear I not indeed. 'Tis I thy royal brothers hither to this land did lead. Quoth she, Bethink thee, Ruediger, of thy fidelity, and oath once firmly plighted, that aught of harm to me should ever be avenged, and righted every ill. Replied thereto the margrave, Ne'er have I failed to work thy will. Etzel, the mighty monarch, to implore him then began, and king and queen together down knelt before their man, whereat the good margrave was seen in sorest plight, and gan to mourn his station, in piteous words, the faithful knight. "O woe is me, most wretched," he sorrow-stricken cried, "that forced I am my honor thus to set aside, and bonds of faith and friendship God hath imposed on me. O thou that rulest in heaven, come death, I cannot yet be free. Whate'er it be my effort, to do or leave undone, I break both faith and honor, in doing either one. But leave I both, all people will cry me worthy scorn. May he look down in mercy, who bade me wretched man be born." With many a prayer besought him the king and eke his spouse, wherefore was many a warrior soon doomed his life to lose. At hand of noble Ruediger, when eke did die the thane, now hear ye how he bore him, though filled his heart with sorest pain. He knew how scathe did wait him, and boundless sorrowing, and gladly had refused to obey the king, and eke his royal mistress. Full sorely did he fear, that if one stranger slew he, the scorn of all the world he'd bear. Then spake unto the monarch the full gallant thane, "O royal sire, whatever thou gavest take again, the land and every castle, that naught remain to me. On foot, a lonely pilgrim, I'll wander to a far country." Thereto replied King Etzel, who then gave help to me. "My land and lordly castles give I all to thee. If on my foes, O Ruediger, revenge thou wilt provide, a mighty monarch seated shalt thou be by Etzel's side." Again gave answer Ruediger, "How may that ever be? At my own home shared they my hospitality. Meat and drink I offered to them in friendly way, and gave them of my bounty. How shall I seek them here to slay? The folk belike will fancy that I a coward be, ne'er hath faithful service been refused by me unto the noble princes and their warriors too, that ere I gained their friendship, now 'tis cause for me to rue. For spouse unto Sir Giselher gave I a daughter mine, nor into fairer keeping might I her resign, where truth were sought in honor and gentle courtesy. Ne'er saw I thane so youthful, virtuous in mind as he. Again gave answer Kriemhild, "O noble Ruediger, to me and royal Etzel, and mercy now give ear, for sorrows that o'erwhelm us, bethink thee, I implore, that monarch never any harbored so evil guests before." Spake and turned the margrave unto the monarch's wife, "Ruediger requital must make today with life, for that thou and my master did me so true befriend. Therefore must I perish, now must my service find an end. E'en this day well know I, my castles and my land must surely lose their master beneath a stranger's hand. To thee, my wife and children, commend I for thy care, and with all the lorn ones that wait by Bechelaren's towers fair." "Now God reward thee, Ruediger," thereat King Etzel quoth. "He and the queen together, right joyful were they both. To us shall all thy people full commended be. Eke trow I by my fortune, no harm shall here befall to thee." For their sake he ventured soul and life to lose. Thereat fell sore to weeping the royal Etzel's spouse. He spake, "I must unto you my plighted word fulfill. Alack, beloved strangers, whom to assail forbids my will." From the king their parting, he saw him sad of mood, and passed unto his warriors, who at small distance stood. "Don straightway now your armor, my warriors all," quoth he. "Alas, must I to battle with the valiant knights of Burgundy." Then straightway for their armor did the warriors call, a shining helm for this one, for that a shield full tall. Soon did the nimble squires before them ready hold. Anon came saddest tidings unto the stranger warriors bold. With Ruediger there saw ye 500 men arrayed, and noble thanes a dozen that came unto his aid, thinking in storm of battle to win them honor high. In sooth but little knew they how death awaited them so nigh. With helm on head advancing, saw ye Sir Ruediger, swords that cut full keenly the margrave's men did bear, and eke in hand each carried a broad shield shining bright. Boundless was the fiddler's sorrow to behold the sight. When saw the youthful Giselher his bride's sire go, thus with fastened helmet, how might he ever know what he therewith did purpose, if 'twere not only good? Thereat the noble monarchs right joyous might ye see of mood. I joy for friends so faithful, spake Giselher the thane, as on our journey hither we for ourselves did gain. Full great shall be our vantage, that I found spouse so dear, and high my heart rejoiceth, that plighted thus to wed we were. Small cause I see for comfort, thereto the minstrel spake, when saw ye thanes so many, come a truce to make, with helmet firmly fastened, and bearing sword in hand. By scathe to us will Ruediger service do for tower and land. The while that thus the fiddler had spoken to the end, his way the noble Ruediger unto the hall did wend. His trusty shield he rested on the ground before his feet, yet might he never offer his friends in kindly way to greet. Loudly the noble margrave cried into the hall, Now guard you well, ye valiant Nibelungen all. From me ye should have profit, now have ye harm from me. But late we plighted friendship, broken now these vows must be. Then quailed to hear such tidings those knights in sore distress, for none there was among them but did joy the less, that he would battle with them, for whom great love they bore. At hand of foes already had they suffered travail sore. Now God in heaven forfend it, their king Gunther cried, that from mercy to us thou so wilt turn aside, and the faithful friendship whereof hope had we. I trow in sooth that never may such thing be done by thee. Desist therefrom I may not, the keen knight made reply, but now must battle with you, for vow thereto gave I. Now guard you, gallant warriors, as fear ye life to lose. From plighted vow release me, will nevermore King Etzel spouse. Too late thou turn'st against us, spake King Gunther there. Now might God requite thee, O noble Ruediger, for the faith and friendship thou didst on us bestow, if thou a heart more kindly, even to the end wouldst show. We'd ever make requital for all that thou didst give. I and all my kinsmen, wouldst thou but let us live, for thy gifts full stately, as faithfully thou here to Etzel's land didst lead us. Know that, O noble Ruediger. To me what pleasure were it, Ruediger did say, with full hand of my treasure unto you to weigh, and with a mind right willing, as was my hope to do. Thus might no man reproach me with lack of courtesy to you. Turn yet, O noble Ruediger, Gernot spake again, for in so gracious manner did never entertain any host the stranger, as we were served by thee, and live we yet a little, shall thou well requited be. O would to God, full noble, Gernot spake Ruediger, that ye were at Rhine river, and that dead, I wear, with somewhat saved of honor, since I must be your foe. Upon good knights was never wrought by friends more bitter woe. Now God requite thee, Ruediger, Gernot gave reply, for gifts so fair bestowed, I rue to see thee die, for that in thee shall perish knight of so gentle mind, here thy sword I carry, that gavest thou me in friendship kind. It never yet hath failed me in this hour's sorest need, and 'neath its cutting edges many a night lies deed. 'Tis strong and bright of lustre, cunning wrought and well. I ween whate'er was given, by night it doth in worth excel. And wilt thou now give over upon us here to fall? And if one friend thou slayest, here yet within this hall, with this same sword thou gavest, I'll take from thee thy life. I sorrow for thee, Ruediger, and eke thy fair and stately wife. Would God but give, Sir Gernot, that such thing might be, that thou wilt completely here fulfilled might see, and of thy friends not any here his life should lose. Yea, shalt thou live to comfort both my daughter and my spouse. Then outspake of Burgundy the son of Ute fair, How dost thou so, Sir Ruediger? All that with me err to thee are well disposed. Thou dost an evil thing, and wilt thine own fair daughter to widowhood too early bring. If thou with armed warriors wilt thus assail me here, in what unfriendly manner thou makest to appear, how that in thee I trusted beyond all men beside, when thy fairest daughter erstwhile I won to be my bride. Thy good faith remember, O Prince of virtue rare, if God from hence do bring thee, so spake Ruediger. Forsake thou not the maiden, when bereft of me, but rather grant thy goodness be dealt to her more graciously. That would I do full fairly, spake Giselher again, but if my lofty kinsmen, who yet do here remain, beneath thy hand shall perish, severed then must be the friendship true I cherish, eke for thy daughter and for thee. Then God, to give us mercy, the knight full valiant spake. Their shields in hand then took they, as Hooperforce would make, their passage to the strangers into Kriemhild's hall. Adown the stair full loudly did Hagen knight of Tranya call. Tarry yet a little, O noble Ruediger, for further would we parley. Thus mighty Hagen here, I and my royal masters, as presseth sorest need, what might it boot to Etzel, that we strangers all lay deed? Great is here my trouble, Hagen did declare. The shield that Lady Godelinda gave to me to bear hath now been hewn asunder by Hunmen in my hand. With friendly thought I bore it hither into Etzel's land. Would that God in heaven might grant in kindliness that I a shield so trusty did for my own possess, as in thy hand thou bearest, O noble Ruediger. In battle storm then need I never hauberk more to wear. Full glad I'd prove my friendship to thee with mine own shield, dared I the same to offer before Lady Kriemhild. But take it natheless, Hagen, and bear it in thy hand. Would that thou mightst take it again into Burgundian land. When with mind so willing he offered him his shield, saw ye how eyes full many with scalding tears were filled. For the last gift was it that was offered ere unto any warrior by Bechelaren's margrave Ruediger. How grim soe'er was Hagen, and stern soe'er of mind, that gift to pity moved him, that there the chieftain kind, so near his latest moment, did on him bestow. From eyes of many another began likewise the tears to flow. Now God in heaven requite thee, O noble Ruediger, like unto thee none other. Warrior was there e'er, unto knights all friendless, so bounteously to give. God grant in his mercy thy virtue evermore to live. Woe's me to hear such tiding, Hagen did declare, such load of grief abiding, already do we bear. If we with friends must struggle, to God our plaint must be. Thereto replied the margrave, 'tis cause of sorrow sore to me. To pay thee for thy favor, O noble Ruediger, howe'er these lofty warriors themselves against thee bear, yet never thee in combat here shall touch my hand, e'en though complete thou slayest them from out Burgundian land. Thereat the lofty Ruediger for him did courteous bend, on all sides was lamenting that no man might end these so great heart sorrows that sorely they must bear. The father of all virtue fell with noble Ruediger. Then eke the minstrel Volker from hall down glancing said, Since Hagen thus my comrade peace with thee hath made, lasting truce thou likewise receivest from my hand. Well hast thou deserved it, as fared we hither to this land. Thou, O noble margrave, my messenger shalt be. These armbands ready golden thy lady gave to me, that here at this high festival I the same should wear. Now mayst thyself behold them, and of my faith a witness bear. Would God but grant, spake Ruediger, who ruleth high in heaven, that to thee by my lady might further gift be given. I'll gladly tell thy tidings to spouse full dear to me, and I but live to see her, from doubt thereof thou mayst be free. When thus his word was given, his shield raised Ruediger, nigh to madness driven, boding no longer there, but ran upon the strangers like to a valiant knight. Many a blow full rapid smote the margrave in his might. Volker and Hagen made way before the thane, as before had promised to him the warriors twain. Yet found he by the portal so many a valiant man, that Ruediger the combat with mickle boding sore began. Gunther and Gernot, with murderous intent, let him pass the portal, as knights on victory bent. Backward yielded Giselher, with sorrow all undone. He hoped to live yet longer, and therefore Ruediger would shun. Straight upon their enemies the margrave's warriors sprung, and following their master was seen a valiant throng. Swords with cutting edges did they in strong arm wield, neath which full many a helmet was cleft, and many a fair wrought shield. The weary strangers likewise smote many a whirring slash, wherefrom the men of Bechelaren felt deep and long the gash. Through the shining ring mail into their life's core, in storm of battle wrought they glorious deeds many more. All his trusty followers now eke had gained the hall, on whom Volker and Hagen did soon in fury fall, and mercy unto no man save Ruediger they showed. The blood adown through helmets, where smote their swords, full plenteous flowed. How right furiously were swords gainst armor driven, on shields the well-wrought mountings from their wards were riven, and fell their jeweled facings, all scattered in the blood. Ne'er again might warriors show in fight so grim a mood. The Lord of Bechelaren through foemen cut his way, as doth each doughty warrior in fight his might display. On that day did Ruediger show full plain that he, a hero, was undaunted, full bold and eke full praiseworthy. Stood there two knights right gallant, Gunther and Gernot, and in the storm of battle to death full many smote. Eke Giselher and Dankwart, never aught recked they, how many a lusty fighter saw neath their hand his latest day. Full well did show him Ruediger, a knight of metal true, doughty in goodly armor, what warriors there he slew. Beheld it a Burgundian, and cause for wrath was there. Not longer now was distant the death of noble Ruediger. Gernot, knight full doughty, addressed the margrave then, thus speaking to the hero, Wilt thou of all my men, living leave not any, O noble Ruediger, that gives me grief unmeasured, the sight I may not longer bear. Now must thy gift unto me prove thy sorest bane, since of my friends so many thou from me hast ta'en. Now hither turn to front me, thou bold and noble knight. As far as might may bear me, I trust to pay thy gift aright. Ere that full the margrave might make his way to him, must rings of glancing mail-coats with flowing blood grow dim. Then sprang upon each other those knights on honor bent, and each from wounds deep cutting sought to keep him all unshent. Their swords cut so keenly that might withstand them note. With mighty arm Sir Ruediger Gernot then smote through the flint-hard helmet that downward flowed the blood. Therefore repaid him quickly the knight of keen and valiant mood. The gift he had of Ruediger high in hand he swung, and though to death was wounded, he smote with blow so strong that the good shield was cloven and welded helmet through. The spouse of fair Godelinda then his latest breath he drew. In sooth, so sad requital found rich bounty ne'er. Slain fell they both together, Gernot and Ruediger, alike in storm of battle, each by the other's hand. Sore was the wrath of Hagen when he the harm did understand. Cried there the Lord of Tranya, great is here our loss. In death of these two heroes, such scathe befalleth us. Wherefore land and people shall repine, for the warriors of Ruediger must now to us the forfeit pay. Alack for this my brother, snatched by death this day. What host of woes unbidden encompass me alway. Eke must I moan it ever that noble Ruediger fell. Great is the scathe to both sides, and great the sorrowing as well. When then beheld Sir Giselher his lover's sire deed, must all that with him followed suffer direst need. Their death was busy seeking to gather in his train, and of the men of Bechelaren came forth not one alive again. Gunther and Giselher, and with them Hagen too, Dankwart and Volker, doughty thanes and true, went where found they lying the two warriors slain, nor at the sight the heroes might their grief and tears restrain. Death robbeth us right sorely, spake young Sir Giselher. Yet now give o'er your weeping, and let us seek the air, that the ringed mail grow cooler on a storm weary mean. God in sooth will grant us not longer here to live, I ween. Here sitting and there leaning was seen full many a thane, resting once more from combat, the while that all lay slain. The followers of Ruediger, hushed was the battle's din. At length grew angry Etzel, that stillness was so long within. Alack for such a service, spake the monarch's wife, for never 'tis so faithful that our foes with life must to us make payment at Ruediger's hand. He thinks in sooth to lead them again unto Burgundian land. What boots it, royal Etzel, that we did ever share with him what he desired? The knight doth evil there. He that should avenge us, the same a truce doth make. Thereto the stately warrior Volker in answer spake. Alas, 'tis no such case here, O high and royal dame. Dared I but give the lie to one of thy lofty name, thou hast in fiendish manner Ruediger belied. He and all his warriors have laid all thoughts of truce aside. With so good heart obeyed he his royal master's will, that he and all his followers here in death lie still. Look now about thee, Kriemhild, who may thy hests attend. Ruediger, the hero, hath served thee faithful to the end. Wilt thou my words believe not? To thee shall clear be shown. To cause her heart a sorrow, there the thing was done. Wound gashed, they bore the hero, where him the king might see. Unto the thane of Etzel ne'er might so great sorrow be. When did they the margrave a course on bier behold? By chronicler might never written be nor told. All the while lamenting of women and of men, as with grief all stricken, outpoured they the heart's sorrow then. Royal Etzel's sorrow there did know no bound, like to the voice of lion, echoing rang the sound of the king's loud weeping, wherein the queen had share. Unmeasured they lamented the death of noble Ruediger. End of section 39. Section 40 of the Nibelungenlied, translated by George Henry Needler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Kurt. 38th Adventure. How all Sir Dietrich's knights were slain. On all sides so great sorrow heard ye there around, that palace and high tower did from the wail resound. Of Bern, a man of Dietrich, eke the same did hear, and speedily he hastened the tidings to his lord to bear. Spake he unto his master, Sir Dietrich, give me ear. What yet hath been my fortune, never did I hear, lamenting past all measure, as at this hour hath been. Scathed unto King Etzel himself hath happened, I ween. Else how might they ever all show such dire need? The king himself for Kriemhild, one of them lieth deed, by the doughty strangers, for sake of vengeance slain. Unmeasured is the weeping of full many a stately thane. Then spake of Bern Sir Dietrich, ye men to me full dear, now haste ye not unduly, the deeds performed here by the stranger warriors show sore necessity, that peace with them I blighted, let it now their profit be. Then spake the valiant Wolfhart, thither will I run, to make question of it, what they now have done, and straight will tidings bring thee, master full dear to me, when yonder I inform me, whence may so great lamenting be. Answer gave Sir Dietrich, fear they hostility, the while uncivil questioning of their deed there be, lightly are stirred to anger, good warriors o'er the thing. Yea, 'tis my pleasure, Wolfhart, thou sparest them all such questioning. Helfrich he then commanded, thither with speed to go, that from men of Etzel he might truly know, or from the strangers straightway, what thing there had been, as that so sore lamenting of people ne'er before was seen. Questioned then the messenger, what hath here been wrought? Answered one among them, complete is come to naught. What of joy we cherished here in Hunnish land, slain here lieth Ruediger, fallen neath Burgundian hand. Of them that entered with him, not one doth longer live, naught might ever happen, Helfrich more to grieve, nor ever told he tidings so ruefully before, weeping sore the message unto Dietrich then he bore. What the news thou bringst us? Dietrich spake once more. Yet, O doughty Helfrich, wherefore dost weep so sore? Answered the noble warrior, with right may I complain. Yonder faithful Ruediger lieth by the Burgundians slain. The Lord of Bern gave answer, God let not such thing be, that were a mighty vengeance, and eke the devil's glee, whereby had ever Ruediger from them deserved such ill. Well know I to the strangers was ever well disposed his will. Thereto gave answer Wolfhart, in sooth have they this done, therefore their lives shall forfeit, surely every one, and make we not requital, our shame for aye it were, full manifold our service, from hand of noble Ruediger. Then bade the Lord of Amelungen the case more full to learn. He sat within a casement, and did full sadly mourn. He played then that Hildebrand unto the strangers go, that he from their own telling of the case complete might know. The warrior, keen in battle, Master Hildebrand, neither shield nor weapon bore he in his hand, but would in chivalrous manner unto the strangers go. His sister's son reviled him, that he would venture thus to do. Spake in anger Wolfhart, goest thou all weaponless? Must I of such action free my thought confess? Thou shalt in shameful fashion hither come again. Goest thou armed thither, will all from harm to thee refrain. So armed himself the old man, at counsel of the young, ere he was ware of it, into their armor sprung, all of Dietrich's warriors, and stood with sword in hand. Grieved he was, and gladly had turned them Master Hildebrand. He asked them whither would they the company weal bear, so may perchance less willing Hagen of Trony dare, as so oft his custom to give thee mocking word. The thane his leave did grant them, at last when he their speech had heard. Keen Volker saw approaching, in armor all arrayed, of Bern the gallant warriors, that Dietrich's word obeyed, with sword at girdle hanging, and bearing shield in hand. Straight he told the tidings to his masters of Burgundian land. Spake the doughty fiddler, yonder see I come near, the warriors of Dietrich, all clad in battle gear, and decked their heads with helmets, as if our harm they mean. For us knights here homeless approacheth evil end, I ween. Meanwhile was come anigh them Master Hildebrand. Before his foot he rested, the shield he bore in hand, and soon began to question the men of Gunther there. Alack, ye gallant warriors, what harm hath wrought you Ruediger? Me did my Master Dietrich hither to you command, if now the noble margrave hath fallen neath the hand of any knight among you, as word to us is borne, such a mighty sorrow might we never cease to mourn. Then spake of Trony Hagen, true is the tale ye hear, though glad I were if to you had lied the messenger, and if the faithful Ruediger still his life might keep, for whom both man and woman must ever now in sorrow weep. When they, forsooth, the passing of the hero knew, those gallant knights bemoaned him like faithful friends and true. On Dietrich's lusty warriors saw ye fall the tear, adown the bearded visage, for sad of heart in truth they were. Of Bern then a chieftain, Siegstab, further cried, of all the mickle comfort, now and end, is mide, that Ruediger erst prepared us, after our days of pain. The joy of exiled people here lieth by you, warriors slain. Then spake of Amelungen, the thane Wulf fine, if that this day beheld I, Dedain, sire of mine, no more might be my sorrow than for this hero's life. Alack, who bringeth comfort now to the noble margrave's wife? Spake eke in angry humor Wolfhart, the stalwart thane, who now shall lead our army on the far campaign. As full oft the margrave of old hath led our host. Alack, O noble Ruediger, that in such manner thee we've lost. Wulfbrand and Helfrich and Helmnot with warriors all morded there together, that he in death must fall. For sobbing might not further question Hildebrand. He spake, now do ye warriors, according to my lord's command, yield unto us Ruedigers, course from out the hall, in whose death to sorrow hath passed our pleasure all, and let us do him service for friendship true of yore, that ere for us he cherished, and eke for many a stranger more. We too from home are exiles, like unto Ruediger. Why keep ye us here waiting? Him grant us hence to bear, that e'en though death hath reft him, our service he receive, though fairer had we paid it, the while the hero yet did leave. Thereto spake King Gunther, no service equal may, that which when death hath reft him, to friend a friend doth pay. Him deem I friend right faithful, whoe'er the same may do. Well make ye here requital for many a service unto you. How long shall we beseech you, spake Wulfhart the Thane, since he that best consoled us by you now lieth slain, and we, alas, no longer his living aid may have. Grant us hence to bear him, and lay the hero in his grave. Thereto answered Volker, thy prayer shall all deny. From out the hall thou take him, where doth the hero lie? Neath deep wounds and mortal, in blood now smitten down. So may by thee best service here to Ruediger be shown. Answered Wulfhart boldly, Sir Fiddleman, God wot, thou shalt forbear to stir us, for woe on us thou'st wrought. Durst I despite my master, uncertain were thy life, yet must we here keep silence, for he did bid us shun the strife. Then spake again the fiddler, 'tis all too much of fear, for that of things forbidden, meekly to forbear. Scarce may I deem it valor, worthy good knight to tell, what said his faithful comrade did please the doughty Hagen well. For proof be not o'er eager, Wulfhart quick replied, else so I'll tune thy fiddle, that when again ye ride afar unto Rhine river, sad tale thou tellest there, thy haughty words no longer may I now with honor bear. Spake once more the fiddler, if e'er the harmony of my fiddle strings thou breakest, thy helmet's sheen shall be made full dim of lustre by stroke of this my hand, howe'er fall out my journey homeward to Burgundian land. Then would he rush upon him, but that him did restrain Hildebrand, his uncle, who seized him amain. I ween thou wouldst be witless, by youthful rage misled. My master's favor hadst thou evermore thus forfeited. Let loose the lion, master, that doth rage so sore, if but my sword may reach him, spake Volker furthermore. Though he the world entire by his own might had slain, I'll smite him that an answer, never may he chant again. Thereat with anger straightway the men of Bern were filled. Wulfhart, thane right valiant, grasped in haste his shield, and like to a wild lion out before them sped. By friends a goodly number, full quickly was he followed. Though by the hall went striding, ne'er so swift the thane, o'ertook him Master Hildebrand, ere he the steps might gain, for nowise would he let him be foremost in the fray. In the stranger warriors, worthy foemen soon found they. Straight saw ye upon Hagen rush Master Hildebrand, and sword ye heard give music in each foeman's hand. Sore they were enraged, as ye soon were aware, for from their swinging broadswords were the ruddy sparks in air. Yet soon the twain were parted in the raging fight. The men of Bern so turned it by their dauntless might. Ere long then was Hildebrand from Hagen turned away, while that the doughty Wulfhart the valiant Volker sought to slay. Upon the helm the fiddler he smote with blow so fierce, that the sword's keen edges unto the frame did pierce. With mighty stroke repaid him the valiant minstrel too, and so belabored Wulfhart that thick the sparks around him flew. Hewing they made the fire from mail rings scintillate, for each unto the other bore a deadly hate. Of Bern the thane Wulfvine at length did part the two, which thing might none other than men of mickle prowess do. Gunther, knight full gallant, received with ready hand there the stately warriors of Nibelungen land. Eke did young Giselher of many a helmet bright, with blood all red and reeking, cause to grow full dim the light. Dankwart, Hagen's brother, was a warrior grim, what erstwhile in combat had been wrought by him against the men of Etzel seemed now as toying vain, as fought with flaming ire the son of valiant Aldriane. Richart and Gerbart, Helfrich and Wichart, had often storm of battle with valor borne their part, as now for men of Gunther they did clear display. Likewise saw ye Wulfbrand, glorious amid the fray. There old Master Hildebrand fought as he were wode. Many a doughty warrior was stricken in the blode by the sword that's swinging, and Wulfhart's hand was seen. Thus took dire vengeance for Ruediger those knights full keen. Havoc wrought Sir Siegstab there with might and main. Ho in the hurly-burly, what helms he cleft in twain. Upon the crowns of foemen, Dietrich's sister's son, ne'er in storm of battle had he more feats of valor done. When the doughty Volker there aright had seen how many a bloody rivulet was hewn by Siegstab keen, from out the well-wrought mail rings the hero's ire arose. Quick he sprang toward him, Siegstab then his life must lose. Ere long time was over, 'neath the fiddler's hand, who of his art did give him such share to understand, that beneath his broadsword, smitten to death, he lay. Old Hildebrand avenged him, as bade his mighty arm alway. Alack, that knight so loved, spake Master Hildebrand, here should thus lie fallen, 'neath Volker's hand. Now lived his latest hour, in sooth this fiddler hath. Filled was the hero Hildebrand, straightway with a mighty wrath. With might smote he Volker, that severed flew the band, e'en to the hall's wide limit, far on either hand, from shield and eke from helmet, borne by the fiddler keen. Therewith the doughty Volker, reft of life at last had been. Pressed eager to the combat, Dietrich's warriors true, smiting that the mail rings afar from harness flew, and that the broken sword points soaring aloft he saw, the while that reeking bloodstains did they from riven helmets draw. There of Tranya Hagen beheld Volker deed, in that so bloody carnage 'twas far the sorest need of all that did befall him in death of friend and man. Alack, for him what vengeance Hagen then to wreak began. Therefrom shall profit never, Master Hildebrand. Slain hath been here my helper, 'neath the warrior's hand, the best of fears in battle that fortune ever sent. His shield upraised he higher, and hewing through the throng he went. Next saw ye Dankwart, by doughty Helfrich slain. Gunther and Giselher did full sorely plain, when they beheld him fallen, where fiercely raged the fray. For his death beforehand dearly did his foemen pay. The while coursed Wulfhart thither and back again, through Gunther's men before him, hewing wide a lane. Thrice in sooth returning, strode he down the hall, and many a lusty warrior 'neath his doughty hand must fall. Soon the young Giselher cried aloud to him, Alack, that I should ever find such foemen grim. Sir Knight, so bold and noble, now turn thee here to me. I trow to end thy coursing, the which will I no longer see. To Giselher then turned him Wulfhart in the fight, and gaping wounds full many did each the other smite. With such a mighty fury he to the monarch sped, that 'neath his feet went flying the blood e'en high above his head. With rapid blows and furious, the son of Ute fair received the valiant Wulfhart, as came he to him there. How strong soe'er the thane was, his life must ended be. Never king so youthful might bear himself more valiantly. Straight he smote Wulfhart through the well-made cuirass, that from the wound all gaping the flowing blood did pass. unto death he wounded Dietrich's liegeman true, which thing in sooth might never any save knight full gallant do. When the valiant Wolfhart of the wound was ware, his shield flung he from him, and high with hand in air raised he a mighty weapon, whose keen edge failed note, through helmet and through mail rings, Gizzle her with might he smote. Grimly each the other there to death had done. Of Dietrich's men no longer lived there ever one. When old Master Hildebrand Wolfhart's fall had seen, in all his life there never such sorrow him befell, I ween. Fallen now were Gunther's warriors every one, and eke the men of Dietrich Hildebrand the while had gone, where Wolfhart had fallen down in pool of blood. In his arms then clasped he the warrior of dauntless mood. Forth from the hall to bear him vainly did he try, but all too great the burden, and there he still must lie. The dying knight looked upward from his bloody bed, and saw how that full gladly him his uncle thence had led. Spake he thus mortal wounded, Uncle full dear to me, thou mayst thou at such season no longer helpful be, to guard thee well from Hagen, indeed me seemeth good, for bears he in his bosom a heart in sooth of grimmest mood. And if for me my kinsmen at my death would mourn, unto the best and nearest by thee be message borne, that for me they weep not, of that no whit is need. At hand of valiant monarch, here lie I, glorious deed. Eke my life so dearly within this hall I've sold, that have sore cause for weeping, the wives of warriors bold. If any make thee question, then mayst thou freely say, that my own hand 900 warriors hath slain today. Now was Hagen mindful of the minstrel slain, from whom the valiant Hildebrand erstwhile his life had ta'en. Unto the master spake he, my woes shalt thou repay, full many a warrior gallant thou hast ta'en from us hence away. He smote upon Hildebrand, that loud was heard the tone of Balmung resounding, that erst did Siegfried own. But Hagen bold did seize it, when he the hero slew. The old warrior did guard him, as he was knight of metal true. Dietrich's doughty liegeman with broadsword did smite, that did cut full sorely upon Tranya's knight. Yet had the man of Gunther never any harm. Through his cuirass well jointed, Hagen smote with mighty arm. Soon as his wound perceived, the aged Hildebrand, feared he more of damage to take from Hagen's hand. Across his back full deftly his shield swung Dietrich's man, and wounded deep the hero, in flight for Hagen's fury ran. Now longer lived not any of all that goodly train, save Gunther and Hagen, doughty warriors twain. With blood from wound down streaming, fled Master Hildebrand, whom soon in Dietrich's presence saw ye with saddest tidings stand. He found the chieftain sitting, with sorrow all distraught, yet mickle more of sadness unto him he brought, when Dietrich saw how Hildebrand cuirass all blood-red wore. With fearful heart he questioned what the news to him he bore. Now tell me, Master Hildebrand, how thus wet thou be, from thy life-blood flowing, or whoso harmeth thee. In hall against the strangers thou'st drawn thy sword, I ween. 'Twere well my straight denial here by these had honored been. Replied he to his master, from Hagen cometh all. This deep wound he smote me, there within the hall. When I from his fury thought to turn away, 'tis marvel that I living saved me from the fiend this day. Then of bairn spake Dietrich, aright hast thou thy share, for thou didst hear me friendship unto these knights declare. And now the peace hast broken, that I to them did give. If my disgrace it were not, by this hand no longer shouldst thou live. Now be not, Master Dietrich, so sorely stirred to wrath. On me and on my kinsmen is wrought too great a scath. Then sought we Ruediger to bear all peacefully, the which by men of Gunther to us no whit would granted be. Ah, woe is me for sorrow! Is Ruediger then dead? In all my need there never such grief hath happened. The noble Godelinda is cousin fair to me. Alack for the poor orphans that there in Bechelaren must be. Grief and anguish filled him, or Ruediger thus slain, nor might at all the hero the flowing tears restrain. Alack for faithful helper that death from me hath torn, King Etzel's trusty liegeman, never may I cease to mourn. Canst thou, Master Hildebrand, true the tidings say, who might be the warrior that Ruediger did slay, that did the doughty Gernot with mighty arm, he said, eke at hand of Ruediger lieth the royal hero dead. Spake he again to Hildebrand, now let my warriors know, that straightway they shall arm them, for thither will I go, and bid to fetch hither my shining mail to me. Myself those knights will question of the land of Burgundy. Who here shall do thee service? Spake Master Hildebrand. All that thou hast yet living, thou seest before thee stand. Of all remain I only, the others they are dead. As was in sooth good reason, filled the tale his soul with dread. For in his life did never such woe to him befall. He spake, hath death so reft me of my warriors all? God hath forsaken Dietrich, ah me a wretched wight. Sometime a lofty monarch, I was high-throned in wealth and might. How might it ever happen, Dietrich spake again, that so worthy heroes here should all be slain? By the battle-weary strangers thus beset, ill fortune me hath chosen, else death had surely spared them yet. Since that fate not further to me would respite give, then tell me of the strangers, doth any longer live? Answered Master Hildebrand, God wot never one, save Hagen and beside him Gunther lofty king alone. Alack, O faithful Wolfheart, must I thy death now mourn? Soon have I cause to rue me, that ever I was born. Siegstab and Wolfvine and eke Wolfbrand, who now shall be my helpers in the Nibelungenlied. Helfrich, thane full valiant, and is he likewise slain? For Gerbart and Vichart, when shall I cease to plain? Of all my life's rejoicing, is this the latest day? Alack, that die for sorrow, never yet a mortal may. End of section 40. Section 41 of the Nibelungenlied, translated by George Henry Needler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Kurt. 39th Adventure. How Gunther and Hagen and Kriemhild were slain. Himself did then Sir Dietrich his armor take in hand, to don the which did help him Master Hildebrand. The doughty chieftain meanwhile must make so loud complain, that from high palace casement oft came back the sound again. Natheless his proper humour soon he did regain, and armed full in anger stood the worthy thane. A shield all wrought full firmly took he straight in hand, and forth they strode together, he and Master Hildebrand. Spake then of Tronia Hagen, Lo, where doth hither wend? In wrath his way Sir Dietrich, 'tis plain he doth intend on us to wreak sore vengeance for harm befallen here. Today be full decided who may the prize for valor bear. let ne'er of Baron Sir Dietrich hold him so high of might, nor deem his arm so doughty and terrible in fight, that will he wreak his anger on us for sorest scath. Such were the words of Hagen, I dare not well withstand his wrath. Upon these words defiant, left Dietrich Hildebrand, and to the warriors hither came where both did stand, without before the palace, and leaning respite found, his shield well proved in battle, Sir Dietrich lowered to the ground. Addressed to them, Sir Dietrich, these words of sorrowing, wherefore hast thou such evil? Gunther, mighty king, wrought gainst me a stranger. What had I done to thee? Of my every comfort, in such manner reft to be. Seemed then not sufficient the havoc unto you, when from us the hero Ruediger ye slew, that now from me ye've taken my warriors one and all, through me did so great sorrow, ne'er to you good knights befall. Of your own selves bethink you, and what the scathe ye bore, the death of your companions, and all your travail sore, if not your heart's good warriors thereat do heavy grow, that Ruediger hath fallen. Ah me, how fills my heart with woe! In all this world to any more sorrow ne'er befell, yet have ye minded little my loss and yours as well. Whate'er I most rejoiced in, beneath your hands lies slain. Yea, for my kinsman fallen, never may I cease to plain. No guilt lies here upon us, Hagen in answer spake. Unto this hall hither your knights there waited take, with goodly train of warriors, full armed for the fight. Meseemeth that the story hath not been told to thee aright. What shall I else believe in? To me told Hildebrand, how when the knights that serve me of Nibelungenland did beg the course of Ruediger to give them from the hall, naught offered ye but mockings unto the valiant warriors all. Then spake the king of Rhineland, Ruediger, to bear away. Came they in company hither, whose course to them deny. I bade despiting Etzel, nor with aught malice more. Whereupon did Wolfhart begin to rage there at full sore. Then spake a baron the hero, 'twas fated so to be. Yet Gunther, noble monarch, by thy kingly courtesy, amends make for the sorrow thou here on me hast wrought, that so thy knightly honor, still unsullied, be in aught. Then yield to me as hostage thyself and eke thy man, so will I surely hinder, as with best might I can, that any here in Hunland harm unto thee shall do. Henceforward shalt thou find me ever well disposed and true. God in heaven forfend it. Hagen spake again, that unto thee should yield them ever warriors twain, who in their strength reliant, all armed before thee stand, and yet for foes defiant, may freely swing a blade in hand. So shall ye not, spake Dietrich, proffered peace forswear. Gunther and Hagen, misfortune such I bear. At both your hands 'tis certain ye did but do aright. Would ye for so great sorrow now in my heart in full requite? I give you my sure promise, and pledge thereto my hand, that I will bear you escort home unto your land. With honors fit I'll lead you, thereon my life I set, and for your sake sore evil, suffered at your hands forget. Ask thou such thing no longer, Hagen then replied. For us 'twere little fitting the tale be bruited wide, that twain of doughty warriors did yield them 'neath thy hand. Beside thee is none other, now but only Hildebrand. Then answered Master Hildebrand, the hour may come, God wot, Sir Hagen, when thus lightly disdain it thou shalt not. If any man such offer of peace shall make to thee, welcome might now my masters reconciliation be. I take, in sooth, his friendship, Hagen gave reply, ere that I so basely forth from a hall would fly, as thou hast done but lately, O master Hildebrand. I weened with greater valor couldst thou for a foeman stand. Thereto gave answer Hildebrand, From thee reproach like that? Who was then on shield so idle, for the Waskenstein that sat, the while that Spanish vaulter, friend after friend, laid low? Such valor thou in plenty hast in thine own self to show. Outspake then Sir Dietrich, Ill fits it, warriors bold, that they one another, like old wives, should scold. Thee forbid I, Hildebrand, ought to parley more. Ah me, most sad misfortune weigheth on my heart full sore. Let me hear, Sir Hagen, Dietrich further spake, what boast ye, doughty warriors, did there together make, when that ye saw me hither come with sword in hand? Thought ye then not singly me in combat to withstand? In sooth denieth no one, bold Sir Hagen spake, that of the same with sword blow I would trial make, and but the sword of Nibelung burst not within my hand. Yea, scorn I that to yield us, thus haughtily thou makest demand. When Dietrich now perceived how Hagen raged amain, raise his shield full quickly, did the doughty thane. As quick upon him Hagen, adown the perron sprang, and the trusty sword of Nibelung full loud on Dietrich's armor rang. Then knew full well Sir Dietrich that the warrior keen, savage was of humor, and best himself to screen, sought of bairn the hero from many a murderous blow, whereby the valiant Hagen straightway came he well to know. Eke fear he had of Balmung, a strong and trusty blade. Each blow meanwhile Sir Dietrich with cunning art repaid, till that he dealt to Hagen a wound both deep and long, whereat give o'er the struggle must the valiant knight and strong. Bethought him then Sir Dietrich, through toil thy strength has fled, and little honor had I, shouldst thou lie before me dead. So will I yet make trial, if I may not subdue thee unto me as hostage. Light task 'twas not the same to do. His shield down cast he from him, and with what strength he found, about the knight of Tranya fast his arms he wound. In such wise was subdued by him the doughty knight. Gunther, the noble monarch, did weep to see his sorry plight. Bind Hagen then did Dietrich, and led him where did stand Kriemhild, the royal lady, and gave into her hand of all the bravest warrior that ever weapon bore. After her mickle sorrow had she merry heart once more. For joy before Sir Dietrich bent royal Etzel's wife. Blessed be thou ever, in heart while lasteth life. Through thee is now forgotten all my dire need, and death do not prevent me, from me shall ever be thy meed. Then spake to her Sir Dietrich, take not his life away, high and royal lady, for full will he repay thee for the mickle evil on thee have wrought his hands. Be it not his misfortune that bound before thee here he stands. Then bade she forth lead Hagen to dungeon keep near by, wherein he lay fast bolted and hid from every eye. Gunther the noble monarch with loudest voice did say, the knight of Bern who wrongs me, whither hath he fled away? Meanwhile back towards him the doughty Dietrich came, and found the royal Gunther, a knight of worthy name. Eke he might bide longer, but down to meet him sprang, and soon with angry clamour their swords before the palace rang. How famed soe'er Sir Dietrich, and great the name he bore, with wrath was filled King Gunther, and eke did rage full sore, at thought of grievous sorrow suffered at his hand. Still tell they as high wonder how Dietrich might his blows withstand. In store of doughty valor each did nothing lack. From palace and from tower the din of blows came back, as on well-fastened helmets the lusty swords came down, and royal Gunther's valor in the fight full clear was shown. The knight of Bern yet tamed him, as Hagen erst befell, and oozing through his armor the blood was seen to swell, from cut of sharpest weapon, and Dietrich's arm that swung, right worthily King Gunther had borne him after labors long. Bound was then the monarch by Sir Dietrich's hand, albeit bonds should suffer, ne'er king of any land. But deemed he if King Gunther and Hagen yet were free, secure might never any from their searching vengeance be. When in such manner Dietrich the king secure had bound, by the hand he led him where Kriemhild he found. At sight of his misfortune did sorrow from her flee. Quoth she, welcome Gunther from out the land of Burgundy. He spake, then might I thank thee, sister of high degree, when that some whit more gracious might thy greeting be. So angry art thou minded ever yet, O queen, full spare shall be thy greeting to Hagen and to me, I ween. Then spake a baron the hero, ne'er till now, O queen, given o'er as hostage have knights so worthy been, as I, O lofty lady, in these have given to thee. I pray thee higher evils to spare them now for sake of me. She vowed to do it gladly. Then forth Sir Dietrich went, with weeping eyes to see there such knights' imprisonment. In grimmest ways thereafter wreaked vengeance Etzel's wife. Beneath her hand those chosen warriors twain must end their life. She let them lie asunder, the less at ease to be, nor did each the other thenceforward ever see, till that unto Hagen her brother's head she bore. In sooth did Kriemhild vengeance wreak upon the twain full sore. Forth where she should find Hagen, the queen her way did take, and in right angry manner she to the warrior spake, and thou wilt but restore me that thou hast ta'en from me, so mayst thou come yet living home to the land of Burgundy. Answered thereto grim Hagen, 'twere well thy breath to save, full high and royal lady, sworn by my troth I have, that I the hoard will tell not, the while that yet doth live, of my masters any, the treasure unto none I'll give. Then ended be the story, the noble lady spake. She bade them from her brother straightway his life to take. His head they struck from off him, which by the hair she bore, unto the Thane of Tranya, thereat did grieve the knight full sore. When that he in horror his master's head had seen, cried the doughty warrior unto Kriemhild the queen, now is thy heart's desire at length accomplished, and eke hath all befallen, as my foreboding heart hath said. Dead lieth now the noble King of Burgundy, also youthful Giselher, and Sir Gano eke doth he. The treasure no one knoweth but God and me alone, nor e'er by thee she-devil shall its hiding place be known. Quoth she, but ill requital hast thou made to me, yet mine the sword of Siegfried now henceforth shall be, the which when last I saw him my loved husband bore, in whom on me such sorrow through guilt of thine doth weigh full sore. She drew it from the scabbard, nor might he say her nay, though thought she from the warrior his life to take away. With both hands high she raised it, and off his head struck she, whereat did grieve King Etzel full sore the sorry sight to see. To arms! Cried then the monarch. Here lieth foully slain, beneath the hand of woman, of all the doughtiest thane that e'er was seen in battle, or ever good shield bore. Though foeman howsoever, yet grieveth this my heart full sore. Quoth then the aged Hildebrand, reap no gain she shall, that thus she dared to slay him, whate'er to me befall. And though myself in direst need through him have been, by me shall be avenged the death of Tranya's nightful keen. In wrathful mood then Hildebrand unto Kriemhild sprung, and gainst the queen full swiftly his massy blade he swung. Aloud she then in terror for Hildebrand did wail, yet that she shrieked so loudly, to save her what might that avail? So all those warriors faded, by hand of death lay strewn, and e'en the queen full lofty in pieces eke was hewn. Dietrich and royal Etzel at length to weep began, and grievously they mourned kinsmen slain and many a man, who late stood high in honor, now in death lay low, and fate of all the people weeping was and woe. To mourning now the monarch's festal tide had passed, as falls that joy to sorrow turneth ever at the last. Nor can I tell you further what later did befall, but that good knights and ladies saw ye mourning all, and many a noble squire for friends in death laid low. Here hath the story ending, that is the Nibelungen woe. End of section 41. End of the Nibelungenlied, translated by George Henry Needler.